You're listening to One More Choice, Book 3 in the Mistletoe Matchmakers of Clearwater County Romances by Bonnie R. Paulson. Mistletoe matchmaking season is revving up with more weddings and Santa visits. Just when the townspeople think they've seen it all, the matchmaking families, the Deans and the Wilsons, have another surprise in their stockings. Austin Wilson has loved his best friend Samantha since the first time he saw her sparkling eyes, but she's kept him at arm's length. When Austin decides it's time to move on, Samantha has the opportunity to see him with another woman. And she doesn't like it. Forced to see Austin as more than a friend, Samantha suddenly realizes she can't lose him to anyone else. She needs him, and that scares her. Desperate to get his attention, Samantha offers to take Austin on a tour of a property where they end up getting stranded together. Their true feelings come out, but is it too late? Austin's girlfriend is coming to town, and Austin has to decide if he wants to take a chance on a friendship. He wouldn't trade for anything in the world or a woman who never stuck him in the friend zone. Samantha has to accept his decision even if it means losing the only man she's ever been able to rely on.
Chapter 1. Austin stretched his arm to the side, holding the phone to his ear with the other. He couldn't figure out why his shoulder was so sore. He hadn't gone roping in a few weeks, and the day before when he'd loaded hay bales with Flynn, he'd used the unaffected side. "I'm just saying, I think we should consider checking out the concert." Jessie, Austin's long-distance girlfriend, giggled in his ear on the cell. Austin leaned back in his office chair and swung side to side with the toe of his boot pushing on the ground. He smiled and shook his head. "If you want to go to that concert, that's fine. I'll order some tickets." He cringed, grateful she wasn't right in front of him to see just how abhorrent the idea was. Crowds were not Austin's idea of fun. In fact, saying Austin wasn't much on being around groups of people, let alone large groups, was like saying a bull got mad when he saw red. Austin would rather spend a quiet night in or a sunny day outside with horses or other animals. He didn't need a lot of people around to make him happy. "Thanks, honey. It's only a week away. I'm so excited. Do you guys have snow yet?" Jessie's flirting tone didn't abate as she continued through the normal outline of their daily conversations. After being together for only 6 months, Austin couldn't believe they'd fallen into a rut already. He wasn't complaining. One of Austin's favorite things was routine. Surprises weren't for him. "We do have a little snow. We're supposed to get a huge storm this weekend before you come, so make sure you have snow tires on your car." Jessie gave a small gasp before saying, "Oh, I forgot to tell you what I heard from Cynthia yesterday at work." As Jessie started in on the gossip she felt she had to report to Austin, he allowed his thoughts to roam. His office wasn't in the front nor the back of the offices. Smack dab in the middle of the hallway, he had access to seeing everyone walk by to get to the restrooms by Roman's office. He was almost directly across from the modest kitchen and break room the brothers kept stocked with donuts, bagels, and coffee. A large, fairly unused desk calendar dominated the majority of his desk surface, dotted with coffee stains, various marker lines and doodles, and 2 incorrectly inputted appointments. He hated surprises, but he also hated planning things out. Nothing like his sister-in-law, Taylor. Roman's wife could plan anything, and she did it effortlessly. One thing Austin loved about her: she liked things to be as organized and unsurprising as Austin did. He could appreciate that kind of a characteristic. To the side of the desk calendar, an all-in-one 27-inch computer glowed. He'd pulled up his email, as well as a site that specialized in gun trading and horse tack. Austin flipped between both sites as Jessie rambled excitedly about something Cynthia had said. Austin couldn't keep track of Jessie's friends. Another good point to having long-distance relationships. He made non-committal comments as she continued, and he stopped his site switching to study a new saddle design a little closer. The lines were exactly what he was looking for to add to the tack he hoarded for his mare. She'd probably look even stronger, with the thick rawhide-style lines strapped to her back. A red dot attached itself to the email icon, notifying him of a new email. He rolled his shoulder forward again as he clicked on the email tab. Jessie continued talking in his ear. A new message had landed in his inbox. From Samantha. Austin stared at the subject line. Lunch. Lunch? She wanted to have lunch with him? Austin hadn't seen Samantha in almost a month. That was the worst best friend behavior he'd ever heard of, but at the same time, he appreciated the break of dodging her questions about what he was doing, where he was going, and anything else he'd have to lie about. She didn't know about Jessie. Not yet, and he wasn't quite ready to tell her. But Austin knew all about Steve, or Stefan, or whatever his name was, her almost-a-year boyfriend. Christmas Eve would mark the anniversary, and Austin dreaded what might happen when that day hit. Stefan, what's his name, would probably propose. If he was smart, he wouldn't let Samantha get away. The man must be smart, if he'd kept her attention for almost a year. Something Austin had never been able to get. Not romantically, anyway. Do you think your mom would want to do a family dinner while I'm there? Jessie's comment broke through Austin's thoughts. Another secret he hadn't shared with Jessie. The fact that he hadn't yet told his family about her. In fact, no one in Mistletoe had any idea she even existed. Austin blinked, dropping his gaze from the subject line of Samantha's email and straightening in his seat. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to check with her. She's been watching Roman's son lately with the contest in full swing. Those Dean women have been raising the bar. He shook his head, good-naturedly grinning at the observation. The Deans and Wilsons had rivaled as long as Austin could remember. Things had taken on a different twist when his brother had married a Dean, and then again when his other brother had done the same. Well, just so long as none of those women have set their hearts on you. Jessie said it teasingly, but there was an undercurrent of worry in her voice. Austin laughed, shaking his head. You have nothing to worry about there, Jessie. I don't think any of them want to join the two families together any more than we already are. Not to mention, Austin had a hard time seeing any one of them as more than friends, except Samantha, and she didn't count since she wasn't even a Wilson. He brushed that thought aside. She wasn't an option for him. He had to get his romantic interests toward his best friend out of his head and heart. All that time they'd been friends. He'd never been able to get her to see him as anything but her reliable Austin. Seeing his brothers, Roman and Brock, thriving in marital bliss, had convinced Austin he had to move on from his hopes with Samantha. Lower his expectations or something, since he wasn't getting any younger. He wanted children, and to be settled down. As a matchmaker in the town of Mistletoe, Austin wasn't exactly living up to what he promised his clients. That fact bugged all of the single matchmakers. Thanks for saying that, Austin. Yeah, never mind. I've got my whole visit figured out. Did you want me to make any reservations or anything special? Was that hope in her voice? Did she want to go somewhere specific and Austin didn't know? What was he missing? I don't know. Is there anywhere in particular you want to go? He hated the guessing games. Why couldn't she just come out and tell him what she wanted? It didn't help that they were as far away as they were, which made it difficult to see her facial expressions as she spoke. No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't leaving anything out. Jessie cleared her throat, unable to hide the disappointment in her voice. What would she be disappointed in? Austin was taking the entire week off work to spend time with her. He was letting her plan her time up there, taking her wherever she wanted to go. What else did she want? Exhausted already from the expectations of a still fairly new relationship, Austin pinched the bridge of his nose and squeezed his eyes shut. Okay, I better get going. I have some meetings this morning, and I need to talk to Roman about his plans for the contest. Oh, okay, sure, of course. Have a great day, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you? Jessie had started telling him she loved him about a month ago, taking Austin off guard. How did you reply to that when you'd only seen each other the one time? Yeah, okay, you too. He hadn't said it back yet, relying on the easily phrased you too that fell from his lips. He wasn't sure he could love anyone besides Samantha. All he knew was he had to try. That's all he could promise anyone, especially himself. They hung up, and Austin set his phone down on the desk, glaring at the computer as he sank back against the high-backed office chair. Brock ambled by Austin's open office door. He hadn't yet taken his cowboy hat off, tilting it forward with his focus on a stack of paper in his hands. He glanced in the doorway at Austin and jerked his head up in hello. "Hey, Austin." "Hey." Austin furrowed his brow, lost in thought. "Hey, Brock, got a sec?" Austin stood from his desk and joined Brock at the doorway where they both paused. "Sure. I'm avoiding Mrs. Habernath anyway. She's determined to be matched to the mayor since her husband died, and I'm not sure how many times I have to tell her the mayor is married. Last I checked, polygamy was illegal in Montana. Maybe she knows something I don't." Brock rolled his eyes before cocking his head to the side. "What's up?" "Okay. So, you know I've been seeing Jessie." Austin folded his arms and pressed his lips together as he checked the hallway for anyone else who might overhear. "Yeah, a secret girlfriend is pretty cool." Brock grinned knowingly at Austin. He was the only one who knew why Austin was keeping Jessie a secret until she came up to visit. He didn't want anyone being Samantha, to find out. And the small town of Mistletoe knew how to keep a secret about as much as it knew how to ignore anything Christmassy. "Right, well, she keeps asking me if there's anything special I want to do or anything special I want her to make reservations for, and when I say no, she gets all disappointed sounding. I'm not sure what exactly she wants from me. Christmas is only a couple weeks away. What more do you think she wants?" He was honestly perplexed and had no idea what to think about any of it. Brock leaned his head back as he considered Austin's question. "You guys have been together how long?" 6 months or so. I don't know for sure. There were a couple girls I dated before her, but no one really stuck." Austin shrugged, leaning to the side and resting the shoulder that wasn't sore on the door jamb. "Right. The rest of them were all fairly local, though, right? Isn't Jessie the only one you can't actually date? You just talk on the phone every day?" Brock cocked an eyebrow and watched Austin with a knowing look. "What? Yeah, I guess that's true. But what does that have to do with what I'm not doing right for her visit? What did her distance have to do with when she'd be there with him in Mistletoe? I'm just saying, Denver is a safe place to keep your girlfriend, so you can keep your time open for your... whatever she is." Brock glanced down the hall, and then behind him before continuing, essentially cutting off Austin's denial. "Look, Jessie most likely isn't pining for anyone on the side. You're her emotional investment. She thinks you're doing the same thing. Until you tell Samantha what's going on, you aren't. You're being unfaithful. That just makes you a dog, Austin." Brock's expression wasn't amused or joking at all. "I know that's harsh to say, but take it from someone who has the reputation. You're messing around with people's hearts and that won't do anyone any good." Brock's phone rang in his pocket, and he rolled his eyes as he pulled the cell from his jeans. Glancing at the screen, he groaned. "She's resorting to calling my personal number. Mrs. Habernath better start listening. I'll talk to you later. Think about what I said." He moved away from Austin's doorway and disappeared into his own office just down the way. "Mrs. Habernath, how are you today?" He closed the door, shutting off the rest of his conversation. Austin turned slowly back to his desk. The honest truth was, he didn't know what he was doing. Tell Samantha. Maybe Brock was right. Maybe Austin needed to come clean with Samantha so he could move forward with Jessie. He sank into his seat and stared at the email subject line. After a minute, he clicked on the email to open the message and stared even more worriedly at the text.
Chapter 2. Samantha. Why wasn't Samantha crying? She should have tears streaming down her face as she gasped for air. But that wasn't the case. She wasn't gasping for air, and she wasn't crying. She'd been dumped by Stefan before, and she wasn't sure she cared that much anymore. Every time he broke up with her, he came back a week later with apologies, flowers or chocolates, and all kinds of promises. The first few times Samantha had been wrapped up in the drama, crying, eating ice cream, being despondent. But then, after the continual redundancy of it, she realized she'd become more conditioned to his tantrums. That worried her. When Stefan had called that morning, the morning of the fight, Samantha was excited to talk to him. She'd made plans for them to go to a cabin that weekend, their first time overnight together. She'd been fighting anything physically serious with him since she believed in the sanctity of marriage. Agreeing to go with him to the cabin for the weekend had happened during a moment of weakness while watching a romance movie and wishing for all of the heat and can't stay away from each other passion. He'd recommended they spend some time together physically, claiming it was easier to commit to a woman who was all in. But that morning of the fight, when he'd called, Stefan made a comment about her weight. Her weight? He hadn't called her fat per se, but he'd suggested he would have a better time if she was down a few pounds by that weekend. Down a few pounds? Did he expect her to starve herself before they left? That wasn't happening. Her response had been catty, but honest. She wasn't the type of girl to lose weight for some guy. He'd taken offense to being called some guy, and he called everything off. Everything. He even suggested he was calling off the ring. But Samantha wasn't stupid. She knew his games. There was no ring. He wasn't going to marry her. How could he marry her when he was breaking up with her every couple months? At least she was having lunch with Austin. Things had seemed more and more on edge with him over the last year, since she'd started seeing Stefan. In fact, Stefan went out of his way to make rude comments about Austin when he was sparking for a fight. In the start of their relationship, Samantha had loyally stood up for Austin, but as time had gone on, she'd backed down and just ignored Stefan's comments. She had to find any way not to fight with him. She was sick of fighting. The rest of the morning passed way too slowly. She just wanted to see Austin. With Stefan claiming to be done, she felt a little freer with what she chose to do, and like she didn't have to report to him. A little earlier than necessary, Samantha left the real estate office where she worked. She pulled her knee-length coat tighter around her waist and hunkered her head down, tucking her chin into the warm edges of the scarf. Winter in Montana liked to bully the residents into remembering how beautiful the snow was, but how unwelcome the cold was. Unfortunately, you couldn't have one without the other. Fortunately, Mistletoe was a small enough town Samantha could walk from her offices to the cafe even in the middle of a snow flurry. In fact, getting in her car for the too-short drive would just be embarrassing. In Montana, you were tough. There was no other option. Pushing through the first door into the foyer of the cafe, Samantha shook her hair to get any stray snow out of the thick auburn strands. She slowly drew the scarf from around her neck as she went through the next doorway and came to stand at the front of the cafe. Sally Miller, the manager and sometimes hostess, greeted her with a smile. "Samantha, it's so nice to see you. It's been a while." Sally grabbed up 2 menus and 2 water glasses and led the way toward Sam and Austin's normal booth. Austin wasn't there yet. Not that she expected him to be. She was about 10 minutes early, but she was excited to see him and kind of wanted him to be excited as well. Okay. There was no kind of about it. She'd missed him. Was it too much to hope he'd missed her too? Sally paused by the side of the booth, waiting for Samantha to slide in and take off her coat. "You came in at the right time. We've been having a lot of people in during the contest, but everyone is coming around noon." Sally winked, setting the menu in front of Sam. She pointed at the new design. "New format and new items. Check out number 5. It's my absolute favorite." She walked off, stopping at another table and laughing with the 4 customers sitting there. Samantha folded her coat and set it on the seat beside her. She tapped the edge of the table as she leaned over the menu. Everything looked new about it. Had it really been that long since Samantha had been in there? She hadn't seen Austin in over a month, and he was the only reason she went into the cafe. She liked her own cooking enough that she rarely ate out, but going with Austin to the cafe was something that carried over from when they were younger. Studying number 5 on the menu made Samantha suddenly very hungry. She'd forgotten to eat breakfast that morning, and the description for the Christmas calzone was decidedly appealing. Sink your teeth into this calzone stuffed to the seams with spinach, mushroom, pepperoni, sausage, olives, onions, and anything else Santa leaves behind. You'll be gooey for our sauce and the 5-cheese blend oozing out of the edges of this delicious Christmas creation. She could probably eat one all by herself. The pressure Stefan had shoved onto her about her weight had lifted with the phone call, and she suddenly had the desire to try to gain a few pounds. Not that she would really try to do that. Rebelling was just part of her style. Setting the menu to the side of the table furthest from the window, she leaned back, already determined to walk out of there full of calzone. All she had to do now was convince Austin he wanted the same thing. For some reason, when he ate what she ate, she didn't feel guilty about it. She'd never been able to explain the logic behind that thought process. Probably because there was no logic. She should have brought some work to do while she waited. The door opened and she pivoted on her seat to see over her shoulder. But it wasn't Austin. 2 more times she had a false expectation and acted on it. On the 4th time, she didn't turn, staring at her water glass instead as she continued counting down the minutes to when he should be there. "Hey there, stranger." Austin slid into the seat across from her, his easygoing smile warming up his naturally good-looking features. They'd been friends longer than he'd had his strong jawline or the stubble on his chin and lower cheeks. The thick waves of his dark hair had been cut for a man his age and peeked from under the edge of his Stetson, whereas the color of his eyes had only become more intense as they'd gotten older. It wasn't fair that he just got better looking with time, like a fine wine or property value. A broad grin stretched her lips, and Samantha allowed herself to relax with him, her best friend. Things might seem strained when they weren't around each other, but everything melted away when it was just the two of them. "Austin, wow, I've missed you." Samantha leaned over, patting his hand and unable to smother her grin. She really was happy to see him. She released his fingers and tapped the menu. "Let's have number 5. It sounds so good. We need to order soon. Sally said it gets busy in here around noon. If we get our food, then we won't have to wait on anyone else." Austin nodded and stacked his menu on top of hers without even looking. "Sounds good. I'm up for anything hot. I'm starved." He reached up, removing his black cowboy hat and reaching over to hang it from a hook protruding from the wall above the booths. In Montana, a hat hook was just as important as being prepared for the snow. Amanda, their waitress, walked by and arched an eyebrow. "You two ready?" She gathered the menus while waiting for their order. "We'd both like a number 5, please." Austin pointed at their waters. "Can we also get some chocolate milkshakes? A man can't live on water alone." The waitress giggled and walked away. Women always acted like that around Austin. As charming as he was, though, no one knew what Samantha knew about him. He hated being around people. He seemed to tolerate being around her more than anyone else, and she was grateful for that. But she knew if you wanted to make an impression on Austin, you didn't force him to be in large groups or make him talk in front of people. He wouldn't tolerate either one. "So what's going on in your life? Have you been busy?" He didn't say anything about the fact that they hadn't seen each other in over a month. In fact, he didn't act like any time had passed. That's what made him so valuable as a friend and why Samantha refused to try things out with him as anything more. Romantic relationships died. Just ask her mother, who had been divorced 6 times. Romance faded and relationships disappeared. Friendships lasted forever. Unless you did something to destroy them. She would never do that with Austin. She couldn't. She needed him too much. "I've been selling houses like crazy. Clearwater County seems to have picked up in popularity. Mostly around Taylor Falls, but the drive isn't bad. How about you? How is Philomena?" The last time they'd talked, his favorite mare had been dealing with an abscess. Austin had been worried about her something fierce. "She's good, thanks. I'm thinking about foaling her this year, but we'll see." He cleared his throat. "How's the boyfriend?" Was he asking because he knew something or because he cared? Samantha glanced at him sharply, but kept her tone relaxed. "Well, he broke up with me. Again, this morning." She rolled her eyes. "Whatever. It's not a big deal. I've got you, right? You're stuck with me, Wilson." She used his last name when she teased him. He did the same to her. It was a part of their camaraderie. He offered a tight-side smile but didn't say anything, which gave Samantha pause. Normally, he came back with a quip or something else that would make her feel better. She leaned forward. "Hey, is everything okay? You did say you had something to tell me." She'd forgotten about that until right then. Sudden curiosity coursed through her. "Yeah, I'm just distracted, sorry." He smiled and looked up as Amanda put plates in front of them filled with golden brown calzones. Small lines cut in the tops of the golden domes allowed hot steam to curl out. "That was fast, Amanda, thank you. Cook has been making them ahead of time because they've been so popular. These just came out of the oven." She winked and set milkshakes in front of them as well, tossing one more fully developed look at Austin before walking away. Samantha's mouth fell open. She stared at Austin, who seemed more oblivious than anything else. He picked up his fork, his eyes wide. "This looks like a phenomenal choice. I'll finish whatever you don't eat." He winked and cut into his dish. Setting her frustration she didn't understand about the waitress aside, Samantha copied Austin and sought to change the subject. "I have tickets for the gondola next week. Want to go with me? There won't be any crowds." She wiggled her eyebrows welcomingly at him. He laughed and shook his head. "Thanks, but I can't." Samantha pulled back, her shoulders hitting the back of the booth and stopping her from going any further. "You don't even know what day it is." He never said no to her. What was going on? "I'm busy all week. Maybe the week after I can do something. Well, except that's Christmas. You're still coming to the house for our Eve party, right?" Austin looked down at his plate, cutting off another bite and avoiding her gaze. "What are you doing that you're busy for an entire week? Hunting season is over." Usually he'd be helping with the contest since it was so close to Christmas, but someone had said only 2 of the Wilson brothers were running the contest that year. Same as the competing Dean family, but 2 sisters instead. Austin swallowed, set his fork down, and then lifted his gaze to hers. "Well, actually, my girlfriend is coming into town for a visit. She has everything planned out that she wants to do, and I don't think me going on a gondola ride with another woman is going to make her list of romantic ideas." He laughed, but took a drink of his milkshake and glanced around at the rest of the restaurant. Samantha set her fork on her plate and stared at Austin like he'd just grown horns. "You have a girlfriend? How long has this been going on?" "A few weeks, right?" He would have told her if things had been longer than that. A few weeks was nothing to take seriously. 6 months or so? She lives in Denver, so we don't see each other much. He cut more off his calzone and pointed his fork at her plate. "Yours is going to get cold if you don't tuck in." Of course. Samantha dropped her gaze to her plate where the calzone seemed to grow right before her eyes, looming into an impossible size. She'd never be able to eat it all. In fact, she suddenly found she wasn't hungry at all. She licked her lips and grabbed her milkshake, sipping the thick mixture through the straw. The cold, sweet drink hit her tongue, and it was like drinking more water. No flavor. She swallowed and blinked at Austin while pushing the glass away as well. He hadn't told her for 6 months. 6 months. Her mouth went dry. Why hadn't he told her? "Hey, are you okay?" Austin furrowed his brow as he studied Samantha. She quickly shook her head and blinked. "No, I'm fine. I just realized how much work I have to do. I might have to take this to go." She pursed her lips and then shook her head. "I'm so sorry, Austin. We just got here. I need to get going. I'll call you in a little bit." She waved their server down, and when Amanda came over, Samantha motioned toward her virtually untouched plate. "Can I get this to go? I need to get back to work." Amanda nodded and returned a few seconds later with a to-go cup and container. She emptied everything into the dishes and packed them into a bag and held it out to Samantha, who was already pulling her coat and scarf on. She didn't look back at Austin, except a fast glance as she smiled and said goodbye. He stared at her. His lips parted in surprise. Holding the bag in her arms, she scurried from the cafe, her cheeks flushed with shame. She'd just run out on her best friend because she couldn't face the fact she was hurt that he'd kept the secret from her, that there was someone else besides her, and that for the first time in the history of their friendship, Austin didn't choose Samantha over someone else. She wiped moisture off her cheeks. Had the snow turned to rain? No. She was crying. The heat of the tears startled her. Why would she be crying when she wanted Austin to be happy like her? The problem wasn't that she wanted him miserable. The problem was that she only wanted him to be happy when she was happy. She wanted everything to be the same between them. Always. If she was happy, she wanted him to be happy. If she was sad, she wanted him to be sad with her. They were always the same. Or they were supposed to be. They were two halves of a whole. If Austin was with someone else, his relationship with Samantha would change. She knew it. How many guys had Samantha broken up with because they wouldn't get over the fact that Samantha's best friend was a good-looking cowboy who was usually 100 times more masculine than they were? The comparison was there. It definitely would be with a woman. Not that Samantha had any preconceived notions about how she looked, but she did know women were cattier than men. Samantha didn't have to be a model for someone else to be insecure about another woman in Austin's life. Was Samantha willing to let Austin be with someone else so he could be happy? Was she sure he was happy? That was just it. She had no idea. She didn't know anything about the situation. Regardless, she'd have to step out of the way. There was no other way Austin would be able to have a relationship with her and his girlfriend. Not from what Samantha had learned over time, not from what life had taught her. She pushed through the doors to get to her office. Inside, she shut the door and flopped into her office seat, still wearing her coat and scarf. She set the food on the desk and sighed. Austin couldn't spend time with her because he was busy with his girlfriend. Maybe what she needed to do was get more information and see if she could hang out with him before his girlfriend came for a visit. If nothing else, at least one last adventure before they lost each other to less significant people. She could do that. She just had to apologize for being stupid too. That was going to take a while to get up the courage to do. At least she had her calzone to work through as she worked up that kind of humility. Except, it wouldn't be a problem if she worried more about losing Austin than she did about losing face. He would still be eating. She could wait a little bit longer. But should she? She licked her lips and picked up her phone. She could do it. He was more important than her being embarrassed. He was more important than anything. She'd dissect her feelings and reaction to his announcement later when she could fully combat any of them with a pint of ice cream and her pajamas. Some things shouldn't be faced in public.
Chapter 3. Brock. Brock tapped the end of his pencil on the desk to an unnamed tune stuck in his head. He glanced at the clock on his computer screen. The day couldn't go any slower. He'd started working most of each week with Lily at the flower shop she wanted to start. Her goal was to hire kids in high school and help them get ready to move out of their houses and into supporting themselves. She was always thinking about how to help others. But one day a week, Brock came into the offices of his family's business and worked on his minimal client list. He wasn't interested in loading up on too many people, but the few he had were almost all matched. He might as well wait until after the holidays to pick up more clients. After Austin had left the building and Flynn and Roman had disappeared somewhere, Brock decided he could end his day a little early. He picked up his phone and dialed his wife's number. Lily picked up on the second ring. "Hey, handsome." Brock grinned, never sick of hearing her voice. "I thought you were married." "Oh, I am. I'll tell you if he comes in." Lily's laugh tinkled over the line. "Are you coming over? You might want to stop and get something to eat. I didn't bring anything." "You were hoping I'd get something, weren't you?" It wasn't a question. They'd fallen into a fun expectation that wasn't boring or routine for either of them. "Sure, I'll surprise you today. Hey, I had a question for you." Oh, sounds serious." Lily's tone shifted to that of someone ready to listen. Brock stood, pulling on his coat as he continued talking to his wife. "Okay, So Austin is dating that girl, remember? Yes, the one I'm not supposed to know about. Lily sighed. For the record, I really don't like that he doesn't want anyone to know. I understand it, but I don't like it. I know, but it's not our call. If we tell anyone, he won't confide in me again, and from what I understand, he doesn't talk to any of the others about anything. So, I want to make sure I leave this avenue open for him. Brock adjusted his cowboy hat on his head and headed toward the front of the office, double-checking to make sure he was the only one there. The empty interior confirmed he was safe to talk as he walked through to leave to get to his truck. Okay, so what's going on? Did he tell you more? Something rustled on Lily's end of the call, and Brock could picture her settling into a chair there by the counter, leaning on the surface to listen more fully. Yeah, so he asked me what she's expecting. I guess she's coming up next week for a visit, and she asked Austin if he wanted her to make reservations for anything special, and he said no. He said she sounded pretty disappointed. I said it was because she was probably expecting something more, but now I'm doubting my answer. What do you think? Brock rushed from the office doors to his truck, ducking his head against the winter wind, tugging on his hat and coat lapels. I think you're right. They've been together about 6 months, haven't they? Lily didn't wait for an answer. She probably wants him to propose or something. Maybe have her move up here or him move down there at the least. It's too bad, really. What's too bad? That Austin has a girlfriend? I think it's great. Brock started his truck, pulling on his gloves in the bitter cold before touching the steering wheel. Winter was not friendly to bare skin. Well, no. I mean, I'm glad he's trying to be happy. I just really think he's supposed to be with Samantha. Lily didn't mince words, something Brock appreciated about her more than he could say. He shook his head as he thundered down the road toward the Italian bistro that just opened down the street from the main cafe. I don't think Samantha wants to be with Austin that way, Lil. She's been dating the same guy for a year. Yeah, but Stefan. I mean, he's not right for Samantha. I couldn't match him with anyone because he's a dramatic narcissist, and that's being nice. Lily wasn't one given over to gossiping or being mean about anyone, but she had a good sense about people. Right. But we can't decide for Samantha. We can't decide for Austin. It's not like they haven't had a chance to be around each other. They know each other better than you and I do. There's more history between them than even Roman and Taylor. We can't force what isn't there. Brock sat in his heated seat as he waited to get off the phone with his wife. Then he'd go in and get lasagna from the bistro, her favorite dish. He loved doing things like that for his girl. Lily sighed. I know. I just really think someone should tell them. The suggestion wasn't exactly subtle. Brock laughed. Oh no, that's not our place. It's not. You're not even supposed to know about his secret girlfriend. It's not our place to suggest he be with anyone other than who he's picked. Psh, that's ridiculous. We're matchmakers. If it's not our job, then whose is it? Lily made a point that struck Brock silent for a full minute. He stared at the center of his steering wheel. If it wasn't his job to push Austin toward the right girl, whose job was it? Lily made a valid point. Knowing what was right wasn't enough. Brock would have to figure out a way to do what was right. Unfortunately, he knew his family. If you suggested something, most of them went the other direction, simply to prove they could. How could he push Austin toward Samantha without seeming like he was putting his nose where it didn't belong? Austin blinked in disbelief at the spot where Samantha had been sitting moments ago. What had just happened? They'd been eating lunch, talking, and then bam. Sam was gone. She'd loaded up her lunch and hightailed it out of there. Austin had never seen anything like it. He caught Sally watching him, and he smiled, picking up his fork and then cutting another bite off the calzone. He wasn't hungry any longer, but he put on a brave face and finished the entire plate. He polished off the meal with the rest of his milkshake. Austin moved robotically, eating and chewing and swallowing in a rhythmic fashion. After he finished, he set his fork on the plate and took a deep breath. Are you all done, Austin? Amanda approached, her smile big and welcoming. She grabbed his empty plate and glass and watched him. I am. Thank you. Can I get the ticket? He just wanted to get out of there. More people were filing through the doors, and he had no doubt the staff would like the table for more customers. "Sure, honey. Let me get you that." Amanda disappeared into the kitchen with his dishes, and then brought Austin back a white slip of paper. "Thanks. I'll watch for you to come in again." She winked and moved past him, her friendly voice reaching him as she spoke to the next table of customers. Austin turned the check over, blinking at the bright pink ink with a phone number and heart drawn on the bottom. Great. He threw some cash on the table and grabbed the ticket. He didn't want to seem rude, but he also didn't want to lead her on. For some reason, he picked up phone numbers all the time, and he couldn't figure out why. He wasn't flirting with anyone, and he wasn't exactly the catch of the year. If he was, maybe Samantha would have snatched him up already. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe she wanted something different than he was. Either way, he had to stop obsessing about her, but he couldn't figure out what had scared her off. He stood from the table and pulled on his hat and coat, then strode from the restaurant. The short walk to his truck convinced him not to go back to the office. He had plenty to do at home. Okay, he really just had some writing to do, but that was enough to keep him busy for hours. He climbed into his truck and sat there for a minute, staring unseeingly out the windshield. What had he said that sent Samantha running from the cafe? She'd said something about her ex. Thankfully, they were broken up, but for how long? They did that frequently. So frequently, in fact, Austin had no doubt Samantha hadn't told Austin about the last couple times. Her ex was a little on the crazy side, and she probably didn't want Austin thinking anything bad about him. But then Austin had told Samantha about Jesse. That's when she'd run off. But was it about Jesse, or the fact that she didn't want to talk about his issues but wanted to hash out hers? He couldn't be sure. He doubted she wanted to talk about his love life. She'd never really asked him before if he had one. Maybe it was the fact that she'd asked him to go with her on the gondola, and he'd refused. He never rejected her before, not once. Even when he was 12 and had the chicken pox, he'd snuck out of the house to go to the creek with her and swim. Her mom found out they'd been together when Samantha came down with the pox a week later. That was most likely it. A sliver of guilt shot through him. He didn't want to say no, but he couldn't exactly ditch Jessie when she was up visiting him to go hang out with Samantha. That wasn't right. If Samantha wanted to hang out with him as her first choice, then she should have asked him when she was thinking about buying the tickets. If he really wanted to be honest, Samantha had more than likely bought the tickets to share with what's-his-name, and since they broke up, she didn't want to waste them. Austin set his jaw and started the truck. Being her backup wasn't where he wanted to spend the rest of his life. He couldn't pine after her forever while she figured out just what it was she wanted. It wasn't fair to him, and he was sick of being treated like he wasn't her main priority. The drive out to his mom's took long enough to cool down. He took a deep breath when he pulled into the drive and parked the truck in his normal spot. He wasn't mad at Samantha. No, instead, Austin was mad at himself. He'd let Samantha put him in the friend zone for so long. Why would she think of him as anything else? But now, it was too late. He was with Jessie, and she had never put him in the friend zone. She wanted to be with him, wanted to do the things he wanted to do, and spend time with him. She was even coming to visit him. She hadn't asked him to pay for anything, and she never expected anything from him but a phone call. That was hard to turn down. A woman like that wasn't in it for anything but him. He could tell. He hoped he wasn't wrong. Why would he put that at risk by worrying so much about Samantha? He shoved the desire to figure out a way to cancel things with Jessie so he could go on the gondola with Samantha. But if history had taught him anything, it was that he would go to all that trouble, and then Samantha would back out, giving the ticket back to Stefan or just not wanting to go. Austin had to accept the fact that Samantha was more selfish than he was giving her credit for. Okay, that still wasn't being fair. He had to stop thinking that he could assign a specific trait to her based on one action, or even a collection of actions. Samantha was extremely generous and unselfish. Just not in this specific area. He could accept that. But if Austin wanted, needed, to move on, he had to either understand that about Samantha and stop enabling it, or he had to accept the fact that he was more likely going to lose Jessie, because he would always put Samantha first. The slippery slope of that would be he would lose every woman because of that decision. Putting another woman first was not how you made a happy match. He was successful enough with his clients to understand that. So, Austin had to take the next few days before Jessie got there to get his head on straight. He had to move on from dreams about Samantha being his happy ever after. That conclusion left him feeling bereft, like he was about to lose his best friend. He turned his truck off, unwilling to wrap his arms around the decision to move on from Samantha just yet. He had a couple days, but the despair was already welling up inside him. They had more together than dating. They were everything for each other. And for most of his life, Austin had put her as the most important part. Yet, he wasn't hers, and he had to accept that. But could he? He took a deep breath, blowing it out and closing his eyes. He had to. He was never going to be happy pining after someone who would never love him the same way. Austin slid from the seat, shutting the door behind him as he turned toward the house. The phone in his back pocket buzzed, and he absent-mindedly pulled it out. Glancing at the screen, he blinked. Had he somehow conjured a call from Samantha? He strode up the steps to the house and went inside. The doors at Kringle Ranch were rarely locked. People just didn't do that sort of thing in Clearwater County. Taking another deep breath, Austin paused in the kitchen and swiped the screen on Samantha's call. He lifted the phone to his ear. "Hey, Sam, you okay?" Samantha's breathy laugh on the end made him look toward the ceiling. If he was going to move on from her, he'd have to cut her out of his life completely. She did things to his insides he couldn't explain, and that no other woman could compete with. "Actually, I'm fine. I'm so sorry I had to leave. Listen, I had a question. Before I cancel everything completely, I thought I'd ask if you'd be interested in going with me for the weekend to a place up past Taylor Falls. I rented a cabin for me and Stefan, and I know, you're going to say what if he tries to get back together, but I'm not getting back with him. I hate the roller coaster ride. I just want to go to the cabin with my best friend and not deal with any drama. Are you interested?" She rushed through it, as if she was nervous he might say no again. The thought was different. Why else would Samantha be nervous? Probably because she thought he was mad at her. She never did like when they fought, but they hadn't gotten in a fight, so that theory didn't make sense. Did he want to go with her to a cabin? Of course. He loved hanging out with her. They were just friends, something that they had cemented over the years. Just because he'd always loved her didn't mean she felt the same, and didn't mean that their friendship was worthless. In fact, she was important to him, because she'd never strayed from being his friend. Jessie didn't get in until Monday. He could hang out with his best friend until then. Austin nodded, a slow smile spreading across his face. "You know what? That actually sounds perfect. I need to be back Sunday. When do we leave and what do I need to bring?" He ignored the fact that she'd gotten the cabin for her and Stefan to spend the weekend in. He hadn't thought too much about her physical love life. He didn't want to torture himself. Apparently, she'd been closer with Stefan than Austin thought she should be since they weren't married. Call it old-fashioned, but Austin didn't believe in that idiot disrespecting Samantha and treating her that way without a ring on her finger. Or even with a ring on her finger. Austin didn't want Stefan in Samantha's life. If going with her to the cabin would help with that, then he was all over it. Plus, and this was where the painful part started, if he was going to move on from Samantha and choose Jessie, then one last hurrah with his best friend was exactly what he needed before saying goodbye. They deserved that. "I'll pick you up Thursday morning, and I'll have you back by Sunday. Bring your swimming suit. They have a hot tub." Her smile carried through on her tone, leaving Austin smiling as they hung up. They were going to have a blast, and then Austin would say goodbye to the one woman he'd loved more than anyone or anything. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 4. Samantha. Samantha pulled on another pair of jeans, standing in front of the full-length mirror at her house and turning left and right. Nope, her rear end didn't look the way she wanted it to. Not that it should matter. She was going to hang out with Austin. He didn't look at that stuff on her. He would be the one to tell her if she had food in her teeth or her makeup was on crooked. He was blunt, but still kind, and that was rare. Glancing up at herself in the mirror, Samantha scowled. She shouldn't care what she looked like. She'd cared too much with Stefan. For the weekend she was spending with Austin, she didn't want to care. But she hated the way that shirt looked on her shoulders. What was wrong with her? She wasn't leaving until the next morning, but she was nowhere near ready to go. She flounced onto the side of her large queen bed and stared at the ceiling. What was she doing? She hadn't checked her phone once to see if Stefan had called. She didn't care. After being with him for a year, she found it surprising she didn't care if he called her or not. In fact, she preferred not. Reaching for her phone on the nightstand, she pulled the cell in front of her and dialed Kaylee, her closest girlfriend who worked at the Stanford stables on the north side of Mistletoe. In fact, they were named after Kaylee's family because they'd worked on the stables for the longest time. The phone rang and rang. Just when Samantha was sure she'd be leaving a message, a breathless Kaylee answered. "Hey, Sam. How's it going?" Samantha wrinkled her nose. "I caught you in the middle of work, didn't I? Sorry, I can call back." But she didn't want to hang up. She needed advice, and Kaylee was the only one she could turn to. If she went to Austin about her problems, it would just be weird. Her problems involved him. "Actually, I couldn't figure out what I wanted to eat, and I was in the back looking through the pantry." Kaylee laughed. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be on your grand adventure with Stefan?" Samantha hadn't had a chance to tell Kaylee she wasn't going with Stefan anymore. She grimaced. "Okay, so a lot has happened." "What?" "I need to know more." Kaylee's breathlessness changed, and it was more like an expectant, breathy sigh as she spoke. Samantha was suddenly shy about everything. Maybe she didn't need advice like she'd originally thought. "Actually, you were looking for something to eat. I can call you later." "Don't you dare, Samantha Fleming. I'm not playing your games. You called me. You just teased me with the whole "a lot has happened" line. Now you get to entertain me with whatever has been happening. I'm already settled on the couch and I'm waiting." Kaylee's firm reply wouldn't accept an argument. Samantha grinned, grateful she could talk to her friend about things. She really needed to unload. "Okay, well, here's the thing. Well, a lot of things. Stefan and I broke up." "Okay, why this time?" Callie didn't seem surprised so much as determined to get through the information to whatever would be worth the wait. A laugh burst from Samantha. "You're not even surprised?" "Why should I be? You call me almost every month with some kind of breakup story with this guy. I'm telling you he's not the one, but I've already said that and you keep going back to him, so whatever. Is that all that's been going on?" Kaylee's tone was starting to take on a bored lilt. Taking a deep breath at the bold facts Callie shared, Samantha nodded at no one in particular. "The truth is, Stefan said he wanted me to lose weight for our weekend. I said no, and he said he wouldn't be able to have fun if I was fat. Well, those weren't his exact words. But they might as well have been. That cad. If I see him again, I'm going to punch him in the face. In the face, Samantha, do you hear me?" Her outrage crackled over the call. Samantha suddenly felt much better. She licked her lips and blinked back sentimental tears. "Thank you for saying that. I was starting to doubt myself. I'm trying on jeans and nothing makes my rear look good." "Why do you need your butt to look good? Wait, do you have another date with someone else?" There was the excitement again in Kylie's voice. Shaking her head, Samantha rolled over on the fluffy comforter, holding the phone to her ear. "Okay, don't think I'm dumb. I'm going to the cabin tomorrow. It should be fun." "Alone?" Kaylee's suspicion was easy to sense. Samantha cleared her throat. No, not alone. But it's nothing like you think. It's with Austin. See? Nothing romantic there." Kaylee's silence gave Samantha pause. She jutted her chin out and pulled her pillow under her neck and chest. "Do you think that's stupid? I can't get a refund. It's too close to the weekend. I'm even taking a loss since I'm not going tonight, but tomorrow instead. I didn't want to waste it, and I didn't want to go alone. Samantha sighed. Kaylee had to think it was stupid. The more Samantha thought about it, she had to agree. No, actually, I don't think it's stupid. I'm just trying to process this. So, what you're saying is you had a romantic weekend with Stefan planned, and now he called you fat. And he's going to get roped for that one, by the way. So you guys broke up. Rather than cancel your trip, you invited your hot best friend to go with you? Kaylee crowed and then calmed down. You think I would disapprove of this? Are you crazy? If you don't go, I will. I wouldn't mind one of the Wilson brothers. And Austin loves animals, which makes him the best one, in my opinion. A twinge of something sparked in Samantha's chest, and she sat up, staring blankly at the chair sitting in the corner of her room. Wait, you like Austin? She'd never thought Kaylee would like him. She'd never said anything. Honey, everyone likes Austin. He's extremely good-looking, kind, masculine. I mean, I could go on for days. Well, you know him. He's definitely a better option than Stefan. You need a break, too. This will be good for you guys. You haven't had a chance to hang out with him in a while. Excitement warmed Kaylee's tone. I know. It's going to be fun. That isn't what I'm having a problem with. Samantha cleared her throat again. She reached down, picking at the soft cotton material of her comforter. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that either. Okay, so what's going on? Kaylee's voice was calm and direct. She wouldn't freak out. She'd understand. Samantha moved from the bed. She was antsy and couldn't figure out why. Rolling her head back and forth and then moving her shoulders, Samantha worked through the words that were bugging her. Then she blurted out, Austin told me he can't go with me to ride the gondola next week because his girlfriend is visiting. A long pause from Kaylee reassured Samantha that she wasn't the only one shocked by that statement. Kaylee finally spoke. Wait, his girlfriend? Since when? Exactly. Apparently, he's been dating this girl long distance for 6 months, Kaylee. 6 months. I'm in shock, to be honest. That was an understatement, and Samantha wasn't sure she was explaining it correctly. 6 months. Wow. And he never told you? I don't understand. Kaylee's confusion was palpable, and Samantha was actually grateful she wasn't the only one in that state. I know, I've been with Stefan. I don't have any right having hurt feelings about Austin dating, but I do. And that makes me feel worse because he has every right to be happy and he should be. I should be happy for him being happy, right? A part of Samantha wanted Kaylee to say wrong, but she didn't wait for an answer. I just don't understand why I'm so upset. I left him at the cafe after he told me and blamed it on something stupid like work or something. Then I asked him to go with me this weekend. If it's serious for him and this woman, then this might be the last chance he and I can actually spend time together. I'm not selfish enough to try to break them up just so I have unfettered access to my friend whenever I want. Or maybe you want to break them up because you care about him as something other than a friend. Kaylee said it without fanfare or assumptions. She just left it there between them. Samantha caught her breath. What? What do you mean? He's my best friend. That's all. We can't be anything else. She blinked back tears. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the fact that everyone in Mistletoe and even some people from outside of town all think you and Austin belong together. Even the women who want to be with him know you both belong together. You're the only two on Earth who are oblivious to it. The fact that he's with someone else just means he's given up on you and him. Kaylee dropped the information like she recited something Samantha already knew or should already know. Samantha shook her head. No. He's never been interested in me that way, Kaylee. We haven't gone there because we would ruin what we have now. This is the best thing I have going. He's stability and comfort. Everything I need, you know? Okay, tell you what. Before you go with him this weekend, ask him if he's ever thought about the two of you as more. Just ask. You guys have open communication. You can assess his thoughts, right? Figure this out and let me know what he says. If he says no, then you're safe to go. If he says yes, then you can't ethically go with him. Not when he has a girlfriend. You know? Kaylee sighed. Then she continued. If nothing else, at least you can work through what will happen between the two of you with this woman in the picture. Kaylee softened her tone. The only reason I'm pushing it is you remember John and Craig and the other guys who couldn't stay with you because of your closeness with Austin. Austin hasn't dated much at all over the years. If you don't want anything resembling real commitment with him, and this girl does, then you need to figure out a way to help make that happen for him, even if it means you walking away. Do you understand? You need to put his needs first, Samantha. No more messing around. The gentle rebuke wasn't so gentle by the end, as Kaylee firmly told Samantha the way it should be. Samantha swallowed, nodding again because her tears were real and her throat was constricted. Kaylee had laid out exactly what Samantha was afraid of. Samantha honestly didn't have time to explore the things she was feeling for Austin, and the way finding out about his girlfriend had made her feel. She couldn't take some time to herself when they were going away for a weekend together. A weekend that had been planned to be romantic, and would be with one bed, one room, one cabin in the woods with romantic dishes pre-stocked in the fridge and freezers. She'd spent a lot of money to have a romantic weekend, and now she was highly regretting that she'd invited Austin to go with her. Especially when she was going to have to let him go on Monday to be with his new girl. There was nothing wrong with feeling that way, except she wasn't sure she wanted to let him go. But no rash moves, no rash decisions, because if she did something without thinking through all of the ramifications, she wouldn't be able to figure out just what she was putting on the line. And losing Austin wasn't an option. Right, I know. You're right. She cleared her throat and moved to the kitchen, leaving the chaos of her packing behind her. But what does that mean? You know I'm right? What part? You know you should be with him? You know you should back off? What do you know? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be pushing you so much, but Samantha, you have to see that this is a pivotal moment in your relationship with Austin. Samantha leaned on the counter in the kitchen. She'd picked out the house because of the open floor layout and the way she felt like she was able to always have light available. She didn't see all of that as she stared at the marbled granite of her counter and tried to keep her breathing steady. You think I'm going to mess this up, don't you? It wasn't a question. It was obvious Kaylee was worried things were in danger. I don't think you're going to ruin anything. I just think if you don't wake up and see the possibilities, you're going to miss out on something that might be the greatest ever. You know? Kaylee didn't back down from her statement. She continued, You might need Austin, but you need to know how much he matters to you. I think once you figure that out, you'll be able to decide what the best way to move forward is. Kaylee laughed. Okay, enough lecturing for today? I want to know what you want me to do to Stefan. I can go to his house and leave a present from Smaug on his porch. Want me to do that? Samantha laughed, shaking her head. Smaug was one of the monster horses Kylie watched at the stables. I think that's better than he deserves. No, it's fine. Thank you. I'm happy just moving on from all of the drama. We weren't going anywhere anyway. And as much as Samantha denied it, she really did want a happy ever after. She'd thought over and over that Stefan was that for her. She'd hoped he would propose or something, anything, to say they were moving forward. But all they ever did was break up for asinine reasons. Maybe what she needed was just a weekend with Austin, a chance to just be with someone who got her. Callie had to be wrong about this being their only chance. Samantha wasn't ready to think of her life without Austin in it. She also wasn't sure what to make of the jealousy ripping through her that he had another woman in his life. They were leaving in the morning. She had until then to decide how she wanted to play out the weekend, and just who she was going to ask Austin to say goodbye to, her or his girlfriend.
Chapter 5. Austin. I just don't want you to worry, you know? Austin grinned as he held his cell to his ear with his shoulder. He tried folding a pair of jeans before shoving them unceremoniously into his bag. The fact that he had someone who worried about him only made Jesse's case that much stronger. "Well, I am. I would hate for some gorgeous cowgirl to run away with you." Jessie laughed, her voice carrying gently over the line. Austin blinked, unsure if he was actually lying or not when he replied, "Well, I wouldn't worry about that. I'm just going with my best friend." "Oh, well, that's only partially reassuring. Is your buddy in a relationship? Or is this a bachelor gathering?" Her worry was apparent. "No, Sam is actually rebounding right now after a very recent breakup." He paused his packing and allowed a curve to his lips as he realized Jessie was mildly jealous. "Look, Jessie, there's nothing to be worried about. It's just a couple of friends going to a cabin where there's no one else around. We're going to watch movies, hang out in the hot tub, maybe hike, whatever. But there's no worry there for you, okay?" Jessie's relieved laughter helped Austin relax. As long as she didn't have anything to worry about, she would be fine. He would be fine. He already knew Samantha was safe to hang out with. How many years of strictly friends had he survived already? No, they would go and spend time together, and then Austin would slowly have to shift her into a less prioritized spot in his life. If he was honest, he could admit to himself that if he'd stayed out of Samantha's way, she might have been able to find happiness with any one of the guys she'd dated before Stefan. Any of the pre-Stefan guys would have been a better choice too. "Well, I really just wanted to let you know that I would be out of cell range for a few days, so I'll miss out on our daily calls." And while he was sincere in his words, he also couldn't wait for a break. Sometimes it seemed they spoke so much, they had nothing to say. "I'm so excited." "Okay, love you. I'll see you in a few days." Jessie's exuberance carried easily in her tone and only lengthened the smile on Austin's own lips. "You too. I'll talk to you later." And once again, he couldn't tell her he loved her. An hour later, Austin wiped his palms down the thighs of his jeans, then reached up and opened the door to his truck and climbed out. He stared at the front of Samantha's house with trepidation. He'd been there so many times, stayed the night even on more than one occasion, in a room she had specifically for him, and he'd never been that nervous or unsure. He'd always known his place. He was her best friend, and in a way, he'd taken it for granted. As he strode up the sidewalk, he couldn't help thinking there had to be a chance he could keep her as his best friend and still move on with Jessie. He could. He had to be able to do that. Why, when he'd talked with Jessie and told her he was going to a cabin with his best friend, hadn't he been clearer? He didn't go into any more detail and share with Jessie that his best friend was the love of his life, or that she was gorgeous as sin and single. Why? He could try to justify it to himself and say that none of it mattered. Samantha had made it more than clear over the years she didn't think of him that way. But the fact was, Austin thought of her that way. He should have been more upfront with Jessie. Plus, the more he thought about it, the more attached to Jessie he was getting. He couldn't wait to see her on Monday and see just how compatible they really were. The sound of footsteps echoed off the front of the house, and he glanced around. Thursday mornings were quiet in general, but with a fresh blanket of powdery snow, there wasn't much movement anywhere. Samantha had already shoveled her walk and left her porch light on, which wasn't necessary for the daytime, but would leave it on through the night while she was gone. Austin climbed the few steps to the front porch and reached out, rapping his knuckles on the front door. He stepped back as he waited, shoving his hands into the warm pockets of his heavy-duty Carhartt coat. His hat kept the rain and snow off his head, but not the wind off his ears. He rocked forward on his feet as he waited for Sam to answer the door. In no time, the panel swung open, and Samantha stood there, pulling a dark, plum-colored coat on over a black long-sleeved sweater and jeans. She smiled and reached down, claiming the strap of a backpack and turning to shut the door. "Are you ready?" "Always." Austin grinned, reaching out and taking her backpack and pulling it from her grasp before she could protest. She fell into step beside him and didn't say anything when they reached the truck. Austin wasn't sure what to say. For some reason, this particular getaway felt different. He felt like maybe he was doing something wrong, when that wasn't his intention. He felt like maybe Samantha was going to cancel on him at any minute, because Stefan was going to crawl back. He climbed into the driver's side, tossing her bag into the back seat with his. She followed suit, buckling herself into the passenger seat, and looking at him with something in her eyes he'd never seen. As he closed his door and buckled his belt too, Austin glanced at Samantha. "You okay?" She softly shook her head and shifted her gaze forward. "No, yeah, I'm just fine. I can't help wondering if your girlfriend is okay with this." She didn't ask it like a question. Instead, it was more like a statement, as if they were doing something wrong and shouldn't be. Austin shifted the still idling truck into drive and shrugged. "We're not doing anything for her to be upset about. We're friends. There's nothing wrong with friends hanging out." And with that, he declared the trip platonic. And he wasn't horribly upset about it either. Samantha usually made sure to set the friend boundaries, but Austin didn't see any point in pushing off the inevitable. He wasn't a rebound guy. He wasn't always going to be able to be there for her when she had breakups or needed to talk. The reality of that thought hit him like a slap to the face. He wasn't going to be able to do that for her, not anymore. Not when they were on a different path from each other. A blanket of sadness seemed to drift over his anxiety, and he looked forward as he drove, quietly navigated by Samantha. After an hour of fairly silent driving, Austin glanced at Sam and asked cautiously, "Do you want to talk about what happened with him?" He didn't even try to say his name. He didn't care, but he didn't need to make a big deal about it either. He didn't like the guy, but that wasn't the focus of the conversation. Samantha bit her lip and shot him a confused glance, and then understanding cleared up her expression. "Oh, Stefan. No. He said some things I wasn't in love with, but at the same time, he always says stuff, you know?" She half shrugged and stretched her legs out in front of her. "Okay, but you said this time feels different. What makes it different from the other times?" Austin had been there for her through more than a handful of breakups with Stefan. The guy didn't know what he had, and obviously took Samantha for granted. She licked her lips and then shifted on her seat to face Austin a little more fully. "This time it's different because I'm different. I feel different. Like I'm waking up to what's been in front of me my whole life." She cleared her throat and looked down, then back up at Austin, who watched the road but glanced at her every few seconds. Samantha bit her lip and wrinkled her nose. "What I mean is, when you've been quit on as many times as I have been, it tends to stop hurting, you know? I think I deserve better. I know I want better." Her voice faded at the end, and she let her hand fall limply to her lap. Austin nodded, watching the road but trying to work through what she said. After a minute, he spoke. "I'm glad you see how valuable you are. You can't have better unless you demand it. I've told you that for years." "Yes, you have." Samantha fell silent, then cleared her throat and shifted forward again. "This weekend will be a good reset, you know? We'll be able to just hang out and relax. We haven't done that in a while." Austin didn't reply. All he could think of was that they hadn't hung out like that because of Stefan, and now they weren't going to be able to after that weekend because of Jessie. Lily bracing her hands on the edge of the bathroom counter, Lily Wilson took a deep breath and kept her eyes shut tight. She didn't want to look. She didn't want to see a single line, not all by itself anyway. But at the same time, she would give anything to see double blue lines. Anything, even a faint one. She angled her head to the side and inhaled through her nose. Brock wasn't home. He had no idea Lily went out and bought more tests. He had no idea that Lily was even thinking she might be pregnant that month. She was late getting her period, and she honestly felt like parts of her were more swollen and sorer than normal. Maybe that was a sign that she was pregnant. Maybe she would be able to tell Brock they were having a baby. She had it all planned out. She would take a picture of the test and get it printed off. Then she'd tuck it into a card that she'd tape to the buckle of the smallest pair of baby cowboy boots she'd ever seen and, of course, bought. She'd put them into a box and give them to Brock. He'd be so excited. He loved his nephew Isaac. A baby of his own would make their life complete. How could a child not? Lily wanted a baby so bad she could cry. And she had, more times than she could count. She hadn't even told Taylor, or Amanda, or Carrie, or anyone that she and Brock had been trying. Okay, well, that wasn't entirely true. Brock wasn't exactly trying, but he wasn't trying to stop it either. Lily was the one who was wrapped up in getting pregnant and starting a family. She hung her head and inhaled deeply. All she was waiting for was the beep from the alarm on her phone telling her the 3 minutes were up. That's all she needed. She couldn't even peek in case she jinxed it. She had to tell herself she was pregnant. She had to keep telling herself she was pregnant. The phone alarm beeped. Her 3 minutes were up. She could open her eyes, but she didn't want to. She desperately wanted to be telling herself the truth, and if she opened her eyes, all of that would be either confirmed or denied. Lily had to open her eyes to turn off the alarm's incessant beep. She slowly opened them, determined to be positive no matter what the answer was. Her gaze fell on her phone first, and she slid the dismiss button for the timer to the side, turning it off. And then, of its own will, her gaze slid to the side and fell on the small oval window of the test stick. One line. One. Single. Solitary. Blue line. That's all there was. Lily lifted it closer to her face and stared at it, as if maybe she were missing something. But the only thing she was missing was a baby. Fine. That was fine. She could deal with it. She sank to the toilet lid, sitting down and bracing her elbows on her knees as she rested her face in her hands. Hot tears declared her a liar. Nothing was fine. For all that they had, she would give all of it up for a baby. Her baby. She just wanted a child to raise. She ignored the phone buzzing on the counter. She didn't care. She just wanted to be alone with her sadness. If she wanted to pull herself together before Brock got home, she needed some time alone. She could do that. She could be happy on the outside. All she had to do was ignore the sadness on the inside. Piece of cake. At least, she could lie to herself about that.
Chapter 6. Elizabeth. One of these Christmases, Elizabeth was bound and determined to have all 6 of her boys at home. The year after her heart attack, everyone made it home. But since then, Levi had gone off to explore the world and see what he could make of his own way. Sometimes he showed up. If Elizabeth acted overly excited to see him, he disappeared even longer the next time, like a punishment or something. Fondly, she thought of that one year often. That one year. Just one. She'd had Roman home and all the rest of the boys. She'd never been so happy. As Roman, Brock, and Flynn gathered around the kitchen island, Elizabeth hustled amongst them, gathering items for her pot pies she had going into the oven for a small family dinner in just a couple hours. She would never tell the boys, or men rather, that they were in the way. If they left, they'd leave the kitchen empty of everyone but her, and she didn't know how much longer she would have them there. She wouldn't chase them off for anything in the world. Did you guys hear about Austin? Flynn grabbed a handful of chocolate candies Elizabeth kept in a bowl and glanced around at all of them. Austin? What about him? Brock shifted on his feet, glancing at Flynn and then shooting a questioningly glance at the rest of them. Elizabeth furrowed her brow and paused as she reached for the flour to thicken her sauce with. What about Austin? Is he okay? Flynn shook his head. No, Mom. He's fine. He just left for the weekend to go with Samantha up to some cabin. I asked if he'd cover some of my clients this weekend, and he said he couldn't. Flynn's grin turned into a chuckle. I hope they finally take it to the next level. I'm sick of watching him moon after her. Elizabeth took a deep breath. Okay, Austin was fine. Just more drama with his best friend. She shook her head and pulled down the flour, scooping 3 tablespoons into the Dutch oven skillet already melting butter. As much as I love Sam, I think they need to either get together or stop being friends. Mom, that's really harsh. Brock pulled back, staring at Elizabeth with wide eyes. Is it? Come on, don't tell me you aren't aware of how attracted to each other they are. I'm a matchmaker. I know these things, and yet... She shook her head and stirred the whisk in the butter and flour concoction. And yet it's like they're purposely fighting it. I agree. Sam pretends to date these guys, but every single one of them pales in comparison. Taylor walked through the door of the kitchen, carrying her toddler-aged son in her arms. She set down some bags she'd carried in her hand, tucked under Isaac's rump, and set her son on the counter as well. "Oh, Isaac, you little angel. I'm so glad I get to see you today." Elizabeth approached her daughter-in-law and grandbaby and wrinkled her nose as she teasingly wiggled her fingers at the dark-haired boy. He smiled at her, lifting his arms for his grandmother to pick him up. Elizabeth did as he instructed. She'd do anything for the little boy. He had won over every Wilson and every Dean, effectively uniting the two rivaling families with his existence. "You agree with Mom?" Roman turned to Taylor, kissing her forehead in greeting. He took some of the bags she'd set down and moved around the kitchen to put things away or set aside for the family dinner. "Well, it's not like it's hard to see that they're perfect for each other. I agree with Elizabeth. There's just something about them. I wish they would accept the fact that they belong together and get it over with. They already know everything about each other. We could maybe have another Christmas wedding." Elizabeth carried Isaac with her back to the stove and poured in some water to finish the gravy. A Christmas wedding. Another one. Elizabeth's heart beat a little bit faster at the idea. The door shut, easily heard in the sudden silence. "Brock, are you in here?" Lily's voice carried through the house. Her upset tone captured everyone's attention, and as a unit everyone turned toward her as she entered the kitchen. Bright pink cheeks and nose gave away the chill outside, but if she walked from the car to the house, it shouldn't have made that much of an impact. Brock rounded the island and took Lily's biceps in his hands. "What's going on?" She shook her head and shoved her face against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. Brock glanced around at Flynn, Roman, Taylor, and Elizabeth, and offered a tight smile before steering Lily from the kitchen. They disappeared down the hall, and Elizabeth waved her free hand at everyone to continue talking. She handed Isaac over to Taylor and gave Brock and Lily a moment together before following them from the kitchen. The only door that was closed down the hall belonged to the commercial-sized laundry room. Knocking hesitantly, Elizabeth paused and then opened the door. She glanced from Lily, who wiped her eyes, to Brock, whose expression had become downcast. "Hey, what's going on? Is everything all right?" Obviously, something was wrong, but Elizabeth couldn't just demand their secrets when she was already barging in on their private moment. Brock didn't look at his mother as he continued staring at Lily. So it must be something of Lily's to share. Elizabeth knew she wasn't her daughter-in-law's mother, but she wouldn't mind being there for them when they needed a motherly figure. She sidled up to Lily and rubbed her hand up and down the girl's back, speaking softly. "What's going on, Lil? Are you okay? What can we do to make it better?" Lily hiccuped and then turned into Elizabeth's arms. Her sobbing started again, and Elizabeth held her, staring at her son over his wife's shoulder. Had Brock done something? Brock was a good man. He wouldn't hurt the woman he loved. Elizabeth knew that much. So what then was hurting the sobbing woman so much? "Tell me. I can't fix it if you don't tell me." Those same words were phrased the same way as when her own mother would try to get a pain-filled secret from them as they were growing up. Finally, Lily calmed enough to pull back and whisper, "I'm not pregnant." She hiccuped. Again. Elizabeth's eyes widened and she glanced quickly at Brock again. "You guys are trying? That's so exciting." "Well, it's not that we're trying. It's more like we're hoping." Brock waved his hand at Lily. "One of us more invested than the other. Maybe that's why we're not pregnant. Maybe you have to want it too." Desperate, Lily wiped under her eyes as she accused Brock of something she wouldn't normally lay at anyone's door. "Okay, you two. How long have you been trying, Lily?" Elizabeth redirected Lily's attention back to her and stared until Lily met her gaze. 7 months. It's been no every time. Every time. Maybe I'm not a good enough person to be a mom. Lily dropped her eyes while new tears started afresh. Elizabeth gave a startled laugh and shook her head. Ah, honey, there are plenty of bad parents out there that have more than their fair share of babies. No, whatever it is, you're not to blame. No one is. It's just something that will have to happen on its own time, you know? Lily sighed. You've had a ton of kids. You can't understand what this is like. No disrespect, Elizabeth, it's just, you had 6 kids, how can you understand? You're absolutely correct. I did have 6 kids, one right after the other, but not until my husband and I had been married 6 years. I thought I would never get a baby. Ever. And then suddenly they all came, so fast and furious that my arms and mind were full of babies. Elizabeth shook her head as she took in Brock and Lily. There's nothing more glorious than your own children. Unless, of course, it's your own grandchildren. I'll add your wishes to my prayers. Just remember things happen on His time. Elizabeth pulled Lily close again and hugged her tight. There was nothing she could do to fix her daughter-in-law's pain, but she hoped Lily understood that Elizabeth had been there. She'd lived it. And her barrenness had lasted more than just 7 months. She only hoped and prayed that Lily's wouldn't go that long. She wouldn't wish that on anyone. Now let's get out there. I know for sure that Flynn was eyeballing those cannoli earlier. I've had to watch him every second since I put them in the fridge. Elizabeth turned back to the door. Take a minute. I'll see you in there. Everything's going to be fine. She didn't leave until Lily offered a small smile. Being newlyweds was hard. Elizabeth didn't miss those days at all. Her experiences were a little different from her kids, hopefully. She just wanted them all to be happy and healthy and thriving. Wasn't that what everyone wanted? Chapter 7. Samantha. Arriving at the cabin was exactly as it should have been, until they made their way into the bedroom and both froze at the sight of the large king-sized bed strewn with rose petals. Heat flooded Samantha's face and she gulped. I asked for a romantic experience and paid extra. So, she cleared her throat and winced as she tried smiling. Well, I don't like flowers, so I'll take the couch. It looked pretty comfortable anyway. He winked and ducked out of the bedroom suite. Samantha closed her eyes and leaned her head back. Was anything going to go smoothly that weekend? Now Austin probably thought she was having an intimate relationship with Stefan. For some reason, that bothered her more than she liked. Tossing her backpack on the bed, Samantha ignored the petals as they shifted from the air blown by the bag's arrival, and she turned toward the living room. Hey, Austin! She rushed back, desperate to make sure he understood. Austin turned toward her, having removed his heavy coat. The t-shirt he wore hugged the curves of his muscles, and Samantha's mouth went dry. When had he become so masculine? Stefan was like a birthday candle compared to the campfire Austin was. Austin had taken off his cowboy hat, leaving his hair ruffled across his forehead. Yay? Samantha could tell him. She had to. He'd never see her the way she wanted him to if he thought she'd been with someone else. She clenched her teeth and folded her arms. Just so you understand, I've never slept with Stefan. This was... She waved her arms around the cabin and then looked back at Austin. I was planning on it for the first time this weekend, but he started a fight and I'm so glad we didn't go through with this trip. I didn't even like kissing him. Was that the truth? It was. She'd just never really faced it so head-on before. Shadows in Austin's eyes cleared and he smiled. Well, that's good to know. Would he have been your first? A question in Austin's eyes set Samantha back. Then Austin splayed his hands. Since we're on the topic, we've never really talked about this before. Samantha adjusted her shoulders and tilted her chin to the side. Actually, yes, he would have been my first. I've been saving myself. I'm not sure for who. Austin moved around the couch and smiled as he tucked a chunk of hair behind Samantha's ear from only a foot away. She caught her breath at his short proximity and stared up into his eyes. You don't think it's dumb? Nope. I don't think it's dumb at all. We aren't even close to 30 yet, Sam. What's the rush? Austin cocked an eyebrow and glanced past her. Did you see that you have chocolate-covered strawberries? I think I like this romantic package more and more. He grinned and grabbed her hand, dragging her toward the kitchen island with a bouquet of red roses and a tray filled with chocolate-covered strawberries. Various colors of chocolates done in little tuxedo styles on the red fruit really did look like strawberry suits. A bottle of sparkling cider, baguettes, and bruschetta were in a chilled bowl beside the rest. Wow, they took you seriously. Austin moved across the kitchen, putting unwanted distance between him and Samantha. Stepping forward, Samantha opened her mouth to say something, but she wasn't sure what. What could she say? She'd been hoping for... What? A proposal? That wasn't true. She wasn't sure what it was she'd wanted from Stefan. After a minute, she followed Austin more fully into the kitchen and cocked her head to the side. You know, I don't think I knew what exactly I was doing. We'd been together off and on for a year. Maybe it was time for things to move forward? You only knew him for a year. Austin stood in front of the French-doored fridge, looking at her in exasperation. Samantha jerked her chin back at the accusation in his tone. I know, but isn't that long enough? Was it wrong to expect him to propose soon? So you expect a proposal from a guy you've known a year? That's interesting. Austin opened the door, blocking Samantha's view of him. Oh, wow. There are different dinners in here and a tray of shrimp, cocktail sauce, and lemons. I bet there's ice cream, too. He ducked down, checking out the pull-out freezer. Yep, ice cream galore. This is going to be fun. Was it, though? Because Samantha could feel tension between her and Austin, and she couldn't figure out what the cause was. Maybe it was something she'd said. Maybe it was something she was imagining. She couldn't tell. I think they have satellite internet. We could watch some movies if you want. Samantha moved to the sink in the kitchen and ran the water, washing her hands as she stared out the window. And as if by magic, snowflakes began drifting from the dark clouds overhead. It's starting to snow, so we're kind of stuck watching movies. Samantha didn't want to suggest the hot tub, not when that would put her in a vulnerable position with him. Stefan's comment about her weight had her second-guessing herself, even when she knew she didn't care with Austin. Normally, but something had shifted. She couldn't tell what it was, but the unidentifiable thing carried a lot of weight with her, and she wanted him to be impressed by her. The same way she was impressed by him. Sure, let's watch some movies. Austin closed the doors to the fridge and wandered back to the couch, ensconcing himself in the corner with the chaise-style extension. He picked up the remotes and started flipping. What do you feel like watching? Samantha didn't voice what she really wanted. What would he do if she said she wanted to watch him? No, they were there as friends. She couldn't do anything to destroy that. His friendship was the only stable thing she had, and Samantha couldn't blow up the foundation of what kept them so close together. I don't care. Nothing sappy, though. Kaylee made me endure a chick flick weekend a few weeks ago, and I'm over the sugary sweet endings. She scrunched her nose and sat on the end of the couch opposite him. She didn't want to get too close. There was safety in distance. Wasn't that what she wanted for them? To keep their friendship safe? 2 movies, a pint of ice cream, a frozen pizza, and chips and dip later. The sun was gone, and the snow had only picked up with a vengeance. Samantha pointed at the clock. We have to watch The Single Guy, Austin. It just started last week. Have you been watching? Austin grinned, flipping the satellite cable guide to find the show. Yeah, I had a watch party with Jesse. He cleared his throat and glanced quickly at Samantha and then back at the television. It seems like it might be a more dramatic season. Jessie. There she was. The girlfriend Samantha didn't want to talk about. The person slowly usurping Samantha's place in Austin's heart. She wanted nothing to do with Jessie or the topic of Austin having a girlfriend, and yet she couldn't walk away from it. She couldn't pick another topic. For some stupid reason, she literally couldn't help the questions tumbling out of her lips. Do you see her often? Austin shook his head, selecting the channel the show was going to be on. No. I saw her the first date we went out on, but she's in Denver and works as a dental hygienist. She hasn't had a chance to get away until this next week. He shifted on the couch, avoiding Samantha's gaze. Why would he be uncomfortable with her questions? That didn't make sense. Well, you kind of owe me some information, Wilson. You've been seeing her, or rather talking to her, for 6 months, and I haven't heard any details. I should shoot you for that. Half teasing, Samantha turned on the couch to face him. I want details. Let's hear it. What was the first date like? No, wait, how did you meet? Better yet, what was it about this hygienist that had caught Austin's eye? Was she gorgeous? All the questions struggled to come out. Stupid curiosity and jealousy. Wait, was she really jealous? No, she refused to be jealous. He was Samantha's first. Austin shook his head, a slight chuckle rumbling in his chest. His smile didn't leave as he spoke about Jessie. We met, believe it or not, during another job. I was trying to find this guy a match, but he was just hard. I'm not exaggerating. He held up a hand when Samantha started laughing. Okay, for instance, he told me he liked seafood, but not fish. Then, when I sent him and a date out, he threw a fit because there was no halibut there. He even called me, almost crying about it. I explained that halibut is fish. He spent the rest of his date night arguing with me on the phone. Austin scooted up higher in his seat on the couch. So, I ran through the new recruits, and Jessie showed up when I was scanning them. She said she was looking for a possible date, but that she was only interested in long distance with potential. Brock pulled me into a room and said I should go for it. So, I did. He laughed. Brock is the only one who has known about Jessie. It's been weird, but also freeing not to have everyone know about it. Everyone including Samantha? Is that what he meant? She nodded, drawing her knees up to wrap her arms around her lower legs. The effort to keep things simple and friendly between them was astronomical. Samantha longed to crawl to him and ask him to just give her a chance, but she knew better. The commercials ended, and the lead-in music for the show started. Samantha fell silent, unable to focus on the reality show as her mind wandered over the decision to come to the mountains with Austin. The trip to the cabin wasn't their first time away together. They'd been on so many camping, boating, horse trail, and road trips over the years, they looked forward to them at least once a quarter. Why was that time any different? What had shifted? Maybe the fact that Austin had never had a girlfriend before. Or the fact that he'd never said no to Samantha when she'd asked him to go somewhere. Or maybe when she'd started comparing Stefan to him, and she realized that no man she'd ever met had ever been able to stand up against Austin. He was everything she compared her boyfriends to, and they all fell short. All of them. Dang it. Why did Samantha have to think about Austin like that? Shouldn't the fact that she paled in comparison to him have told her something years ago? Okay, but what if she'd figured it out? She could want him, but that didn't mean he wanted her. At that point in time, as she realized what she might want, he was spoken for. His girlfriend was coming to Mistletoe from far away. Plans were already in place. The week before Christmas. There was nothing Samantha could do to change the situation, not without upsetting their carefully balanced friendship. What if she upset him? What if he wasn't interested in her? What if she brought up the topic and it made things weird between them? Which it would. Once you crossed that line, you could never go back. But at the same time, Austin had a girlfriend. If things were even remotely serious, then things were never going to go back to the way they were anyway. What did she have to lose?
Chapter 8. Austin. Austin glanced up as Samantha wandered into the kitchen sometime after 9 the next morning. He smiled and looked down, stirring scrambled eggs cooking in the nonstick pan. He'd laid out sausage, bagels, and fruit while waiting for Samantha to wake up. He refused to rush her to get out of bed since she'd been up most of the night pacing in the bedroom. Something Austin knew she did when she had something on her mind. He'd heard every step, every creak of the floorboards, every time she'd gone to the bathroom. Austin couldn't sleep either. Was she thinking about Stefan? That frustrated Austin. He didn't want her thinking about someone else while she was with Austin. That rankled, ruffling his ego, even though he had promised himself he wouldn't let her get under his skin. They were on 2 different paths. Austin had to accept that. When was he going to be able to accept that? Morning. Samantha yawned. Accepting those 2 different paths was going to be hard when she came out all scrunchy and tired with her hair hanging around her shoulders in waves. Why couldn't she be ugly or frumpy or something completely unappealing first thing in the morning? It didn't seem fair. I'll have breakfast ready in a little bit. You're doing dinner though, so be prepared. Austin scooped the eggs onto 2 plates he'd set out and put the empty pan into the sink to soak. As he handed a full plate to her and carried his to the table on the other side of the island, Austin avoided looking directly at her in a fuzzy sweater, which hugged her curves, and the soft jeans she wore that hugged even more. What's the plan today? I think I'm movied out for a little bit. I need to get some exercise in so I can eat more like last night. Taking a seat at the table, Austin laughed and took a bite of sausage. Samantha groaned softly, sniffing her eggs appreciatively. This smells amazing. She rubbed her makeup-free eyes and then sighed. I was thinking a hike would be fun, but if it's still snowing? A hike was exactly what they needed. The cool air would bring some clear-headed thinking Austin desperately needed. Looking over his shoulder toward the window, Austin half shrugged. It looks like it stopped. I'm not afraid of a little snow. Are you? I didn't bring my snow boots. Samantha twisted her naturally beautiful lips to the side in frustration. I bet they have something here we could use. I always keep a pair in my truck, but this place is outfitted like a woman lives here, or has lived here. I bet there's something somewhere. If not, we can figure out something to do here. Austin smiled reassuringly. Samantha nodded and ate her food with a little more enthusiasm. After they finished eating, Samantha cleaned up the kitchen where Austin cooked while he looked around the closets in the bedroom. He ignored the bed where Samantha had slept and shoved bins around in the large walk-in storage area. There in the back was a blue hard plastic bin labeled snow gear. Dragging the box out, Austin dug through the gear, happy to find full snowsuits for adults, men and women, with gloves, boots, and coveralls. I found some gear in here, Sam. Why don't we get dressed and head out? Austin grabbed the bigger sets of the menswear and carried it to the front room. He pulled it on, while Samantha did the same with a woman's set. In no time, Sam joined Austin outside the front door on the covered wraparound deck that offered splendid views of the surrounding mountainsides. The cabin sat on the side of a mountain with trails and roads leading all around the curves of the rugged mountainside. A larger craggy peak loomed to the east of the cabin's position, blocking out early rays of the sun, but not the morning light altogether. Overnight, only 4 inches of snow had fallen, leaving the sky blue and cloudless. For the time being, Montana winters were both cranky and moody, leaving one never knowing just what to expect any given moment. Let's go this way. It looks like it won't be as steep. Samantha stepped around Austin, pulling the beanie she'd borrowed down over her forehead and ears, leaving her long hair to trail from beneath the lower hem. Pink, huh? I didn't expect that one. I was thinking the dark blue. Austin followed behind Sam, smirking at her choice of the neon pink suit. She hated pink. Samantha shook her head, leaving footprints for Austin to follow as she hiked ahead of him. The blue must have been for a tall Barbie doll. There was no room for my rear and I couldn't get the waist zipped even if I could get it over my hips. Maybe Stefan was right. Samantha breathed the last sentence, but her words trailed behind her to Austin, who blinked in confusion. Wait, what? Austin reached out, grabbing Samantha's elbow and pulling her to a stop beneath the overhang of green fir trees at the start of a trail leading gently down the sloping pathway. Austin cocked his head and studied Samantha as she averted her gaze from his face. Sam, I'm serious. What did Stefan say that would make you think you wouldn't be able to fit into anything? Anger boiled inside him, and he worked to smother it. He had to have misunderstood. It's not a big deal. He told me I was too heavy, and that he would be happier this weekend if I lost some weight. Just a few pounds, but I got mad and said no way. Then you and I went and got calzones. She laughed, but there was something on her face that resembled doubt. Which you didn't finish. Austin furrowed his brow at her. Had that jerk given her an eating complex? Actually, I ate all of it back at the office, and then some. She cleared her throat, reaching up to brush her hair out of her face and behind her shoulder. It's not a big deal. I just didn't realize my weight was actually a problem. She smiled tightly at Austin and shook her head. Don't worry about it. It's not your issue to deal with. Austin took a deep breath and ducked his head enough to be on level with her. Hey, this isn't an issue. You're perfect. Anyone who says otherwise is in need of a good old Montana beating. He pulled back and studied her, and then scanned the forest behind her. Is that a waterfall? A loud rushing beckoned, and Austin led the way toward the overlook about 200 yards further down the path. Did you know this was here? He stared at the falls in amazement. Samantha followed him, careful to follow in the big footsteps he'd left behind. She stopped half a foot from him, staring at the falls with wonder. Austin had never seen anything like that in the wilds near Mistletoe. Where the town was in a valley filled with plains and forest, the nearest creek that led to the river was on level land, nowhere near a fall. Small trees clung to the crevices in the rocks as the waters tumbled down from a height about 100 feet above their heads. The water fell another 100 feet below them, crashing into a pool surrounded by snow-covered boulders, which funneled into another river thundering away from the mountainside. The snow and rocks gave the scenery a black and white sensation, with little bursts of green from the evergreen trees and blasts of sapphire from the blue skies overhead. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Samantha called out to be heard over the noise of the water. It wasn't necessary, though. Austin could hear her just fine. He nodded. The romance locked in the moment wasn't fair. Why couldn't he be there with someone who wouldn't waste it? Why were all of his romantic exploits and unforgettable memories with Samantha? As if reading his mind, Samantha spoke from beside him, her voice quiet, but easily heard. Do you ever wonder what we would have been like together? Romantically. Like a stallion had kicked him in the gut, Austin inhaled sharply. Did she know what she was asking? Did she have any idea just what Pandora's box she was opening? That's all he'd ever wondered. His entire life with her. What if they had more? What if they had what they were meant to have? Love, each other, and no one else. He couldn't speak, as if her very question had rendered him completely speechless. Sadness enveloped him, and he didn't look at her as he continued staring at the waterfall. What would he say? He couldn't lie to her, but at the same time, he couldn't tell her the truth. Her question was more than likely rhetorical. She wouldn't ask him. If it wasn't, she'd never wondered before. Why would she start now? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. That was inappropriate. Samantha shook her head, waving her hand in the air as she stepped to the side, off the path. She cried out and fell half into the snow that reached up to her waist. Before he could think over his actions, Austin reached down and pulled her from the bank. Where he pulled her from, he left a hole that showed a bush hanging over nothing but the waterfall. She'd been saved by the branches of the bush. And that was it. Austin pulled Samantha into his arms as he realized he almost lost her over the ravine. He picked her up into a cradle hold and strode back to the cabin, unwilling to put her down in case she stepped off the path again. What if she'd gone through that bush? She would have been down on the rocks, and Austin would have lost her for good. His mouth dried up, and he couldn't work his tongue enough to moisten his mouth. They got to the cabin before he could fully formulate an answer. At least he calmed down enough from almost losing her over the edge of the cliff that he could at least try to think thoroughly. Carefully depositing a silent Samantha on the couch, Austin shook his head and pulled off his boots. He took a deep breath and knelt in front of her, studying her face as he spoke solemnly. "Are you okay? You almost went—" He couldn't finish his statement. There was too much at stake, and he couldn't believe he'd almost lost her. Was that how he was going to feel when he had to leave on Sunday to give her up for Jesse? Was he going to be able to do it? "I'm fine, just a little shaken. My feet— I'm not hurt. I just—" Samantha blinked, shaking her head. She leaned her head back and stared at the log cabin ceiling above her. She took a shaky breath in and let it out on a whoosh. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that was there. How could you? We were stupid. We never should have gone out without being on a well-traveled path in this snow." Disgusted with himself, Austin stood and moved to take a position beside the front door. He slid the coveralls from his body, grabbing the hanger he'd set beside the door. After taking care of his borrowed outfit, he turned to Samantha. She'd asked a question that set him on edge. He hadn't answered. Was she waiting for his answer? Was she waiting to know what he thought? Or had she already forgotten that she'd asked? How much had she really wanted to know at the time she'd asked? What if she asked again because she really wanted to know? Austin had no idea how he was supposed to answer her question. He silently repeated in his mind, "Please, don't ask again. Please, don't ask again." He held out his hand, but didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say, and he hated it. He never had problems with Samantha. But now, it seemed like that's all he had were problems around how to act around her, or what to say. She leaned forward, stretching her arms up, and Austin helped her peel the snowsuit off. He found a hanger and did the same with hers that he did with the one he borrowed. He made some hot chocolate and carried it to a still-stunned Samantha on the couch. "Are you okay? I'm serious. Don't try to be tough, Sam. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm just shaken, you know?" Samantha leaned up, taking the mug with gratitude. "Thank you. I guess we're stuck watching more TV. Sorry, you're going to wish you hadn't come with me." She smiled weakly, her eyes going sad when Austin didn't argue or deny her statement. He wasn't convinced that going with her to the cabin had been the smartest thing he could have done. He had no reception on his phone, thus no way to call Brock for advice or Jesse to reset his mindset. They drank their cocoa in silence. Austin couldn't get his mind off that question. What was Samantha thinking about? He stood and took her now empty mug and returned wordlessly to the kitchen. Glancing outside the window, Austin watched new flakes drift lazily from the sky. They were going to get stuck there, and he wasn't sure that was going to be a good thing. What if she pressed him for that answer? What if she pressed him for more?
Chapter 9. Samantha. Another sleepless night left Samantha cranky and unsure about what it was she wanted from Austin. The lack of sleep, and the fact that they literally hadn't talked about anything important the rest of the day on Friday, left Samantha just wanting to go home. They had eaten lunch and dinner in a general state of awkwardness and sat on the couch watching movies with a new kind of tension Samantha had never imagined having with Austin. The opportunity to be uncomfortable with him had never been there. Well, now it was. Samantha wasn't sure what she'd done or how to undo it, but she'd never wished so hard for time travel to take her back and make things the way they were. If she was really honest with herself, she'd admit that the point where everything shifted was when she'd broached the subject about them. She'd asked. He hadn't answered. Maybe he hadn't answered because Samantha had almost fallen off the side of a cliff into a waterfall. When Austin had scooped her into his arms and carried her back to the cabin, she could envision what it would be like to be loved by him. That vision hadn't left her alone. She didn't ask the question again, but she wanted to. Desperately. Late Friday night, Lying in the large bed alone and staring at the ceiling through the darkness, Samantha faced the truth. She wanted to ask him again. She wanted to know if he had ever thought about them together. Because she had. But every time she'd considered it, she'd shoved it from her mind. Everything came back to protecting what they had. Everything came down to not losing the one thing she loved most in the world, her friendship with Austin. But what if they could be more? What if the very essence of them being friends could be a great foundation for romance between them? And what happened when things ended? Which they always did. Like a splash of water, that thought kept her from dreaming of more. She couldn't ask him now. He was probably sleeping. He always seemed to be able to sleep, no matter where they were. As if her thoughts woke him, the sound of someone moving in the living room made her sit up with a jolt. Her hair fell over her face, and she pushed it back with her wrist. The bathroom door opened and closed. Another moment later, it opened again. He was up. She didn't have to wait until morning. She could ask him again. Things were already bad. Why not get the answers she wanted and needed so they could get back to the way they were, or better? Rather than stop and take a second to think things through, Samantha climbed from bed and pulled on a pair of sweatpants and socks to go with the t-shirt she wore. She didn't let herself think about any of it as she twisted her hair into a ponytail and left the room. She didn't even bother being quiet. She kind of wanted him to know she was coming. Then she wouldn't surprise him with her questions. He wouldn't be able to say he was still trying to wake up. The windows were black, as if someone had painted the glass on the outside. If there was no moonlight, then there would be clouds. Since there was only one small nightlight on the other side of the cabin, Samantha had to walk a little more cautiously than she normally would have. What if he didn't feel anything for her? What if Samantha was just embarrassing herself? He had a girlfriend. He had someone else. Austin had someone else. He wasn't thinking of Samantha like that. At least not then. But she only wanted to know if he'd ever thought about them like that. It didn't have to be right now. She just wanted to know how much she'd actually been oblivious to, and maybe a little bit to see just how possible it was for them then. Because she was thinking about it. She was considering them together more and more. The more time she had to think about it, the more she wanted a shot. She wasn't stopping herself from thoughts about him, and that was causing the uncontrollable need to be with him. She should stop. She should stop thinking like that before she ruined everything for good. Samantha paused by the table, taking a deep breath. She needed to stop thinking about them like there was a future for them romantically. There wasn't. He was with Jessie, some girl who had caught his eye and who was coming to visit next week. Samantha closed her eyes and bit her bottom lip, irritated at the stinging behind her eyelids. She was going to lose Austin because she'd never tried before. No, talking to Austin that late wasn't smart. She needed to get back to bed before he realized she was there. Blinking at the sudden tears in her eyes, Samantha pivoted on her socked foot. Before she could take one step back to her room, Austin's soft voice broke through the silence. "Samantha? What are you doing up?" He didn't sound like he was lost in sleep or even like she'd interrupted him. Slowly, Samantha turned back. She pulled her shoulders back and gritted her teeth. Well, she was already out there. Might as well finish what she started. Shoving her doubt and insecurities behind her, Samantha reminded herself that this was Austin, the man she compared all others to even before he was a man. But that didn't stop the tears from flowing as she crept to the end of the couch and perched on the cushions he wasn't sprawled out on. The nightlight only gave enough light to cast deep shadows. Making out Austin's features was next to impossible in the darkness. Samantha sniffed, pulling her knees up. She didn't say anything yet. More than likely her words would be distorted because of her crying, and she didn't want him to know about her tears. If she couldn't see him, then he couldn't see her. Austin shifted, pulling himself to a sitting position. He reached over and turned on the lamp on the small side table by the couch. He blinked as he turned back to her and the froze. "What's going on? Why are you crying?" His tousled hair fell across his forehead, giving him a more youthful appearance, and Samantha longed to have the right to brush it from his skin. She hastily wiped the tears from her cheeks and took a deep breath. "Are you thinking about the ex?" Austin pulled the edge of his blankets up to his chest and studied her without expression. Startled, Samantha blinked at Austin. "What?" "No." She hadn't thought of that guy at all unless Austin brought him up. The only people she could think about was Austin and his girlfriend, like she was obsessed, which she was slowly becoming. She took a second and continued staring at him, cognizant of the fact that there was no easygoing way between them. His expression was still shuttered, and she couldn't get past the tension. More tears threatened, and she looked up as she tried blinking them away. After a second, she dropped her gaze back to him and asked through choked-up tears, "Was it really that bad of a question?" Neither of them needed her to define the question. It sat between them like a porcupine, pointy, weird, and out of character. Frustration twisted Austin's features. He tilted his head to the side. "Why now? Are you asking because you're rebounding off Stefan? Because you're bored? I don't understand why you're so upset. It was just a question." Samantha gritted her teeth at the lie. It wasn't just a question. It was a question that put their relationship into a completely different angle, one she doubted it could pull out of. Austin leaned forward. "I've been here, in front of you, my whole life. I've never had a girlfriend or anyone but you, and now I tell you about Jesse and you suddenly want to know if I've ever thought about us?" His chest rose and fell as he stared at her. Heat from the enclosed fireplace beat on Samantha's side. He'd kept the fire stoked, even after she'd gone to bed. He took care of her. She'd never really appreciated it before. She hadn't seen a lot of things before, because she really was selfish. Her worst trait slapped her across the face, and she dropped her gaze to her lap. Her selfishness was going to cost her in ways she'd never imagined. Samantha cleared her throat and lifted her gaze. "For the record, this isn't because of Stefan or Jesse or anyone else. Callie asked me a question earlier this week, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I thought I would ask you. I wasn't trying to upset you, you know?" She hadn't been. But what had she expected? That they'd ride off into the sunset simply because she'd asked? Austin scoffed, nodding his head tightly. "Right. So you didn't even come up with this on your own. Someone else had to put the thought of us being something more than friends into your head. It wouldn't have happened otherwise." His jaw tensed, and he continued. "You've never been interested. This is obviously confusing for both of us. Jesse loves me. You're just wondering about things. I'm not going to even entertain your question anymore." He leaned back, resting his head on the top of the overstuffed couch cushion. Love. Jesse loved him. That slugged Samantha in the stomach, and she squared her shoulders as she lifted her chin. "Do you love her?" She couldn't help it. She couldn't. The silence stretched out, filled only with the soft tick-tick of the elk and forest wooden analog clock hanging above the door. Samantha's chest hurt. She just wanted to know if he loved his girlfriend. If Austin loved Jesse, Samantha would leave him alone. She'd figure out a way to make everything right between them, and she'd back off. She wasn't even sure what she would back off from, but she'd fix it. She would. She owed Austin that much. "Honestly, I don't know. I've only ever loved you." Austin's soft reply seemed to close the distance between them as he held Samantha's gaze with his own. Licking her lips, Samantha didn't look away as she partially shook her head. "But I mean more than friends." "Me too." His gaze wouldn't let her go. He meant he loved her as more than friends? What exactly did he mean by that? Samantha needed more clarification. She couldn't leave things like they were, but she was suddenly filled with fear. He loved her? He'd only ever loved her? Samantha had never loved any of the guys she'd dated. She'd merely followed through with the relationship with Stefan because nothing else had come up, and she knew she wanted a family at some point. Her breath hitched again, and she arched an eyebrow in confusion. Then why have the girlfriend? Why not tell me? All the questions struggled to break free, but Samantha only let out what she hoped were the two most important. Samantha, I couldn't wait forever. You never saw me that way. You'd been with Stefan longer than any other guy. I needed to move on too, you know? He knit his eyebrows together as he studied her. Samantha huffed in response, blinking rapidly at the rejection swirling deep inside her. The pain was exactly why she'd never pursued anything, the reason she'd never let herself focus on anything but friendship with Austin. It's just, this isn't fair. Austin's soft chuckle rankled Samantha like ruffling feathers the opposite direction. You'll be over it in no time. You'll move on and then nothing will have changed. How do you know that? You can't be sure. Samantha furrowed her brow, pressing her lips together as she stared at him. How do I know? I've been doing it for almost 20 years, ever since I was 5 and we met at the rodeo before kindergarten. I've been pushing my feelings down. I've forced myself to move on. Every chance I've ever had to kiss you, to hold you, to dream of something more with you, I've held back because you weren't in the same space mentally and emotionally that I was. Trust me. You can do it. Austin's verbal challenge and revelation struck Samantha mute. She stood folding her arms at her waist and rocking back and forth on the balls of her feet. I think I need to get to bed. This is a lot to take in. What she needed to do was get home, see if she could return to some semblance of normal so she could process the things Austin told her. He chuckled and slid further down on the couch, punching the edges of the thick white pillow before resting his head on it. Yeah, you go ahead and run back to bed. This is how things are with you. You get scared, so you run. I'm tired anyway. He pulled the blankets up over his shoulders and closed his eyes, settling his face to the side as if he'd already decided to go to sleep. Samantha didn't reply as she stepped around the couch, moved to the end and snapped off the lamp beside him and turned toward the bedroom. Walking back didn't take as long as it had to get out to the living room. The fact alone that she was in a hurry to get out of there was enough to spur on her escape. In the room, she stopped at the window after shutting the door. Reaching to the side, she flicked on the outside light and stared into the night. Snow. A storm was hitting, and thick flakes came down with a steady consistency as they chased each other to the ground. She couldn't see past the small circle of light the outside sconce gave off. Samantha didn't need to see further as she went over the things Austin had said. He'd loved her since they were kids? All that time? He'd never said anything or did anything that suggested he wanted more. He'd accused her of being scared and running, but at least she'd gone out there and tried to assess the situation. At least she hadn't just suffered in silence. All that time he'd waited and never said anything, until he'd given up. Why would he give up now? Samantha shook her head, angry with him, angry with herself. Jessie loved him, and Austin was the type to stick to his decisions when he made them. If he decided he loved Jessie, then that would be that. His loyalty knew no bounds, and he'd stick to his decision, if he chose Jessie. Samantha's chest constricted. She didn't want him to pick Jessie, but she also didn't know what exactly she was offering him. She didn't know if she wanted forever. She didn't know if she was just curious about him and her, or if there was something more there. She couldn't know for sure, and that was what held her back. How could she know for sure? They'd never even kissed. She glanced back at the door, pulling her lower lip between her teeth and staring in the direction she'd just come from. She and Austin had never kissed. What if they did? Would she know then what it was she had a feeling her heart was telling her? Not even telling her softly, but more like screaming at her. She'd always loved Austin. She'd just never allowed it to go further than the most platonic of loves. He was right. She was scared. She was terrified that no matter what happened, she was going to lose him. And when it all came back to that, she had to admit, she was already fast on her way to losing the most important person in her life. The dark seemed to embolden her as she flicked off the light outside her window and turned back to the door. She'd never be able to consider kissing Austin in the bold light of day, but she could see herself sneaking a kiss in the late night. She could see just how compatible they were before she pushed him for more. Yes, she could use that as her excuse. How could he object? She was kissing him. He wasn't cheating if she kissed him first. Samantha ignored the twinge of guilt tingling along her nerves. She shouldn't do it. She was letting her selfish side get the better of her judgment as she chose to ignore the fact that Austin was with someone else. He had no way to talk to his girlfriend up there at the cabin. Not to mention, Samantha couldn't think of anyone who would want to have that conversation with their significant other. She kissed me, but I didn't kiss her back. Was that what Samantha thought was going to happen? What if he didn't kiss her back? Did she really want him to? If he did, then he'd have to come clean with that to Jessie. Samantha didn't want to hurt him, but if he didn't kiss her back, then Samantha would know what pure heartache felt like. She took a deep breath and refused to think about what she should do versus what she wanted to do. Neither option was related to the other in the least, and that was exactly why she chose not to investigate either side further. Because her chance to kiss Austin was about to expire. There wouldn't be another opportunity again. She couldn't pass that up. She wouldn't. Would she?
Chapter 10. Austin. Clasping his hands together, Austin shoved them behind his head and listened as Samantha disappeared back into the bedroom. The nightlight did little to dispel the surrealism of the moment. Had she seriously pushed the question? She'd caught him off guard with her tears, where his instinct was to do whatever he could to make her feel better. But his anger rose up, quelling his desire to fix everything for her. She couldn't mess with his heart. It wasn't right. She knew he was with someone else. Their life wasn't a movie where the couple realized they were meant to be together at the last minute. They were talking about real life, and people would get hurt. People being Jessie and, then of course, Austin when Samantha decided she didn't really feel the way she was thinking. He took a shaky breath in. She would move on. She always moved on with the other guys. But that wasn't fair. His heart wanted to yell at him. All of those other guys were the wrong ones. Austin still believed he was the right one for her, but he couldn't do that to Jessie. She deserved more. Plus, Samantha wasn't even sure what it was she wanted. She was just exploring a thought that Kaylee had brought up. Nothing Austin had done had brought about the change of thought. That irked him more than anything. She needed someone else to point out the possibilities. She couldn't just see the chance with him without someone else telling her. That infuriated Austin. He clenched his jaw and stared up at the log cabin eaves. He swallowed. She'd been right there and had no idea how long he'd loved her. She hadn't even replied when he'd told her it was all his life. She hadn't said anything at his huge revelation. Maybe for her, it wasn't a huge revelation. Maybe she'd known. Didn't that mean something? She wasn't ready for them to be something more. He knew that. But what was he doing? Dating Jessie until Samantha was ready? That was wrong on so many levels, and Austin wasn't going to play that game. Not anymore. He'd already convinced himself Samantha wasn't going to be interested in him. He had to continue with the plan to move forward. He'd have to slowly push Samantha to the side, since Jessie deserved more than being a number 2 priority. He had to have faith that Samantha would be fine. He had to remember that. She wasn't really interested in him. He could keep that in mind. He could. She didn't want him, not like he wanted her. Austin inhaled deeply, letting the crackling of the fire and the whistling of the wind outside soothe the tension from his muscles. Nothing had changed. She was just being Samantha. She changed her mind all the time. She hadn't even done anything that suggested she was really interested in anything romantic with him. She'd merely asked a question. He was the one who had jumped to conclusions and told her he'd always loved her. He snapped his eyes open. Great. He'd been the one to take things further than they needed to be. He'd pursued the line of questioning, as if she'd meant it more than just a hypothetical. He'd let it be a source of tension between them, and then she'd come out wondering what she'd done wrong. Where was his horse when he needed her? He shook his head, rubbing his eyes and taking another breath. What in the world had he done? While he debated between waking her up and clarifying what he'd meant, or just going back to sleep and explaining things in the morning, the bedroom door opened again. Austin froze. What exactly was she doing now? If she were smart, she'd packed her things and was coming out to demand to go home. Austin was acting out of character, and he couldn't believe he hadn't realized it at the time. He'd read more into her question. She wasn't interested in him. She just wanted to know what he thought. She padded softly through the kitchen and dining area, and then rounded the couch to stand in front of him. Austin didn't move. He wasn't sure what to do. He wanted to apologize, but he also wanted to know what it was she was out there for. Austin watched her silhouette move closer to the edge of the couch where he lay, and then suddenly, she knelt on the floor beside him. Every muscle in his body tensed. He could hear her soft breath and smell the lavender in her hair. She was too close for comfort in an intimately dark cabin. Things were not set up for an innocent encounter. Austin swallowed, breaking the silence. Did you forget something? His words were probably rude and short, but he didn't know how to tell her to go back to her room. He had a girlfriend, she knew that. What exactly did she want now? Her words came at the same time her fingers touched the lower angle of his jaw. I just wanted to see what it would be like, just one time. Before Austin knew what was happening, she lowered her lips to his and moved her mouth in a kiss that left his mind reeling. She kissed him, and he couldn't move. He'd wanted to be kissed by Samantha for so long, he wasn't sure it was really happening. She held his face in place as she gently scratched the stubble on his cheek. He reached up, cradling her head in his hands, twining his fingers through her hair and angling her to the side. He deepened the kiss, reveling in the most right feeling he'd ever experienced. They matched, and she was exactly what he'd always wanted. Then he remembered. Jessie. He didn't have to love Jessie to have integrity. He wasn't even sure how he felt about Jessie. But no matter what, kissing Samantha wasn't fair to anyone when he wasn't in the position to do anything about it. He dragged his mouth from Samantha's, turning his face to the side and gritting his teeth. He closed his eyes, so he couldn't see her expression. This isn't fair to Jessie. I'm with her. But Austin! Samantha's breathless voice tore through him. He shook his head, reached out and grabbed her upper arms and set her back off the couch. No, this isn't fair to Jessie. Or you. Samantha took a deep breath and then exhaled on a sigh. She scooted back, but only far enough to see him more clearly. She was still within reach, if she wanted to touch him. Or he her. You're right. I deserved that. Austin pushed himself up to a sitting position again. The emotional roller coaster that night was more drama than he wanted with anyone, let alone Samantha. He ran his hands through his hair and dropped his hands to his lap. Look, I can't be one of your toys. I won't be. What? That's not what this is. Samantha spluttered at the suggestion, moving away another foot to sit on the couch beside him. It wasn't in the spot she'd left from earlier, but it wasn't right by him either. Tilting his head to the side, Austin considered her as his eyes adjusted to the dim lighting. Isn't it? I'm with someone. You're on one of your breaks with Stefan. That's exactly what this is. You don't like the fact that I rejected going with you on the gondola. You got me up here and now you're testing to see, what? Just how faithful I am to my girlfriend. He shook his head, disappointed in himself. You know what? This worked. I should have known better than to come up here. I thought it would be fine, because never in our entire friendship have you ever looked at me as more than a friend. You've certainly never kissed me. And now, you're scared you're going to lose me. So yeah, that's exactly what this is. Normally, Austin would never talk like that to Samantha, but maybe he was buoyed up by the darkness, or the fact that she'd just kissed him, or maybe because there was no way off that mountain except with him. Either way, he wasn't pulling back the reins. She had started this, Austin was going to finish it. Samantha's breathing grew more labored, and then she blurted out, "And don't I have a reason to be scared? You're the marrying type, Austin. You're going to propose to her. Bring her to Mistletoe. You'll take her to all of our places. Destroy all of our memories. You're going to move on and leave me behind because that's what she's going to demand." "She has that right, Samantha." Austin spoke softly. What didn't Samantha understand about that? Samantha stood, obviously crying again as she moved around the opposite end of the couch. She spun toward him, her voice breaking on 2 syllables. "I never chose any guy who made me choose between you or them. There was never a choice. You're always in my life. You're my choice. I don't want anything unless you're with me. I don't want to lose you, and that's what will happen, Austin. It will." She wrapped her arms around her waist, shut off to anything he might say. But Austin tried anyway. "I'll always be here for you. I promise. But I am going to have to choose at some point, and that choice is most likely not going to be you. Just like you're going to have to decide on someone who isn't me." Complete sadness crashed in around Austin, and he dropped his gaze to his hands in his lap. Had it really come down to that? Choosing someone else when his entire life he'd always been certain he was choosing her? Samantha cleared her throat. "Got it. I'm trying to choose you, right now, so I don't have to choose anyone else later. That's all I want. Us against the world. You and me. But I get it. You're right. At some point, we have to grow up." She stood there another 10 seconds, and then her voice broke the silence again. "I want to go home." Austin wanted to as well. He didn't want to wait until Sunday. He just wanted to get out of there. He threw the blankets back and walked to the slider door and looked out. The snow was coming down too hard, and it was too late at night. He shook his head. "We're going to need to wait until morning when the plows have gone through. I don't know this part of the mountains well, and I don't want to risk running off the roads." Since he was up already, he grabbed wood from the wood box and turned back to the fire, glancing where Samantha had stood. She wasn't there anymore. She'd disappeared when his back was turned. And that was exactly what he was worried about happening, if they got together. He wouldn't be able to handle it. Loving her without reciprocation was one thing. Loving her and being loved back and then losing it was something else completely. He wanted to survive their relationship. If he let Samantha mess with him, Austin would feel nothing but bitterness for the years they'd spent together as friends. He didn't want that. He climbed back into his makeshift bed, determined not to think about the forbidden kiss. It had been everything he'd ever dreamed it would be, and yet he couldn't stop thinking about it. What would Jessie say? Great. He had to tell her. He didn't believe in lying or keeping secrets, even though his actions proved otherwise. He hadn't been forthcoming with Jessie, that his best friend he'd gone off into the woods with was a woman. How would he feel if Jessie did that? As he thought about it, he realized he wasn't extremely jealous about it. Actually, didn't feel even a little perturbed at the thought. Maybe he just needed a chance to grow more of a bond with Jessie. They hadn't even kissed yet. And until that night, he hadn't kissed Samantha. Austin suddenly hoped a kiss with Jessie would be stronger than what he'd had with Samantha. He needed something to snap him out of the mental game she'd opened for him. If only Jessie could get Samantha out of his head and heart, then they would all be better off. He had to believe that. He just had to hold out until the next day, and they could get out of there. He could go back home and get ready for Jessie's visit. Austin forced himself to think about the things Jessie had mentioned having planned. Most of them were things he wasn't interested in doing at all, but that's not what was important. He could do what she wanted. But as he drifted off to sleep, his thoughts turned of their own accord toward the kiss he'd just shared with Samantha. Try as he might, he couldn't get it out of his head, and in the dark of the night, he could admit to the silence that he didn't want to. Things were shifting for Austin and Samantha, and he had no control over which way and how much. They were on a roller coaster toward heartbreak, and no matter what happened, someone was going to end up hurt. Brock. The bed was shaking with a random rhythm that didn't make sense. He blinked at the clock a couple feet from his face as he woke up lying on his side in the middle of the night. Okay, so it was more like 3 a.m. That wasn't a big deal. Almost morning. Wait, what had woken him up? Shaking. There it was again, and Lily cried out in her sleep. Brock flipped to his other side to face his wife. She thrashed her arms and whimpered, kicking her legs and striking him in the shin. Wincing, Brock studied Lily. She was in the middle of a nightmare. He could try to wake her up, and it would either fix it or make it worse. She whimpered again. This time the sound ended on a pain-filled groan. No. Brock reached out, pulling her into his arms. He brushed her sweaty brow, sweeping the hair sticking to her skin from her face. Lily, shh. I'm here. You're okay. I'm here. He wasn't sure what she was dreaming about, but whatever it was, he had to hope and pray she'd wake up sooner rather than later. Lily, wake up. It's Brock, honey. Her chaotic movements stilled, and she took a deep breath, slowly opening her moisture-brightened eyes and blinking at him. Brock? Her whisper broke and she turned into his arms, her body racked with sobs. What happened, Lily? What's wrong? She was awake. Why was she crying? He didn't understand what was going on. They'd been laughing, and fine before bed. She'd even fallen asleep with her hand in his. What could have possibly happened in the short hours since? It was awful. She continued crying, albeit softer than before. Her breathing hitched, and she pulled back, glancing up at him in the dim darkness. We had a baby. She paused, and Brock smiled reassuringly. But that's a good thing. Was the nightmare about that? She met his gaze, staring into his eyes with a frantic desperation Brock could feel in his soul. We had our baby and I went to get him from the nursery and he was gone. Someone had taken him. I couldn't find him. No one would answer me. No one would even look at me. I was outside and everyone passed me, but no one looked at me. I couldn't find him. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, and Brock's protective instincts kicked in. He pulled Lily as close to him as he could and rocked her gently. He shushed her, his lips pressed against her hair before he turned his face and rested his cheek on her head. I promise. No matter what, Lil, no one will ever take your baby from you when you have it. The promise was even more solemn than the one he'd made her on their wedding day. And he'd given her his entire life that day. But what he wasn't saying, and what the constriction in his throat was keeping him from saying, was that if something happened to her, or their future children, it would destroy him. So, protecting them was as selfish as one could get since they were his everything. If he lost them, he lost his reason to live. He felt that way about unborn children. What would he feel like once he held them in his arms? And as Lily fell asleep in Brock's embrace, comforted by his words, Brock had to finally accept the fact that he might not tell Lily he wanted children yet. He would continue acting like he wasn't worried if they ended up pregnant or not. He knew the disappointment in his heart every time she told him they weren't wasn't something he wanted to add to her burden. He had to swallow the bitterness of defeat as she turned from him every time to cry childless tears. Brock wasn't sure what he was supposed to do, but if his wife wanted children, then he was going to do everything in his power to make it happen. Even if it meant finding out if something was wrong with him. His pride was nothing, had no value. If Lily wasn't happy, he needed her happy. His sanity demanded it.
Chapter 11. Samantha. The weekend with Stefan was supposed to be one of moving forward in their relationship, maybe getting closer together. That flew out the window with his comments and breaking up. Fine. The weekend with Austin was supposed to be less stress, restful, all about spending time with her best friend and figuring out what she was supposed to do with the fact that he was dating someone serious now. Instead, she'd gotten little sleep, less relaxation, and more tension than she thought possible as she tossed and turned alone in her bed. She was stuck there in that cabin with Austin until he decided to leave, and he wasn't going anywhere in the snow. Why not? He couldn't be having any fun there with her. She certainly wasn't. And that kiss. What in the bucking bronco was that? Her mouth still tingled. He'd been able to break away from her, and she'd barely been able to think straight. It wasn't fair. None of it. Instead of tossing any more, Samantha turned her face and stared at the softly glowing green analog alarm clock on the nightstand to the side of the bed. She watched as the second hand did a turn, then the minute hand. One careful tick at a time. Tick, tick, tick. The whir of the refrigerator carried through the door, and she sighed. At least she wasn't alone. Even though she felt alone, she knew Austin was out there. He hadn't left. Suddenly, the whirring stopped. The lights to the clock turned off, and the entire house fell silent. She hadn't realized how many things were making noises until the power went out. Maybe what she needed to do was get her things together and take his truck. Austin wouldn't even know she was gone. He was that not disturbed by her. Samantha ignored her frustrated tears and finally fell asleep. Maybe she'd wake up and everything would have changed. Maybe it would all be a bad dream. An ensuite bathroom gave Samantha the freedom to take a shower the next morning and pack all of her things without even needing to leave the bedroom. With the lights and hot water working, the power must have come back on sometime the night before. Samantha would take it. She was done with the cabin, with her vacation, with Austin, with all of it. She wasn't even sure why she hadn't made him take her home the night before. Maybe she was hoping they'd have a different perspective that following morning. But nope, she didn't feel any differently. She was still hurt and upset that he hadn't chosen her. Fine. She could survive that. It wasn't a big deal. How was she going to convince him that they needed to go back to the way things were? Relaxed, easy, no worries. She couldn't unhear that he'd loved her always, though. She couldn't untaste his mouth or unfeel his hands in her hair. She couldn't unlove him either. She was stuck. But she was going to lose him. There was no doubt about it. Why delay the inevitable? The sooner they got home, the sooner they could go on with their lives without the drama of longing and whatever else was between them. He had someone. She didn't need to encroach on that. Peering out the bedroom window, Samantha studied the landscape. Mounds of snow covered any brush or trees. The walkway past the deck had an additional 2 feet, but how much had actually fallen? Samantha rechecked her bag to make sure she hadn't left anything behind, but also to stall going out of the bedroom, then opened the door. The kitchen was dark, untouched. She wouldn't admit that left her feeling a little deflated. She hadn't expected Austin to make her anything to eat, but she'd hoped he would, like an apology or something. Anything that would help fix the hollowness in her chest. To be fair, she hadn't done anything either. Maybe there was nothing to be done for them. She glanced toward the living room section of the cabin and winced. Austin had already taken care of the bedding and other things. His bag was gone. Had he left her there? Panicked, she rushed to the front door and swung open the panel, sighing in relief when she realized the truck idled in the drive and Austin was shoveling the walkway. He didn't even glance up when she opened the door, just continued shoveling. Austin had never been mad at Samantha like that. The silent treatment was novel, and Samantha wasn't sure how to react. She turned and shot one more look around the interior of the cabin. She wasn't in the mood to make anything to eat or even grab something. She really just wanted to get out of there and get back to reality. The fun weekend had turned into a nightmare she just wanted to escape. Was it any surprise she shut the door behind her and walked stiffly to the truck cab? She opened the door and swung her bag in where her feet would rest and climbed inside, clicking her seatbelt into place. She stared out the windshield, matching Austin's mannerisms to a T. If he could be a brat, so could she. Except she could probably do it better. The scraping of the shovel on the pavement grated on Samantha's nerves. She shut her eyes. Just get in the truck, Austin, so we can go. Please. I just want to get out of here. The engine rocked the large truck in a hypnotic way, and Samantha might have been able to go to sleep if she wasn't so stressed out about Austin. Another few minutes passed and Austin climbed into the truck. He tossed his work gloves on the dash and pulled on his seatbelt. He didn't say anything. But then again, neither did Samantha. Last night, he'd claimed they wouldn't be able to get out. Was he sure they could get out that day? Judging by the way he ripped the transmission into reverse and backed the truck up, he wasn't taking no for an answer. Samantha reached out, gripping the bar above her head as Austin shifted into drive, already in four-wheel, and tore off down the snow-covered drive. He spun the wheel, following the path of the road as it curved around the mountainside. He didn't say a word, and neither did Samantha. She couldn't. She had pride too. Even if Austin didn't think she did, she did. She had integrity too. More frustration with the man she'd called her best friend for so long tightened her throat. She swallowed around a lump she just couldn't seem to get rid of. No. She wasn't going to be a crier. She wasn't going to cry over anyone anymore. Maybe he'd break up with Jessie for other reasons. Then he wouldn't be mad at Samantha. Because if Samantha tried to break them up, he'd resent her, and Samantha didn't want that. She didn't want anything that was happening right then, though, either. She couldn't stop it. Like they were in the middle of an avalanche she couldn't get away from. Not without apologizing for asking a question she didn't regret asking. Austin hit the first turn, going a little too fast. The big tires on the rig locked up and the truck skidded to the side, almost into the ditch closest to the mountainside. Samantha held her breath, grateful they hadn't gone the other way, which would have dropped them down into the valley, past trees, rocks, and other smaller waterfalls. Austin didn't make a sound as he righted the truck and slowed down, moving more cautiously down the slick roadway. Not a word was spoken between the two. After a couple miles without incident, Samantha relaxed her hold on the bar overhead and dropped her hand into her lap. She stared out her window at the multiple layers of white as far as the eye could see. Different shadows enhanced the textures of the white scenery, but there was no doubt the snow was there to stay. Clouds overhead promised more as they blotted out the blue sky and the sun struggling to get through. Mile after mile passed, and not a word, not a sound. Austin usually left the music to Samantha when they drove. This time, though, Samantha ignored the sound system, opting instead to stare sullenly out the window. She even had her legs angled toward her door. She didn't want to be in there with Austin, not with the tension between them. She felt physically ill and didn't want to add more stress to the situation. The miles passed, slowly and painfully. Samantha folded her arms tightly across her chest and held her breath when they passed the Welcome to Mistletoe sign. Finally. She was almost home. They'd gone all that way without a word between them. Nothing. She hadn't even pulled out her phone to check what texts, calls, or emails she'd missed while she'd been out of reception range. Austin drove the truck in the most direct route to her place, pulling up to her walkway and coming to a stop. He didn't even put the truck in park. Samantha lifted her chin and opened the door. She turned back, unwilling to leave things as they were, but also not sure how to change things. She licked her lips and held up her hand. Let's just forget it. Everything. Just forget it and go back to the way things were. Please. Desperation added a husky rasp to her voice that she neither cared about nor overly noticed beyond the fact that at least she didn't sound like she was crying. Austin hung his head, his cowboy hat tilting with him and slightly bumping the upper curve of the steering wheel. He shook his head and turned bloodshot eyes her way, regret heavy in the lines around his mouth and eyes. Samantha, you know that's not possible. Please, Austin, we can do it. We can do anything we put our minds to. Let's just forget everything that happened. Samantha forced a smile and tried to joke with him. We can just call this trip the time I almost died. She laughed, but it sounded more fake than a red-painted zebra. Austin sighed and shook his head again, his eyes sad. It doesn't work that way, Samantha. Samantha. Not even Sam. Samantha swallowed. offering a smile that was neither happy nor sad. Things were never going to be the way they used to be. They couldn't. Everything she'd ever hoped she could avoid all those years by just keeping him in the friend zone had come up and slammed her full in the face. She nodded. I know. She slid from the truck and glanced back at Austin one last time, memorizing the lines of his face, the curl to the hair just barely visible beneath the lines of his hat, and the way his large hands gripped the wheel. She cleared her throat. Thank you, Austin. For everything. She shut the door and didn't look back as the truck roared off down her road. Hopefully he knew her gratitude wasn't limited to that weekend or even the last year. No, her thank you tried to encapsulate every moment over the last 20-plus years they'd known each other. All of the times he'd helped her, laughed with her, cried with her. All of the dreams they'd shared, losses they'd mourned, and opportunities they'd chased. Everything between them had meant more than she could ever say, and a simple thank you was all she had to offer. She slowly walked back to her house, letting herself in the front door and turning off the alarm. The house was, as expected, empty. Her whole life was empty. She dropped her bag on the counter and pulled her phone from the front pocket. She only had missed text messages from Kaylee. No one else. Because the one person who normally messaged her and called was with her on her weekend from hell. And they weren't going to be talking anytime soon, especially since he was going to be busy with his girlfriend. Samantha swiped her phone screen and called Kaylee. She didn't even want to text, she just wanted to talk, and since Kaylee usually had Saturdays and Sundays off, Samantha knew it should be okay to call. The phone rang, and Kaylee answered with a definite layer of confusion in her tone. Sam, what are you doing back from your weekend already? You did say Sunday, right? Yeah, it was supposed to be Sunday, but... Samantha walked into her living room and flopped onto the couch, dangling her leg off the edge of the cushion. What did you do? Kaylee's curiosity was smothered beneath a tone of disbelief. Samantha closed her eyes and shoved a pillow digging into her back out from under her. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. It wasn't just me, though. She was still in shock at how the weekend had ended. Oh, my word. What did you do? Kaylee's exasperation was clear. You didn't tell him, did you? No, I asked him. You know what he told me? He's always loved me. And not just as a friend. I feel like I'm in the worst junior high drama. We aren't talking now. I asked him if we could just forget it. Go back to the way things were before I asked, and he said... Samantha sniffed, opening her eyes and staring at the sloping ceiling. He probably said there's no going back from that. I can't believe you did that. Kaylee sighed. Do you need to have a girls' night? She didn't judge. She just offered to be there for Samantha. Thanks. I think I'm going to pass tonight. Maybe we can hang out this next week. I'm going to need something to distract me since his girlfriend will be here. I need to go. I just got home. Call you later? Samantha just wanted to get off the phone. The fast shift from wanting to talk to not was dizzying. Samantha didn't want to think, and yet, what could she do to get Austin out of her head and heart? Kaylee hanging up with Samantha, Kaylee frowned as she looked at the phone and set it to the side. She went back to the spreadsheet she'd been poring over for the last few hours. If she was going to make an attempt to buy the stables, then she would have to adequately prove she could pay the bills. She'd been managing the stables and their books for a few years now, and she always turned a profit for the owner. Her family had been doing so for years. Kaylee couldn't remember a time when the Stanfords weren't involved with the stables. All she wanted to do was approach Mr. Gibbons with an offer, but only if she could get the funding she needed. And if property prices didn't balloon out of control like land prices were doing in Taylor Falls and Kalispell, she just might be able to get her dream property. Apparently, everyone wanted to move to Clearwater County with the political unrest in other states. Kaylee could use that to her advantage if she could just get ownership and not have to send almost all the money the stables made to the owner. The owner didn't even care what happened to the stables. She'd overheard him saying that over and over again when they were on meetings, and he thought he was muted. She had no misgivings about what her job was. She was simply supposed to keep the books in the black so he could sell the business when the time was right. She wanted to offer to buy it before he went to market. Thankfully, her closest friend was a realtor. Samantha knew to keep her eye out for anything that had to do with the northern side of Mistletoe. Kaylee could count on her to keep her updated. She needed the land. She just had a hard time explaining how much. The stables could be sold as just the stables, or even as part of a parcel that held the abandoned town of Whistle Stop. Kaylee would prefer the latter, but she'd take the former. If she could just come up with $20,000, then Kaylee should be able to qualify for a loan for the current market price. She'd been researching what land like that was going for in that part of the county. She tapped the tip of her pencil on the paper and laughed, leaning back in her seat. 20,000 might as well be 20 million for all the access she had to coming up with it. Money didn't grow on trees for her. Not like Samantha or the Wilsons or even the Deans. Kali knew what real need was. She'd been on her own for years, even before she'd been of legal age. When her parents had died in a car accident, common with the winters out there, she'd been the only one in her home until it had gone into foreclosure. She'd stayed with Samantha while she'd figured out what she was supposed to do next. Getting the stable job where her parents had worked their whole lives had helped a lot, especially when she was able to get the managing job a year out of high school and she turned the upstairs loft into her living quarters. Not something Mr. Gibbons knew anything about. She felt bad for Samantha while she was trying to make her own dreams a reality. At least she wasn't wrapped up in a guy for her happiness. All she wanted were her horses and the chance to make something of herself. That's what she wanted. A shot at the dream. Maybe a guy would fall into place. Maybe not. One way or the other, though, she couldn't wait around for Mr. Right to land in her lap. She had a stable to run and a boss to hopefully buy the stables from. She just had to have faith in herself. If anyone could do it, she could. Studying the spreadsheet, Kaylee furrowed her brow. How in the world was she going to come up with $20,000? It was almost Christmas. She looked over her already tight budget. If she scrimped and saved for the next 6 months, she might be able to do it. But she'd have to sell some things as well. She glanced out the window at her father's red Chevy and shook her head. She'd sell her blood before she'd give up that truck. She couldn't do it. She added selling her plasma to the list of things she could do to make money. Anything was possible. Anything. All she had to do was be willing to sacrifice everything. She could do it. What more could she lose? Chapter 12. Taylor. Making dinner wasn't something Taylor usually minded. That day, though, nothing sounded remotely good to eat, and she didn't feel like preparing anything either. Mama. Isaac toddled into the kitchen, holding on to everything he could. He grabbed small objects like a wooden spoon he'd played with earlier and then shoving edges of that spoon in his mouth. His dark hair looked so much like his father's with his curious eyes and mischievous smile. Hey, honey, come here. Taylor squatted down until Isaac carefully made his way to her and she scooped him into her arms. She turned back to the fridge with a furrowed brow. What do you feel like eating? Mommy isn't hungry. But that wasn't true. She was hungry. She just didn't want anything they had. Of course, she knew what was wrong. She just didn't want to say it out loud. She didn't want to be deliriously happy while her sister and best friend was so miserable. Hot hog. Isaac's suggestion actually wasn't a bad one. Taylor didn't want to eat it, but she could make it fairly fast and let him play with it in his high chair while she tried to figure out what she felt like eating. Tay, you in here? Roman came around the corner of the kitchen, scanning the area for his wife. Taylor turned, sighing when she saw him. Yeah, I'm right here. Roman stopped and studied her, scanning her from head to toe. He cocked his head to the side and then reached up, removing his cowboy hat and setting it on the island counter. You look like something is wrong. What's wrong? What's going on? He reached out, taking Isaac from Taylor's arms and tucking him into the high chair not too far from them. He handed the little boy a set of metal measuring spoons on a small ring. Isaac took the spoons and hit them over and over on the plastic table part of his chair. Roman turned back to Taylor, unable to stop from smiling. "Okay, talk to me. Tell me what's wrong." Taylor hadn't thought it was possible to be happier than she was with Roman. When they'd had Isaac, she couldn't believe she could love another person as much as she loved her son. Every time she didn't think she could do something, it turned out to be exactly what she needed. "I don't want any of this for dinner." Their overstocked pantry and refrigerator held all kinds of foods and makings for amazing dishes, and Taylor knew how to cook. Roman stared at Taylor with a perplexed expression on his face. He glanced from inside the open fridge door back to Taylor. After a minute, he blinked as if trying to clear the confusion. "Is this a riddle or something? Do you want me to order pizza? I don't get it." "No, pizza doesn't sound good." Taylor sighed, shutting the fridge door and moving to sit on a chair near Isaac, who hadn't stopped playing with the measuring spoons. "Honey, I want to fix this, but I don't know what to do if you don't tell me what's wrong." Roman took a seat near her, his knee bumping hers as he leaned forward and rested his elbow on the tabletop. "Talk to me. Tell me what's going on." Was it wrong to want to be happy about having another baby? It felt disloyal, and Taylor didn't want to feel that way. She blinked back tears and shook her head before speaking. "I'm worried." Roman sat upright. He glanced around as if the cause of her concern was in the kitchen. "Of what? I'll shoot it. Where?" "I'm pregnant." Taylor bit her lip, studying Roman with a little bit of consternation at sharing the news. They hadn't talked about having another child so soon. She wasn't more than 8 weeks along, and she wasn't sure how to tell him. But with Lily's anxiety over not being able to have any babies yet, Taylor wasn't sure it was fair to even be a little happy about her news. Roman stared at her, his mouth going from shock to surprise to happy in the space of a few seconds. His eyes wide, Roman reached out, grabbing at Taylor's hands in his. "A baby? We're having another one?" He stood, releasing her hands and grabbing his hat from the table. He turned back, set the hat back down, and shook his head. "I don't know why I did that." Taylor laughed, but it was quickly subsided. She shook her head and pressed her fingers to her forehead. "I'm sorry. I'm not sure how to feel." "Wait, aren't you excited? Don't you want another baby?" Roman's happiness dimmed as he stared at his wife. Taylor reached out to take his hand and reassure him. How did she explain the conflicting emotions rushing through her? "I'm so happy about this. Our little family is getting bigger. It's so amazing." She bit her lower lip and looked down. She didn't know how to tell him or even how to talk about it. It doesn't feel fair." Roman glanced at Isaac and then back at Taylor. "Is this about Lily?" Choked up again, Taylor nodded tightly, swallowing past a lump in her throat. "It doesn't feel fair because she wants a baby so bad and I get pregnant without really thinking about it." Roman nodded, not letting her hand go as he looked down at her small fingers in his large ones. "You know, Lily and Brock have their own trials they have to go through. Ours are different from theirs. We're able to have children easily, but maybe we have issues with something else that Brock and Lily have no problems with. We don't know. I don't know why these things happen. I do know that having a baby is a joyous occasion and should be celebrated. You're not a bad person for being excited to be a mom to another one of these guys." Roman jerked his thumb over his shoulder at Isaac and grinned. "Promise." Taylor giggled through her tears and shook her head. "I know. I just wish Lily was pregnant too." "Yeah, I know. I do too. Brock would make a great father. I have no doubt it will happen for them. They're on a different timeline than we are, though. You and I have a lot of time to make up for." Roman wiggled his eyebrows suggestively at his wife, making her giggle and shake her head. Taylor nodded, not entirely convinced it was okay for her to be excited and celebratory. but more than happy to do so when she was looking forward to having another baby as much as she was. Okay, you and I can celebrate it, but I don't want to tell anyone else for a while. At least not while Lily and Brock are so raw. She shook her head and scrunched her nose. I would just feel better waiting. I understand. Deal. Hey, if you don't want any of this food we have, what do you feel like? Anything. We can go out and celebrate. I still think you should have let me hire a cook. You don't need to make dinner for all of us when you have babies and a bed and breakfast to run. Roman bounced his leg up and down with jittery excitement. Taylor loved his enthusiasm. She smiled and shrugged, peeking at him through her lashes. Well, I don't want to be weird, but... Come on, you can tell me. What do you feel like? Anything. I'll make sure it happens. He was already planning on having to fly her halfway around the world to get her escargot, if she wanted, Taylor could tell. Barbecue ribs and potato salad sound amazing right now. Taylor folded her arms and then leaned forward, whispering, From Corny's. Roman's eyes widened and he smiled just as big. Corny's it is. I love that place. Grab your coat, I'll grab Isaac. Let's go. He didn't hesitate. Of course, he wouldn't mind the hour drive to get to the popular southern barbecue joint where the floor was cleaner than the tables. Taylor knew without asking Roman what he was thinking to make him hurry. The last pregnancy, Taylor hadn't wanted anything to do with meat. This time, she wanted meat? If she stuck with those cravings, Roman would be in heaven. He ate whatever she ate. If she wanted bacon for every meal, he'd suffer through it. When Taylor was pregnant with Isaac, Roman had stuck out having ratatouille constantly. He hadn't liked the vegetarian dish, but he'd eaten it when Taylor did. This time around, though, Taylor wasn't going to let him martyr himself for her. She hadn't realized how much he didn't understand about her cravings. When she was craving something, it was because she wanted it, not because it was the only thing she could have. When he was eating something he didn't like, he wasn't getting the experience Taylor was. He was just suffering through it. Instead, she wanted him to have the things he craved. She'd have to make sure and push for that this time. This time. Was she really going to be so blessed as to have multiple pregnancies? She hoped so. She just also hoped Lily was going to be blessed with them as well. When Roman stood by the door, waiting for Taylor to get her coat on while he held a now coat-wearing Isaac, he said, You know you're going to start showing soon. You don't want Lily to think you're keeping stuff from her. She nodded and followed him out into the garage to climb into their truck. Yeah, I know. I just want to buy a little more time. I don't need to make Lily feel worse, you know? He nodded. Yeah, I understand. And he probably did. Brock was his brother. He was as affected by all of this as Taylor was. She leaned across the seat when Roman climbed into his seat and strapped Isaac into the car seat set up between them, and she kissed him on the lips. Thanks for understanding. I do understand. I'm just also very excited to be a dad to a new baby. This is one great adventure to be on, you know? He started the truck and pressed the button on the garage door opener. Taylor returned to her seat, reaching out and taking Isaac's hand in hers. She wasn't sure what her future held, but another baby was one thing she could look forward to with anticipation. She hoped and prayed Lily got the opportunity to do the same. Brock, sitting at his desk in the office. Brock sipped the tea in his cup. Lily was on some evil kick to get him to quit coffee. She'd read somewhere caffeine could cause fertility issues in men. She wasn't drinking it either, just in case the same was true for women. Herbal tea was all he got. At least there were different flavors. His favorite for the time being was peppermint, probably because of the season. She'd said no coffee, but she hadn't said anything about honey or sugar. He dumped more sweetener in his tea than water. Stirring his newest cup, Brock glared at the computer screen. He wasn't in charge of the contest that season, but Levi had asked him to step up and go over the numbers. From the looks of things, the competition was getting in more meaningful dates and more time with the bachelor they were trying to match up than the Wilson candidate. Levi couldn't figure out why his date ideas weren't working. Not that he was around in Mistletoe that often. Between Levi and Colt, the Wilsons were spread thin around the content. Taking one look at the list, Brock knew what the problem was. Levi's date ideas had to do with extravagance, but Bobby Lee, the man they were trying to find a match for, had multiple spots in his profile where he stated he liked simple things. Even his picture was simple. If Levi was putting the couple into overdone situations, neither of them would be comfortable. That wasn't what anyone wanted. Brock typed up some notes with some suggestions on simple date ideas that would focus more on the couple spending time together rather than money, glitz, and glam. He pushed submit to complete the file and then shut down his computer. He didn't love matchmaking anymore. Not like he used to. He just wanted to be with Lily all the time. And lately, with how upset she was because of the baby issue, she seemed more clingy and needy. Not that Brock didn't like it. A Lily who needed him was vastly preferable to a Lily who wanted nothing to do with him. He tucked some stray pencils and pens into the top drawer of his office desk and glanced over the workspace. He was getting to the point where he didn't need to come to the office to do the things he took on as projects. Working with Lily seemed to be the more important task he could focus on, and doing that from the Wilson offices was next to impossible. She worked a lot out at the bed and breakfast with Taylor. Brock left his office, stopping in the kitchen to dump out the last of his tea and rinse his cup before putting it into the dishwasher. Roman passed the doorway to the kitchen and paused, jerking his chin at his brother. "Hey, how's it going?" Brock joined his brother at the doorway, standing in the hallway as he waited to get out of the office. "It's going. Hey, can I talk to you a second?" Roman glanced around, like maybe he didn't want to be overheard. Curious, Brock nodded and motioned toward his office. "Sure, let's go to my office. It's closer." He gently ribbed Roman, who groaned. "Okay, here we go." He laughed and followed Brock into his recently abandoned office. Roman closed the door behind them and took a seat across from Brock's. Something was really bothering Roman. Brock took his seat, donning a more solemn attitude, minus any teasing. "What's going on? You okay?" Roman crossed his ankle over his knee and pinched the bridge of his nose. After a second, he dropped his foot back to the ground and shook his head. "No, I'm not." "Okay. Well, what's going on?" Brock asked again, certain he'd eventually get an answer from Roman about what the problem was. "Is Isaac okay? Taylor? I can't help if you don't tell me what the problem is." Roman gently laughed and nodded. "You know, I said that same thing to Taylor last night when she started crying." "Why was Taylor crying?" Brock folded his arms and stared at his brother. Taylor wasn't exactly an emotional woman. The fact that she was crying wasn't a good sign. "The thing is..." Roman heaved a sigh and shook his head. "Ugh, I promised I wouldn't say anything, but I need to get this figured out. Listen, Taylor is pregnant again." Brock's eyes widened and he grinned, leaning across the desk with an outstretched hand that Roman took grudgingly and shook. "That is awesome, Roman. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you." He furrowed his brow. "Is that why she was crying?" The hormones alone would explain the emotional upheaval. "You seem less than ecstatic. Are you worried you're going to be stuck eating tofu again?" Roman huffed and shook his head. "No, we went for ribs last night and she put away a rack and a half. By herself. I've never seen anything like it. If anything, I'm worried there won't be enough food for me to eat." He laughed and then folded his arms. "No, Taylor is upset because of Lily's predicament. She doesn't want to tell anyone because she doesn't want to hurt Lily's feelings or make things harder for her sister." Roman cleared his throat as Brock finally understood what the problem was. Lily would be upset. Or at least, Taylor was worried she would be upset. Brock nodded as he sat back in his chair and stared at a spot above Roman's hat. "I don't know how Lily will react to that news. No, I know her feelings will be hurt if she hears it from anyone other than Taylor. So I'm out, and so are you. We don't tell her. You promised Taylor you wouldn't tell anyone, which means you and I need to keep our mouths shut about me knowing." He sighed and shook his head. "At the same time, I think Lily would be excited for Taylor, and then there's the other thing where she might not be. She might be too wrapped up in her own sadness that she's not able to be happy for anyone else. I don't know. I've never seen Lily act like this. She's completely wrapped up in getting pregnant. I just don't know what it's going to do to us. She just wants a family, man. It's nothing you're doing. She doesn't blame you. She's just ready for more. That's a good thing. When Taylor was upset last night and she told me, I thought for sure she was upset because she didn't want more babies. But instead, she's just worried about Lily." Roman shook his head, crossing his ankle again over his knee and then clasping his fingers together. "I don't know how to help either of them. That's why I thought I'd ask you what you thought." Brock shook his head. "I'm worthless in this instance, Roman. I honestly think Lily will be more upset that Taylor isn't telling her than anything else." He shrugged. "But it wouldn't be the first time I was wrong, you know." Roman raised his eyebrows. "That's what my life has become, so I get it. Okay, thanks. Keep this between us for now. I'll figure out my next steps and let you know. I don't want to keep anything a secret, but I also don't need a war at the house." Brock laughed. "I couldn't agree more." Both men knew they weren't fighting with their wives. They were fighting to make sure their women were happy and taken care of. They were trying to work together to make sure all of the Wilson women were happy. A force of brothers working together couldn't be a bad thing. They just had to figure out how to be successful.
Chapter 13. Lynn. Never one to miss out on an opportunity to have fun, Flynn waved at a group of friends entering the old watering hole as he rode by on his horse. Jezebel liked daily rides, and Flynn rarely stuck to the family property. Nah, he was more interested in getting out and seeing people, even in the snowy chill of December. He wouldn't stop his ride to leave Jezebel outside, just so he could go in the pool hall to hang out with his friends. And they wouldn't expect him to. Sometimes, at least in Montana, horses were more important than social standing. Snowflakes drifted from the heavy clouds overhead, and Flynn pulled the collar higher up on his jacket. Normally, he wore his duster, but he'd opted for a snowsuit-style gear during the winter. Flynn had stopped wearing a duster when the seasons had changed, but maybe he should have kept the heavy leather protective gear out for days like that one. Wheeling Jezebel back the way he came, Flynn pulled his buzzing phone from his inner pocket. Swiping the screen was next to impossible with his gloved hands. He glanced around and used his chin to swipe up. Rolling his eyes at his antics, Flynn pressed the phone to his ear, nudging his cowboy hat a little higher and to the left. "Gibbons, how's it going, my friend?" Will Gibbons grew up with Flynn, but he'd moved away after the last of his family had died. He owned Whistle Stop, the abandoned town north of Mistletoe, as well as the stables and land between the Dean and Wilson properties. "Flynn, you never cease to amaze me. Do you know what I just read in the Montana Gazette?" Will's jovial tone was full of laughter. He didn't wait for Flynn to reply. "I just read that you paid for a group of kids at the high school to fly over to France to see the Louvre. According to the report, you put them up in the penthouse at the Hotel Le Royal Monceau, and they stayed there for 8 days, and then you flew them home. Is that correct, or was it horribly misreported?" Flynn chuckled. "Nah, it was horribly misreported. They only stayed 3 days. There was no penthouse involved, and the Louvre was only part of it. A lot of them had no idea why the Eiffel Tower was called a wonder. I had to show them why." Flynn shrugged, laughing at his friend. Jezebel picked up the pace at his gentle tugging on the reins. "It's not a big deal. Certainly not a big enough deal for you to call." Flynn and Will were friends, but not the type to chat on the phone for hours, especially in the middle of a business day. "Actually, you're right. It's not why I called, but I did have to bring it up. Classy, kid. Classy." Will paused after his praise, and then continued. "Look, I'm not ready to announce this yet, but I'm looking at selling the property within the next 9 months to a year. I haven't decided exactly yet. I'm kind of watching the way the market is playing out. If everything goes the way I want, I'll be able to list next November. Okay, that's unexpected, but understandable. Are you going to list as a business or parcel? Flynn ducked his head, making sure the brim of his hat protected his face, and the call from the wind which was picking up strength. He tapped Jezebel's right flank, and she picked up a little more speed without resistance. She was probably anxious to get back to her warm stable and a handful of oats and apples. I'm not sure. The stables get a pretty good return, and with Kaylee working there, I know things are just going to continue to get better. I know I can get a higher rate if I sell it commercially zoned, but that brings in a whole slew of tax problems and other zoning requirements I'm not sure I feel like dealing with. If I sell the town as just land without the commercial zoning, then I don't have to pay that specific town's taxable fees. And let's be honest, they weren't exactly brilliant about business in the 70s. Will laughed. Look, enough about that. I need you to go check some of the property lines. I can't get a hold of the deans, and since I kind of burned Carrie, I'm not sure it's wise for me to call and ask for this favor anyway. Can you just grab a realtor and check out the lines so we have a record that it was done properly? I'll email you the identifiers. I'll get it surveyed in the spring, but I really just want to get this ball rolling before the new year so I can include this in next year's projections instead of waiting until next. Flynn grinned at the mention of the spunky, baking sister-in-law Will had some issues with when they were younger. Yeah, absolutely. Anything to protect a fellow cowboy from the castration she'd have in mind for you. Will groaned. She's still that mad about it? Full out laughing, Flynn shook his head, hissing at the chilly wind and snow that made its way down the collar of his coat. You have no idea. Your name came up at the end of Brock's wedding last year, and she could have set the place on fire. She was so mad. She said she had to go bake something just to cool off. Interesting. She's still baking. That's good to know. Will almost muttered, as if he was talking more to himself than Flynn. Hey, I need to get going. We have a snowstorm starting up again, and I'm about 2 miles out from my place. Email me the instructions, and I'll get on it this next week. Flynn felt like he was yelling to be heard over the wind. Sounds good, brother. Will disconnected the call, having used their friendly endearment for each other. They used to call each other their brothers from another mother, but when Will's mom passed, it hadn't seemed as funny anymore. Flynn tucked his phone back in his pocket and took the reins more fully in his fists. Come on, girl. Let's get you out of this cold. He'd had no idea they were expecting a storm when he'd left. The clear blue skies had been deceptive. That was no excuse, though. Flynn had lived in Clearwater County his entire life. He knew better than to trust the weather at any given moment. Even meteorologists knew better than to claim their forecasts were set in stone. Jezebel's footsteps were muffled by the snow beneath her feet and the thick snow falling all around them. As soon as Flynn got home, and after taking care of his horse, he was going to go inside and give Samantha Fleming a call. As Austin's best friend and a realtor, she was the perfect person to get on board with what he needed. Plus, she knew how to keep a secret. That was going to be paramount with what they had to do. David, Carrie, when was the last time you made me your favorite cinnamon rolls? For some reason, I feel like those are missing in my life. David glanced around the kitchen where his oldest middle daughter stood, and he folded his arms teasingly. Oh, wait, I know why I feel that way. Because I don't have any. He winked and approached her in her multicolored apron, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. I heard you in here a little bit ago. What's going in the oven now? He could smell something heavenly, but he couldn't pinpoint what the familiar scent was. I'm making snickerdoodles. Taylor texted me and requested them. She loves this recipe, so I thought I'd make her a couple batches and give them to her as an early Christmas present. Carrie's long reddish-blonde hair looked most like Taylor's, and they both took after David's absent ex-wife. He nodded, trying to keep his frustration at the very memory of Jennifer's abandonment at bay. When was the last time you spoke to Elizabeth Wilson? That woman has eyes for you. Carrie wiggled her eyebrows at her father and moved toward the oven to pull out a pan of cookies and put another pan in. David jerked his chin back and blinked at her, his arms akimbo. Wait, what? Elizabeth does not have feelings for me other than mutual friendship. David wasn't so proud or egotistical as to think a woman like Elizabeth Wilson would ever be interested in a man like him, especially when she was grieving her dead husband. True, he had died a few years back, but that didn't mean she was ready to replace him. Did it? Oh, Dad, you're so sweet to say that, but you're a good-looking guy. True, you're a bit older, but that doesn't mean your heart stops longing for love, you know? Even though Carrie teased, there was a lurking sadness in her eyes David attributed to the loss of her mother. He took a deep breath. I know your mom leaving took its toll, Care Bear, but I promise it had nothing to do with you or your sisters. There was nothing I could do either. Carrie nodded, her back to him. Her shoulders were straight even as she braced her arms on the counter and hung her head. After a minute, she turned to face him, her expression tight and her eyes bright with unshed tears. David hated the tears of his daughters, hated them. There was nothing as bad as his girls feeling pain. It isn't that she left, Dad. It's why I think she left. Carrie sniffed, pressing her lips together, and then exhaling on a whoosh. She leaned back, resting the small of her back on the lip of the counter. Why do you think she left? David blinked at the revelation. All that time, and Carrie had never hinted that she knew why Jennifer had left their family. David had taken what his ex-wife had said at face value. She was sick of living in a rural town, sick of competing every year in a business she could do with her hands behind her back and be more successful in a bigger town and money. With Jennifer, everything came back to money and how she wasn't getting enough. David had felt their marriage had died a long time ago, long before she'd even finished having their children. She was disinterested in the things the girls did as they grew up, and she would disappear for days at a time as they were a little older. David never understood her behavior. He never questioned her either, probably because a huge part of him didn't want to know what was going on. He swallowed, folding his own arms as he studied his daughter and waited for a response. Carrie took a deep breath and clasped her hands in front of her waist. To be honest, I think she was having an affair. Her cheeks turned crimson, and she blinked rapidly after the confession, waiting for David's reaction. Deflated at her thoughts, David slowly moved around the counter and sank into the nearest bar-height stool. He rested his head in his hands, with his elbows on the counter. Dad, I'm sorry. I've wanted to tell you all this time, but I wasn't sure how to Carrie moved to stand beside him, her hands fluttering between them. She rested her hand on his shoulder and then pulled it away again. I don't know. She stumbled over what she wanted to say, and David reached out, keeping his head in his other hand. He tried to breathe and speak normally, so his dismay didn't transfer to his daughter and cause more stress for her. No, look, it's not your fault. That's not exactly the kind of news that's easy to tell anyone, let alone your father. He squeezed her fingers and set her hand on the counter, patting the top of her hand as he turned his gaze toward the granite counter. I'm horribly embarrassed. Do you know who it might have been with? How many people knew about the affair? Were they laughing at him behind his back? Did Elizabeth know? Was she laughing at him? I don't think people know, Dad. I caught her leaving to go out with whoever it was. You were away for the weekend. She gulped, and then turned back to the oven, sniffing. David waited until she pulled the pan out and set it down before reaching for her. Come here, Carrie. She went willingly into his arms, resting her head on his shoulder. It's not your fault. I'm glad you didn't tell me until now. I've struggled so much with anger toward your mother. I don't know if I would have been able to get to where I am now if I'd known what she was doing behind my back. Do you understand? It's really important that you realize that this isn't your fault and that you had nothing to do with it. Tell me you understand. It wasn't a question for a reason. David couldn't have his daughters thinking anything that had happened between him and Jennifer had anything to do with them. If she'd loved them more, she could have stayed. But that was on Jennifer, not David, not the girls. He'd known before he married her that she had a wandering eye. but he'd been certain that a family and a home would settle her down. Sometimes, David wondered if Amanda was fathered by someone else. She was the only girl of his with dark, curly hair. But she was still his daughter, still his no matter whose DNA she carried. He loved her regardless, and he'd never mentioned his suspicions to anyone, even Jennifer. But faced with the fact that someone else had known, and that someone else was his daughter, David wasn't sure just how much he wanted to know or face from his past with his wife. He was glad she was gone, but he doubted he could move on. She'd damaged his trust, and many of the girls' trust as well. If David married someone else, it would be a very hard move to make. He wasn't sure he was mentally there, or ever would be. "I'm sorry, Dad. I've wanted to tell you, but I wasn't sure of the timing." Carrie sniffed and pulled away. "And you thought teasing me about Elizabeth Wilson and then dropping that bomb on me was the right time? I'm sure glad your timing is better with the baking, or I'd have to eat burnt cinnamon rolls, and that wouldn't be fun for anyone." David shook his head and laughed. "Who said anything about cinnamon rolls?" Carrie tilted her head to the side as she wrinkled her nose, a teasing light in her eyes. "Well, after destroying me like you did, I think it's only fair you fix me at least a dozen smothered in that cream cheese frosting you make." He held his hands out and grinned wickedly. "It's only fair." Carrie gasped, whacking him on the shoulder with her kitchen towel. "Okay, fine, I'll make some for you, but I think it's only fair that you expect raisins." She narrowed her eyes as she dropped the news she expected to be treated like a punishment. "Oh man. Okay. If I must." But as David turned away, he couldn't help grinning. He loved raisins, but he kept that information to himself. The best way for the girls to think they could punish him was for each of them to have their own methods. Carrie baked. Giving her a way to get revenge while thinking she was fooling him with sweet treats made it easier for them both. David got raisins on his cinnamon rolls, and Carrie thought she had sufficiently punished him. It was a win-win for both of them. Not to mention, any time there were raisins in his cinnamon rolls, David knew to check and see if anything was wrong with Carrie. The tell was important as he struggled to navigate around his daughters as a single dad. Things were definitely easier when the girls were growing up. Heartache didn't feel better, but at least he didn't have to hide it. Much. Chapter 14. Austin. Sunday sucked. Austin didn't even want to go to the Wilson family Sunday dinner. He talked to his mother, claiming to be sick, and stayed in his suite watching rodeo reruns and some old westerns he used to watch with his grandpa. In the offices early on Monday, he opted to lock himself in his office with the "Do Not Disturb" sign pulled down on his door. He wasn't doing anything important, just hiding away from people at his house. Samantha hadn't called him or texted or anything, and sitting at the house with his mom checking on him made him feel like a teenager all over again. No guy wanted that. Since he couldn't get that mentality out of his mind, he couldn't help feeling like maybe now was the time to start moving out. All the boys, except Roman, had moved back to the home ranch when their father had passed away. But since Roman and Brock had moved out after getting married, things were starting to feel like Elizabeth was fine there at home. Plus, she had Flynn and Colt around still. Levi was in and out, but he came back usually in the spring. They were all just trying to figure out what they were supposed to be doing with their lives. Austin had an opportunity to move on with his. He could get married like Brock and Roman to a girl who obviously loved him. She said it all the time, while Austin hadn't really decided yet how he felt about her. He knew they got along. He found her attractive, at least based on the way he'd felt the first and last time they'd spoken in person. Jessie was supposed to be there later that day, closer to dinner. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do with her. She couldn't stay at his house, not that he would have her stay with him, but he also hadn't told his family about her. To spring her on his mother, and then say Jessie was going to be staying with him, wasn't something he wanted to take a chance with since his mom had heart problems not that long ago. What was Austin supposed to do? He hadn't been thinking, and hadn't booked her a reservation anywhere. What was wrong with him? He leaned forward at his desk, typing on the keyboard and wishing he had a few hours to run around on Philomena. Flynn took his horse out in the snow. Why couldn't Austin? He should be able to do that. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. But for some reason, Austin didn't like the idea that his horse might get too cold. He often rode her around the arena, but not for long periods of time. That wasn't an option anyway. He had a meeting with Brock before lunch to talk about what plans they had for getting more clients starting in the new year. Christmas was only 10 days away. He had nothing planned for anyone. Usually he talked with Samantha about the presents he should get people. Some years they even went in on stuff together and gave the gifts from both of them like a couple. Austin wasn't pathetic, but as he looked back over his lovesick actions, he couldn't help feeling like he had to have shown more pride. Maybe she would have seen him as more of a romantic interest if he'd been a bigger jerk to her. Wasn't that the type of guy she dated? Redirecting his attention back to Jesse, Austin checked the availability of the 3 inns and motels there in Mistletoe for vacancy. Nothing. He texted Taylor and asked if she had any vacancies at the bed and breakfast she ran on the edge of town. She replied with no, and that he shouldn't be trying to take up a room during that time of year anyway. How was he supposed to explain that he wasn't? He was just trying to save his mother from a heart attack. He tapped the submit button on the last place in Mistletoe that he could think of, the seediest motel on the south side of town, known as the Root. The place would be a terrific place for a dude ranch or something, but the owner was drunk more than half the time. He ran a pub in the lower part of the establishment. Austin was desperate, though. A knock on his door interrupted Austin's search. He glanced up, forgetting his do not disturb sign, and called out, "Yeah." Levi opened the door and stuck his head through. "Hey, you've got someone here for you. I wouldn't take her in a conference room or anything if I were you. Also, I would definitely put me on her suitors list." Levi winked. Austin glanced at the clock. Whoever it was, Jessie wasn't due for another 5 hours. She was supposed to leave that morning. "Okay, thanks. Can you bring her back here? I'm really not taking new clients right now, though." Maybe she was a referral. Plus, if Levi was interested, then Austin could match them to hold off until after Christmas and then hit matching the client hard after the holidays. Although, to be honest, most people wanted to be matched in time for the holidays, so they had someone to take to the parties and family gatherings. He sat up straight in the office seat and arranged some things on his desk. He didn't need to look like a complete slob for a potential client. The door opened again. This time a brunette walked through with large brown eyes and a thin, curvy swagger. She grinned when she saw Austin. "Austin, I'm here." "Jessie?" The last time he saw her, Jessie had been a little curvier with shoulder-length brown hair and simple makeup. She'd been dressed in a pair of jeans, a logoed t-shirt, and cowboy boots. Nothing fancy. Exactly what he preferred. The woman standing in front of him had lost weight from the woman he'd met. She wore a heavy layer of makeup, and her hair was longer and curled. The tight blouse she wore had sheer panels and a skimpy tank top underneath. Austin wasn't sure if she was wearing leggings or just really tight pants. He half stood from his seat on the opposite side of the desk and blinked, speechless. She lifted her hand and pushed her hair behind her shoulder, gold and silver bangle bracelets tinkling as she moved. "Austin, don't you recognize me?" She turned around, winking as she finished her spin. "I've lost some weight. Don't I look good?" Taken aback by her bold attitude, Austin blinked and then rounded the desk. Her voice sounded the same. She wasn't the same woman, though. "I can't believe you're here. What happened to getting here in about 5 hours?" He needed time to get things ready. She was early, and Austin wasn't a fan of spontaneous. He had things he had to do before she arrived. "I came early to surprise you. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you happy?" She frowned. A small crease above the bridge of her nose was the only sign of a flaw on her heavily made-up face. Austin held out his hands. "No, it's fine. I'm glad you're here. I just wasn't expecting you until later. What a surprise." He smiled, and then awkwardly reached out for a hug. "Hello." Jessie ran her fingers along the lines of his shoulders as she hugged him, as if taking inventory of the muscles he might or might not have. Over her shoulder, Austin caught a glimpse of Levi, Flynn, Roman, and Brock standing together in the kitchen, staring at Austin with their mouths parted in shock. Austin narrowed his eyes and reached out, shutting the door on their prying eyes. Jessie pulled back, glancing at the door, and then turning to face him again. "Anyway, are you free? Can you get off work now? I want to check into my hotel and spend some time together." Jessie bounced forward on the balls of her feet, the heels she wore drastically different from the faded leather of cowboy boots Austin had first met her in. Yeah, let me see if I can reschedule my 11 o'clock. Austin untangled his hand from her clutch and grabbed his jacket and hat from the hook behind his desk. He shut off his computer and pulled the phone from its charging port and tucked it into his rear pocket. He didn't really need his phone, though. The only person who called him or texted him anymore was standing there waiting for him. Judging by the look on her face, she wasn't going to let him out of her sight. A shiver of trepidation slid over Austin. He shook off his nerves as he realized he was just letting his lack of sleep and the tension with Samantha get to him. He didn't have anything to worry about. Jessie was there and she was gorgeous, although he thought she was attractive before the big transformation. He wasn't sure why she'd kept it a secret. They stood at the door, and Austin twisted his lips to the side. "I didn't get you a hotel, Jessie. Everything is booked. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to figure things out on that front." She laughed, laying her overly manicured hand on his forearm. "You're so silly. I booked the bed and breakfast. Santa's Inn? I booked back in September. It's supposed to be a cute little place just west of here. Do you think you can go with me? I requested an early check-in." She arched an eyebrow and tilted her head to the side, showing off her features. "We could have some alone time, too." Alone time. Austin wasn't interested in alone time when he was starting to feel like he had no idea who the woman in front of him was. He'd been talking with the Jessie he'd met 6 months ago. This woman was nothing like he'd pictured. Everything was making sense on why she hadn't wanted to do any video calls, FaceTiming, or even sending pictures that were more current. She'd sent other pictures, but none that looked like she did now. Not that Austin was complaining. She was gorgeous, but Austin was interested in more of a person than the way they looked. "Sure, let me introduce you to my brothers who are here first." He reached around her, noticing the thick perfume coming off her clothing and her hair. The smell was floral, but Austin couldn't pinpoint anything more than that. He opened the door and waited for her to walk ahead of him. She sashayed toward the men still gathered in the kitchen and put her hand on her hip when she came to a stop. "Well, hello, boys. I'm Jessie Warren." Flynn arched an eyebrow and moved closer to Jessie, holding out a hand and drawling. "Well, nice to meet you, darlin'. I'm Flynn, the better-looking of Austin's brothers." Mildly irritated, Austin stepped into place beside Jessie, smiling at his brothers, who seemed more surprised than anything. "This is Jessie. She's come all the way from Denver to visit me for the week. You guys mind your manners. I'll see you at the house later." Roman didn't say anything as he nodded at Jessie and turned his gaze back to his younger brother. Austin ignored Brock's knowing gaze. Flynn, on the other hand, didn't even acknowledge Austin as he stared after Jessie, who wiggled her fingers over her shoulder and strutted ahead of Austin. Austin's phone buzzed, and he pulled the phone out before he could clear the door. A text from Brock surprised him when Brock was feet behind him. "Brock, she's pretty confident in herself. A girl like that can be dangerous." Austin didn't answer. He didn't have to. A girl like that could cause problems. Austin just wasn't sure if Jessie was a girl like that, or if she was pretending to be something she wasn't. Following behind her, Austin tucked his phone back in his rear pocket without answering. She led the way to a mini SUV that looked like it wanted to be a Jeep, but fell short somewhere along the way. Studded snow tires adorned gleaming chrome wheels. A lot of the accessories on the car were chrome. When had Jessie become a flashy woman? "How about you follow me out to the inn, and then you can park your car there and I'll drive you around." Austin didn't want to get into the death trap on wheels. He also needed a few minutes to give Taylor a heads up that one of her guests was someone there because she wanted to see him. "Okay, I can do that." She winked at him as she sank into the driver's seat and shut the door. Austin climbed into his own rig and sighed. Great. Just great. Jessie was nothing like he thought she was. He didn't want to be blown kisses and strutted around. In just a few minutes, Austin felt like she'd been on display to the whole world. Was that why she wanted to go out and do all kinds of things like concerts and restaurants? She wanted to be seen? He started the truck engine and then pulled out of the parking lot, leading the way for Jessie out to Santa's Inn. He forgot to call Taylor, as distracting thoughts bombarded him about what he was facing for the week, as well as the truth about him and Samantha. When was he supposed to talk to Jessie? The conversation he needed to have with her wasn't one to have with a large group of people around, or anyone for that matter. By the time he remembered to call Taylor, they were already pulling up the drive. Lights lined the path, glowing underneath the layers of clean white snow. The inn itself had multiple strings of Christmas lights lining the eaves, the windows, the barn out back, and the gutters of the roof. There was no doubt as one approached that Christmas was celebrated there. Jessie turned her car off and pulled 3 large suitcases from the back seat, as well as a smaller, but still bulky case Austin suspected was for makeup alone. He parked the truck and rushed from the cab to help her pull the luggage toward the front porch. The front door opened, revealing Taylor stepping onto the porch. She cocked her chin to the side and narrowed her eyes at Austin. She looked at him questioningly, as if to say she'd already told him no. Austin spoke up before she could say anything. "This is Jessie Warren. She has a reservation and a request for an early check-in." He carried the 2 heavier bags, while Jessie pulled the 2 remaining pieces with her. She pouted at Austin as she passed by, and he longed to roll his eyes. Now what had he done? She climbed the stairs, and at the top, she set the bags down, walking inside as she left the bags there under the covering. Presumably, she'd left them for Austin to grab. He couldn't help comparing Jessie's luggage needs to those of Samantha's. Samantha had taken a small backpack for 3 nights, while Jessie had packed a houseful for 5 nights. "Right, welcome, Jessie. It's nice to meet you. I made sure and double-checked your list for everything you requested. I understood this was for double occupancy." Taylor widened her eyes and glanced between Austin and Jessie. The questioning in her eyes was legitimate. Austin had never agreed to share a room with Jessie. He looked to Jessie and arched an eyebrow. "Jessie? Are you expecting someone else?" She stepped close to him, running her fingers down his chest as she looked up at him through her mascaraed lashes. "I booked it for double, just in case you changed your mind and wanted to stay with me. I mean, you're a grown man. Don't you want a break from living at your mother's? It can't be fun staying in a small place with so many others. Don't you want to stay with me?" She curved her lips in a welcoming smile, as if she knew she'd get her way. Heat flushing his face, Austin reached up and took her wrists in his hands and slowly pulled her fingers from his chest. He looked down at her shocked expression and shook his head. "I already told you. I'm not like that." He glanced to Taylor and inclined his head. "Jessie, this is my sister-in-law, Taylor. Taylor, this is Jessie." He couldn't bring himself to say girlfriend when he wasn't quite sure he knew who she was. Jessie jerked back, her facial expression embarrassed, but no pink shining through the makeup. "It's nice to meet you, Taylor. I didn't know you worked out here. I own the inn. Sometimes I work out here, and other days I stay home with my son. It's nice to have you." She turned back to the desk and put one of the keys down. "Okay, shall we go and get you settled?" Jessie looked back at Austin, her eyes wide. "Are you coming?" Austin shook his head. "No, that's fine. I'll sit in the living room area. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go up there." He smiled, certain she would understand. She'd agreed with him on multiple accounts when they'd talked that there were some things better left for the honeymoon. It was weird that she seemed to be changing her mind about a lot of things. As soon as Austin got her alone, he was going to find out what was going on. This wasn't the Jessie he'd talked with for the past 6 months, and it certainly wasn't the woman he wanted to introduce to his family. No way would they understand that choice. He knew he didn't. "Okay." Jessie glanced back at him uncertainly as she reached down and grabbed one of the bags he'd brought in. "Can you at least bring the rest of my luggage in?" Austin had no problem doing that, but she'd be in charge of carrying it upstairs. He'd make sure of that. The women he knew had no problem taking care of their own things. At least, when reputation was on the line.
Chapter 15. Samantha Monday. 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 Samantha sat in her office chair and stared up at the ceiling. She hated workdays in general, who didn't? But that specific day was really hard. Monday. Not just any Monday. She couldn't focus because Austin wasn't talking to her and his girlfriend was supposed to be there that day at some point. Samantha didn't even want to leave her house in case she might run into the happy couple. There wasn't any bitterness. Okay, that was a blatant lie. Who was she lying to? Herself? That was ridiculous. Why would she sit there and lie to herself? That didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. Not fighting with Austin. Not the irrational sense of betrayal she felt. Not the fact that she couldn't fix anything. Her entire life was in an upheaval, all because of the way things were with Austin. Why didn't she realize how much he meant to her before? Samantha couldn't remember what time Austin had said Jesse was coming to town, but logic would put her into town sometime that afternoon. She lived in Denver, and it wasn't a short drive to get there. She was probably still driving. That thought made it easier for Samantha to breathe. She didn't want Jesse in town. Not yet. As long as the girl wasn't there, she wasn't taking up all of Austin's thoughts. Yet. But at the same time, she might be. Samantha had no control over anything, and that was definitely going to drive her insane. She needed to do something. Mondays were notoriously slow, and add to that the fact that most people were caught up in the holiday festivities, and everyone was focused on the contest, and Samantha was left with little to nothing to do. Thankfully, right then, her phone rang. She all but leapt for it, grabbing it off the surface of her desk while scooting the chair closer. A local number she didn't have in her contacts list flashed on the screen. Maybe a job. That'd be perfect. She swiped the screen and picked up a pencil and stared down at her desk calendar. Austin had laughingly given her one last year at the Wilsons' New Year's Eve dinner. Samantha had given him a mug that claimed its contents were either coffee or horse urine. Austin hadn't been able to stop laughing with the inside of the mug painted bright yellow. She knew he'd like it when she saw it. Samantha swiped the screen. This is Samantha Fleming. Samantha, hey, this is Flynn Wilson. How's it going? I have something I need to ask of you. Flynn's voice reminded Samantha of Austin, and she blinked at the warm confidence in his tone. Smiling, even though Flynn wasn't in front of her, Samantha ignored the ache in her chest. Flynn, of course, what can I do for you? Well, the truth is, it's more for Will Gibbons. His rumbly voice and the speed at which he spoke was easier to differentiate between him and Austin. She settled into the conversation but straightened at the mention of Gibbons. He was the landowner of Kaylee's stables. If Flynn was reaching out to Samantha on Will's behalf, it would only be something that had to do with property or realty. That's all she did. Was Gibbons thinking about selling? Was this what Samantha was supposed to be telling Kaylee? Okay, what does he need me to do? She pulled a small notepad closer to her on the desk and opened to the first blank page to take notes. Well, he needs you to meet me at the house tomorrow afternoon, and we're going to go out and look at the property lines around Whistle Stop and the stables. If I have you with me, it won't be a big deal to look at the borders of the Dean Ranch. But if I go alone, they'll think I'm snooping for something I shouldn't be. Flynn's laugh wasn't making it a joke. Everyone in town knew the Deans and Wilsons had been in a rivalry for the longest time, and now, just because they were on a soft truce after two of each of the families had gotten married, didn't mean they trusted each other implicitly. Samantha nodded. She couldn't wait to tell Kaylee. She had to figure out a way to get as much information as she could without sounding like she was digging. Is Gibbons going to be selling? That wasn't exactly subtle. Flynn paused. This has to stay between us. He is looking at selling, but not until next fall. He just wants the property lines estimated so he can start looking into some things. He'll get it properly surveyed in the spring. Flynn's tone took on a more solemn aspect. Look, Samantha, I know you're close with Kaylee. Gibbons doesn't want her to know. Not yet. Samantha rubbed her lips together, nodding into the room and then closing her eyes. Got it. I understand. So, one way or the other, she was lying. Either she was lying to Kaylee or she was lying to Flynn. One was ethical and the other came down to loyalty. Either way, she would be lying. Not that Kaylee wouldn't figure something was going on when Flynn and Samantha showed up at the Borders. You were thinking tomorrow afternoon? What time? Was she going to run into Austin at the Wilson place? She wasn't sure how much the family knew, and she didn't want to start anything dramatic, especially when Flynn had called for professional reasons. Let's say 2? I have some things I need to get done in the morning, but 2 should be clear weather-wise as well. We're getting another storm Thursday, supposedly. He laughed. Everyone in Mistletoe knew the meteorologist didn't know anything. Most of the residents of Mistletoe listened more to Old Man Sedgwick as he drowned in his bottle of rum, talking about his knees aching and his shoulders throbbing to predict the weather. I will be there. Samantha doodled on the day in question on the desk calendar. She drew in hearts and spirals. Austin won't be there until later. You probably already knew that. Flynn's statement sounded more like questions that Samantha didn't want to answer. No worries. I'll be there at 2. Thanks, Flynn. I'll see you then. They hung up and Samantha stared at the phone when she put it on the desk. How did she not tell Kaylee what was happening? How did she tell Kaylee when Samantha had promised to keep her mouth shut? But the promise to Flynn in proxy of Will Gibbons was made after Samantha's promise to her best friend. Didn't the previous promise trump any other promise that came after it? But then, that would mean she knowingly lied when she made the other promise, which didn't exactly lend itself to her integrity. What was she supposed to do? She was working herself into a headache. She needed a break. A chocolate milkshake was probably what she needed. She couldn't call Kaylee and ask her advice, not when it had everything to do with her. That was one of those times when she really needed Austin's advice. She couldn't call him, even though she needed to. They'd always sworn to be there for each other, but that was before the weekend they'd just mangled. Nothing was the same. Nothing could be the same ever again. She'd initially asked the question to see what he thought, but his honesty had pushed her question into something else. She should have told him she hadn't wanted anything romantic with him all those years because she didn't want to lose him. Instead, she'd struck out, hurting, and she hadn't taken into consideration that he might have been hurting too. Unfortunately, or maybe it was for the good, she was being forced to think about someone besides herself. How were her decisions going to affect others? She didn't want to hurt people. She certainly didn't want to hurt Austin, and yet she had for longer than she cared to admit. What kind of a person did that make her? Rather than dwell on where that might take her, Samantha picked up her phone to see if she could get some kind of advice from Kaylee about something. Dialing, Samantha spun her chair to the side and stared out the window. There wasn't much of a view, but it was better than the desktop, which is what she'd been staring at for quite some time already that morning. The phone rang. And rang. Getting Kaylee on a Monday would be close to a miracle. Samantha knew this. Yet, she was trying anyway. If Kaylee answered, Samantha could proceed with her questioning. If she didn't, then Samantha would chalk it up to divine intervention and go from there. The phone rang again. And again. After one more ring, Samantha ended the call. She would have to say it was meant to be. For the time being, she would have to go with the professional promise. But she wasn't sure how long she would stick to that or even if she should. Samantha had already lost Austin. She refused to lose Kaylee, too. Taylor showing Jessie to her room seemed different than when Taylor showed others. At first, she assumed it was because the girl was with Austin, but that was only the initial awkwardness. As Jessie followed behind Taylor, letting her luggage hit every step with a loud thud, she asked almost too personal questions about Austin. What did he do for fun? What did his bedroom look like? Was he going to live with his mother forever? Didn't he have a lot of money? How much money did Taylor think he had? Was the cash inherited money, or did he work for it? Was matchmaking really a viable job? With every question, Taylor bristled a little more. She didn't like the vibe coming off Jesse, and she was honestly surprised Austin thought he was compatible with the attractive woman. She certainly didn't seem like his type. Taylor stopped at the room she'd assigned Jesse. Using the key to open the door, she turned back to Jesse and ushered her in with a wave of her hand. "You have your own bathroom. Let me know if you need anything while you're here. I'm sure Austin will be able to show you around Mistletoe." Jessie wheeled her bag into the room and left it in the center of the floor. "This works fine. Can you bring up the rest of my bags?" She moved to the window and folded her arms as she stared out the clear glass. It's a dismal view, isn't it? Offended and trying not to be, Taylor tucked her chin and forced a smile. "I'm not going to be able to bring your bags up. I'm the only one working today and I can't lift those bags." She wasn't going to explain to the rude woman that she was early on in her pregnancy and couldn't lift anything heavy. Roman's orders. Not to mention, Jessie had called Taylor's view dismal. Dismal? Who did that? Taylor glanced around the cozy suite with its four-poster bed, peach and cream with green accents on the comforter, pillows, curtains, and other touches around the room, the hardwood floor and metal heating registers, and the full mahogany armoire beside the antique desk with a lamp. The suite was one of Taylor's favorites. She cleared her throat and pointed at the armoire. "You have a television inside the armoire. We have full satellite and internet. Just let me know if you need the password and I'll make sure you get it. We are at capacity, so bear with us as we try to meet everyone's needs. I'll have more staff on this afternoon." She smiled and turned toward the door. "Great. Have them bring the luggage up then. I don't need it right now." Jessie walked over confidently into the bathroom and flipped on the light, checking herself in the mirror. She half-turned, looking at her rear in the mirror and winking at herself. All of that while Taylor stood right there, blinking in surprise. "You'll need to bring your luggage up yourself or put it out in your vehicle." Taylor was starting to get annoyed. If Jessie didn't start listening and acting with the manners expected in Mistletoe, Taylor would have to kick her out. And Taylor would only have a problem with that if Austin would have a problem with that. But something about the way he'd called Jessie on the spot downstairs suggested he wouldn't stand in Taylor's way. Jessie turned and stared at Taylor, their gazes clashing as if she were going to challenge Taylor. But Taylor wasn't going to back down. Jessie would toe the line or she would be out. There really wasn't anything else to it. Jessie inclined her head and smiled as if she knew a secret. "Got it. Thanks." Taylor turned, walking down the hall to the stairs. Jessie shut the door behind her, and her footsteps following Taylor said she kept her distance. At the bottom of the steps, Taylor moved into place behind the standing desk and made some notes about Jessie's behavior for Lily and the rest of the staff. They all needed to be aware of what they were up against when they dealt with Jessie. Taylor only wished she had some reason or right or even a way to warn Austin. But the one thing she'd learned first as a matchmaker was that you couldn't always force a person to see the truth right out of the gate. They usually had to experience it. Was Austin the former or the latter? Taylor glanced up at Austin as he stood at the door, studying the view Jessie had claimed was dismal. Jessie moved to stand beside him. Taylor spoke before she could. "Isn't it pretty out here, Austin? Thanks again for helping hang the garland and lights. I wasn't sure I'd ever get those done." Jessie clutched Austin's arm and gazed adoringly up at him. "You helped with that? It's gorgeous. I was just telling Taylor how amazing everything is here. I'm so excited I chose this place." Taylor glanced at the bags still standing sentinel on the floor. If Jessie wanted to play that game, Taylor wouldn't. She couldn't believe the blatant lie Jessie had just told, but it wasn't like it was going to hurt anyone. Anyone except Jessie. "Don't forget to get your bags up to your room, Jessie. I'm glad you're excited to be here. We have a lights-out rule at 10 so the rest of the guests can get sleep." Jessie turned, her eyes sparking as she met Taylor's gaze. 10? That's kind of early, isn't it? She giggled and glanced at Austin. "I don't live with my parents for a reason." She cocked her head to the side, her long hair falling in curly waves past her shoulder. I think I'm good without a curfew, but thanks. Austin looked at Taylor over Jesse's head and furrowed his brow. Well, I'm fine with that time. I like to get up early, so I'll have you back here. Thanks, Taylor. Jesse, I'll wait while you get your luggage taken care of. He supported Taylor without actually saying it, but Taylor was grateful for his presence. What would happen when Jesse was there without Austin? Taylor didn't want to know. Of course, I'll do that right now. Are you sure you don't mind waiting? Jessie batted her eyelashes at him and moved toward her luggage. She picked up one and hefted it with both hands toward the stairs. I'll be right back. As she clunked up the steps, Taylor turned to Austin with her eyebrows raised. Austin walked closer to her, leaning a forearm on the counter and meeting Taylor's gaze with his own. He shook his head before murmuring, I've been dating her for 6 months via the phone, and I swear she wasn't like this. Taylor blinked. 6 months? How had she not known? Why didn't you tell anyone? Brock knew. I didn't want to tell anyone because... Austin glanced up the stairs. You mean you didn't want Samantha to know? Taylor folded her arms and studied her brother-in-law. That's your match, Austin, not this girl. Taylor shook her head and inhaled. Are you taking her to the house? Austin nodded. Yeah, I have to introduce her to Mom now. She showed up at the office a lot earlier than we'd agreed, and I had to introduce her to some of the guys. He ran his hands down his face and sighed. I don't know, Tay. I messed up with Samantha, and now I feel like I have to follow through with this. It's a huge mess. I don't know what to do. More than aware that Austin's inclination to be private was being set aside as he subtly asked for help, Taylor shrugged, hearing Jessie's steps coming down the stairs. She reached out and grabbed Austin's hand. Take a step back and look at it like a match. What would you advise your client to do? Jessie came into view, and Taylor released Austin's hand quickly. Narrowing her eyes at the two of them, Jessie grabbed for her other bag handle and motioned toward Austin. Can you warm up the truck, Austin? I'm already feeling the cold. I'll be right back down. She waited until Austin nodded and left Taylor to go outside. Jessie smirked at Taylor. I'm dating him. He doesn't need you interfering in his life. She hauled the luggage up the stairs, leaving Taylor staring after her in surprise. As far as Taylor was concerned, she wasn't going to be around that woman as much as possible. She hoped Austin gave himself good advice. If not, Taylor would have to step in and she wouldn't pull any words or make it easy to hear. No way, in the trees of Montana, was Taylor going to allow Austin to ruin his life with someone like Jessie. Not if she could help it.
Chapter 16. Austin. What had he gotten himself into? Jessie was turning out to be nothing like the girl he'd been talking to on the phone. She had plans for them to go to a concert on Thursday, and already Austin was trying to come up with reasons he couldn't go. The concert was indoors and would most likely be claustrophobic. At least, he would probably feel that way. He took a deep breath as he clenched the steering wheel in his hands. Jessie was trying to manipulate him. He could see it, and while he wasn't the type to be confrontational, if she didn't stop, he'd have to make sure she understood it wouldn't be tolerated. Samantha tried that with him, and he was usually able to quash it. Samantha. As Jessie chattered beside him about her latest shopping trip where she was finally able to shop in the sizes 4 and 6, Austin's mind trailed toward Samantha. He couldn't help wondering what she was doing. Was she back with Stefan? Was she thinking of Austin? Did she even think about the steps they'd taken at the cabin that meant they could never go back to the way they were? Where are you taking me, Austin? Jessie snapped her fingers by his face to get his attention. Austin blinked, setting his jaw as he turned into the parking lot of the cafe. He hadn't even been thinking of going to the restaurant. He'd been thinking of Samantha, which seemed to have led him there. Well, I thought maybe you'd be hungry. He parked in a spot by the entrance and turned toward Jessie. Maybe if she ate something, she'd stop talking for 15 minutes. He wasn't sure that was better. At least her voice sounded like her, even if what she said didn't match the way she'd talked to him the last 6 months. Jessie wrinkled her nose and pursed her lips. Do they have salads? I don't eat anything but vegetables anymore. Vegetables? Austin sighed, but softly, so it wasn't rude. I'm sure they have salads. So, calzones and milkshakes were probably out. Not that he would eat that with her. For some reason, he doubted he would really want to eat anything substantive. Not for the first time since Jessie arrived, he wondered why she was there. Things were so much better with her a couple thousand miles away, which probably meant he needed to rethink their relationship. What good was a girlfriend if you only wanted to talk to her on the phone? Austin climbed out of the truck and followed Jessie inside. He nodded at Sally after Jessie excused herself to duck into the restroom. Women. Sally approached him with a large smile. Austin, you didn't call to tell me you were coming, but I have your spot open anyway. I'll get you the menus. What did you guys think about those calzones? Was I right or was I right? She laughed, not waiting for his answer as she grabbed 2 menus and led the way to his booth. The one he shared with Samantha. The closer he got to the booth, the more twisted and knotted his stomach grew. He couldn't sit there without Samantha. Worse, he couldn't sit there with another woman besides Samantha. There were so many things wrong with what was about to happen. He didn't know how to ask Sally for another booth or table, since most of the restaurant was occupied. The only really empty seats were at the counter, and Jessie wasn't turning out to be the type to keep anything simple. He tried to swallow with a suddenly dry mouth, but couldn't. Sally came to a stop in front of the booth and set the menus down. She patted the table and raised her chin. I'll be back. Tell Sam not to order anything bigger than you. It's not always a good thing to eat your friend under the table. Sam's coming? Jessie walked up behind Austin, then past him and slid into the booth seat beside him. Austin glanced down at Jessie, blinking as he tried to figure out just what was happening. As if in slow motion, he turned, facing the door, and sliding into the booth across from Jessie. He couldn't seem to breathe normally, and there was a rushing in his ears that corresponded with the pounding of his heart. He set his hat on the hook behind him and pulled his jacket off. Things couldn't get worse, until they did. The door opened again, and he raised his eyes, meeting Samantha's shocked expression as she stopped mid-stride into the restaurant. She glanced from his face to the back of Jessie's head and then back to Austin. Betrayal shadowed her expression, and she smiled tightly before turning back to the door and walking out the way she came in. Austin felt like a bronco had kicked him in the stomach. What had he done? That was their spot. They were fighting. He shouldn't even be in the cafe. But instead, he'd come there with Jessie and sat in his spot with Samantha. There was something seriously wrong with him. Jessie flipped the menu pages, grumbling as she studied the offerings. There's nothing in here that is healthy. Look at this. A burger? I don't want a burger and fries. I want a salad. Austin dug his fingers into the underside of his thighs and forced a polite smile as he asked, Are you sure you don't want a burger or something like that? I bet eating salads all the time gets boring. Plus, look at you. You look amazing. It was the first real compliment he'd given her. He wasn't sure he wanted to repeat the experience with all the preening she started doing. She flipped her hair over her shoulder and smiled sweetly at him. Thank you. I wasn't sure you noticed all the work I've done. And yes, I only want to eat salads and veggies. You don't look like this without work. I know I make it look easy, but trust me, this takes all kinds of work. Austin stared at her, unsure what his response should be. Have you two decided? Oh, excuse me. You're not Sam. Sally pressed her hand to her chest and shifted her focus between Austin and Jessie, questions in her eyes. I should hope not. I'm much prettier. Jessie spoke offhandedly. Austin inhaled sharply, seeing the immediate anger on Sally's face. No one insulted a Mistletoe resident, not to a local. And Jessie had just said something very rude, even if she had no idea what she was doing. Austin shook his head and spoke before Sally could let loose with famous Montana sass. Jessie would like a... I'll order for myself, Austin. Thanks. I'd like a chef salad with the dressing on the side. No croutons, No cheese, no meat, extra tomatoes and peppers, ranch for the dressing. I'd like lemon in my water and a plate of these steamed veggies, which are most likely previously frozen, but whatever. She smiled up at Sally, who turned toward Austin with a horrified smile on her face. Can I get a number 3, please, Sally? Thank you. Austin dropped his gaze. Someone he had brought into his favorite place to eat had just insulted the cafe, the staff, a resident, and the cooking. Austin wanted to crawl into a hole and die. What was he thinking? Jessie was not going to fit into his life. He shouldn't even be trying. Picking up the menus, Sally walked away shaking her head. Austin completely understood how she felt. Jessie sat back with a huff. Is this the whole of the town? She stared out the window, taking in Main Street and folding her arms across her chest. Well, not all of it, obviously, but for the most part, this is what the rest of the town looks like. We have the square, which is the center of town, and that's where our main holiday activities take place. Our place is further north, not actually in town, so you'll see that when we head out that way. When will that be? I really only have us doing anything in Mistletoe one day this week. I'd like to go up north to the reservation and gamble. Maybe we could do that today. They have a buffet we could have for dinner and then pick up a movie there at their cinema. She smiled at him, and Austin wasn't as dazzled as she obviously expected him to be. He didn't want to go the Salish reservation. He really didn't want to hang out with Jessie. But it was too late. He was already obligated to the week. But if he took her to the casino, that was time. He didn't have to embarrass himself there in town. She would leave at the end of the week. He wouldn't. Austin would have to live with the repercussions of her actions long after she left to go back to Denver. He wasn't even sure he wanted to talk to her after she left again. Everything was shifted. Nothing felt right. And as they ate their lunch that Jessie picked apart, Austin had to admit that he'd really only talked to her on the phone because he'd been lonely. And loneliness made people do stupid things, like ask someone to come visit for a week, or tell their best friend how much they've loved them for so long when their friend was only asking a hypothetical question. Austin had lost a lot that weekend. He hadn't really had enough time to grieve, and there he was dealing with a catfishing he hadn't expected. Did it count as being catfished? If he had met the girl before, but she'd changed in the time since? Unsure how to get out of the mess he was in before it was time for her to leave, Austin went back to the topic of what they were going to do. I think the casino would be perfect. As soon as we finish, we can head out that way. Good idea. He smiled as she beamed at him. After a minute, she shoved her still full plate away from her and scrunched her lips to the side. I'm done anyway. It's not very good after all. Did you want to take it with you? Austin couldn't believe the sheer amount of waste. She'd taken 2 bites of a salad that looked unbelievable with brightly colored peppers, tomatoes, sesame seeds, and romaine lettuce. There were even carefully chopped up hard-boiled eggs along the edge. The steamed veggies were not previously frozen, at least not the kind Austin was used to. Austin looked at his own plate. He wasn't done eating, and he was still hungry. Well, I need some more time. I'm not done. Couldn't she see he wasn't ready? She slid out of the booth and pulled on her jacket. Okay, I'll be outside waiting. Is the truck unlocked? Confused that she was leaving him there to go wait outside, Austin mutely nodded. Wasn't it customary for all members of the party to wait until everyone else was done? Couldn't they talk or something while he finished? He blinked as she turned and bopped away, swinging her hips like everyone in the cafe was looking. No one was looking. Except Austin, and he wished he wasn't. Samantha gasping for air, Samantha half ran all the way back to her office. She nearly fell as she slipped on ice twice. Mondays. All of them sucked, but this one in particular was the worst. He'd taken her there. Austin had taken his girlfriend to the cafe. Not only to the cafe, but to their spot. Samantha wanted to throw up. Why? What was he thinking? Why would he do that to her? Replacing her had already begun. She stormed into the office and sank into her chair, her arms hanging uselessly at her sides. What had she done wrong? Was she going to lose Austin and her memories to some dark-haired witch? No, that wasn't fair. Samantha didn't know Jessie. She wasn't giving her a fair shot. It wasn't Jessie's fault they were sitting in a special booth. She wasn't from there. It was Austin's. Was he that mad at her that he'd do something intentional to hurt her like that? Again, Samantha wasn't sure. That didn't seem like Austin. Not the Austin she loved. Wait a minute. Loved? Samantha sat up in her chair and fought the ever-present tears since that weekend. Loved. Yes, she loved him, and not just as friends. She'd never been kissed like he'd kissed her. He took care of her. And dang it, if all men fell short compared to him. She picked up the phone. Please answer Kaylee, please. She dialed her friend's number and jiggled her leg while she waited for the phone to ring. Ring, ring, ring. Yeah. Kaylee's brusque answer left much to be desired, but that didn't stop Samantha. Kaylee, he's at the cafe with her, in our booth. I can't believe this. I want to throw up. Can you believe it? What do I do? Samantha gasped for air. What was she supposed to do? Samantha, okay, take a deep breath. First, you need to relax. Just relax. Kaylee's tone changed, as if she were talking to a horse in her stables. Then you're going to start over and tell me again what's happening. Samantha inhaled through her nose, and then exhaled out through her mouth. That didn't help with her panic, but at least she could speak a little slower and maybe get some help. Austin and I aren't talking, right? I mean, I told you about this weekend. She sniffed and wiped at her nose and cheeks. Well, I was just at the cafe and he was there with her, in our booth. She inhaled as she waited for some kind of a gasp or something from Kaylee that said, Kaylee understood Samantha's outrage and hurt. Nothing. Samantha blinked. Kaylee, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. I'm just not sure you've said anything that requires crying like you're doing. Kaylee's calm tone could have had an edge of condescension, but Samantha wasn't sure. Samantha blinked in disbelief. Are you serious? I asked him if he thought of us as anything more, and then I kissed him, and then... You did what? Kaylee's tone changed again, this time overflowing with incredulity. You didn't tell me you kissed him. You said you asked the question and that you guys got in a fight. Why didn't you say anything about kissing him? Oh, really? Are you sure? I thought I did. But Samantha was lying. She hadn't told Kaylee because she didn't want Kaylee to judge her for being that girl. Samantha had been that girl, and she wasn't impressed with herself. Sam! What in the world? You knew he had a girlfriend? That wasn't fair on your part at all. Kaylee's disappointment wasn't hard to make out. Samantha closed her eyes and pressed her fingers under her cheeks to wipe the mascara she knew was leaving black tracks down her skin. Look, I already feel bad. Look, the only reason I did it was because I just wanted a chance at one kiss before I lost him. I didn't think he would want to see me again, since I'd pushed us over that line. Everything I ever worried about happening happened. I lost him. He hasn't called, emailed, texted, or anything. To make matters worse, he's replaced me with her. Even went so far as to use our place. I have no doubt he's going to our other spots. Samantha sighed, feeling Austin's loss deep in her gut. What did you expect? Kaylee's question wasn't judgmental or even rude. In fact, her entire attitude seemed to shift, making it easier for Samantha to talk with her instead of feeling like she was on the defensive. What did I expect, or what did I hope for? They're two entirely different things. Samantha tugged at the hem of her shirt and took a deep breath. Well, I expected worse than I got. He kissed me back. He told me he's loved me his whole life. He then said he couldn't do anything with me because he had a girlfriend and that she didn't deserve any of it. Samantha shook her head. He's right, you know. She didn't deserve any of that. I knew he was seeing her, and there was no way for him to cut ties with her while we were up there. I took him up there and made a pass, and I knew better. Okay, so why did you do it? Were you really interested in seeing where you guys could go? Or were you just bored and on the rebound? Kaylee's blunt question stung. Samantha wrinkled her nose. Honestly, at first, I think it was just curiosity. But when I kissed him, she sat up and stared out the window at the white landscape. When I kissed him, Kaylee, I felt like I'd come home. It was everything I've been missing with the other guys. We just fit. And now, it will never happen. He must not have even been affected the same way I was, since he was able to break it off. Which is just more embarrassing for me, you know? She stopped rambling to give herself a break and see what Kaylee had to say. Not that Kaylee had said anything remotely supportive so far. Why wasn't she being more friend-like, suggesting they go after the girlfriend? Or something else? Maybe something was happening on Kaylee's side, where Samantha needed to be there for her, more than Kaylee needed to be there for Samantha. As Samantha opened her mouth to ask Kaylee if everything was all right, Kaylee cut in. I honestly think you did things backwards. You should have told him before you went to the cabin. You should have given him the chance to assimilate what you said before trying to convince him with a kiss. Admit it. That's what you did. Kaylee didn't brook an argument. Yeah, okay, you might be right. Samantha bit the soft inner flesh of her cheek. Leave it to Kaylee to rebuke her without actually saying anything mean or out of line. What do I do? Samantha just wanted someone to tell her everything was going to be all right. Wasn't that what everyone wanted? Nothing. Kaylee's answer was definitive. Nothing. Wait. What do you mean nothing? Samantha couldn't sit and do nothing. That was against everything in her soul to sit and do nothing. She was a go-getter. She did things. It's what made her who she was. You're going to do nothing, Samantha. You're going to let Austin have a girlfriend without you being all over him. Do you understand? Nothing. You're not going to call him, or text him, or visit him. You're certainly not going to try to talk to him about the situation, or about you guys fighting or anything. He's busy with her, not you. Kaylee's tone wouldn't tolerate argument, and Samantha knew she was right. Samantha nodded tightly. Okay, you're right, You're right. Could she do it? As if Kaylee knew what she was thinking, she said, Yes, you can do it. Here's how I know you can. You love Austin. Even before you decided that you loved him romantically, you loved him as your friend. When we love others, we want what's best for them. The timing isn't right for the two of you. He's with someone else. You're going to back off and give him this because you love him and you want him to be happy. Got it? Samantha chuckled regrettably as her shoulders slumped forward, and she leaned on her desk. Yeah, I got it. I won't do anything. Do you promise? Kaylee doubted her. For some reason, that hurt a little bit. I promise. I'll let Austin do what he needs to do. Even if it hurt her, she could do that. She loved him. Okay, that sounds good. I need to go. The vet is supposed to be here any minute. Missy is getting dewormed and it's my least favorite part of the checkups. I'll talk to you later. She hung up before Samantha could give her a heads up about the visit the next day or ask her anything that might help with the questions Samantha had about loyalty. Maybe she could ask the next day. Or maybe she wouldn't have to worry about it. If Gibbons wasn't listing until the next fall, then Samantha had plenty of time to give Kaylee a heads up. She could do that. Deworming wasn't the time for Samantha to add more to Kaylee's plate. Maybe she should wait until after the holidays. Chapter 17. Austin. I can't believe they're closed. I specifically looked it up on the website. They're open every Tuesday at 9. Jessie stamped her foot and folded her arms across her chest, where she stood on the front stoop of the Christmas shop just outside of Taylor Falls. She'd made Austin come get her at 7 to be out to the town to shop by 9:30. Austin glanced at the special holiday hours sheet and pointed at the Tuesday slot. Looks like they're closed except for certain days right now, probably because the kids have Christmas break or something. This is pretty common around here. Why she wanted to drive all the way to the Christmas shop in Taylor Falls when there was the same family-owned shop in Mistletoe befuddled Austin. We can just go to the one in town when we get back. I know Jack isn't going to close. His brother owns this one and he has little kids, but Jack doesn't have kids, so he's open. Plus, Austin preferred staying in Mistletoe. Taylor Falls had the Trails cousins there, and while they saw each other at rodeos and other competitions, Austin didn't want to have to live down the fact that he was shopping outside of his own town. There was a sense of loyalty that hit home around there, and if anyone recognized him, he'd get razzed for sure. Yeah, and Mistletoe is fine, but it's so small. I mean, I hope you don't expect me to live there. I've had plenty of job offers, but not one in Mistletoe, and I don't know that I'd love to commute that far. She stopped and covered her mouth with her gloved hand and looked at him with wide eyes. Oops. I hope I didn't ruin the surprise. Confused, Austin furrowed his brow, but his expression must have been blocked by his hat or something, because she tucked her hand into the crook of his arm and fell into step beside him. We're going to have so much fun. I don't want you to feel like you have to ask me right now, but I know we'll make a good match when we're ready to settle down. I can move closer, but I really don't want to move to Mistletoe. She simpered at him. You don't mind, do you? No. I didn't know you were thinking about moving up this way. He certainly didn't want her to move to Mistletoe. She wouldn't fit in, and now that she'd insulted some townspeople, she would be ostracized and not made welcome. She had no idea the trail she was already leaving. She exhaled on a whoosh and pulled him to a stop. I'm really happy with you, Austin. I had so much fun yesterday and last night. I love spending time with you. We can build a house together and be in love and happy. Doesn't that sound magnificent? She spun away from him and then looked back as her hair settled around her shoulders. The move felt practiced and full of artifice. Yeah, I don't know about building a house. He wasn't even sure what she was talking about, them being in love and happy. He wasn't in love with her. In fact, he barely tolerated her, and he didn't know how to tell her. It was the first time he'd ever had to actually tell a woman he was no longer interested. The few women he dated, he'd just kind of faded away from. There was no commitment, no expectations. That had always seemed to work. The one time he decided to commit, and the woman was turning out to be different than what he wanted. At the same time, he was suddenly faced with Samantha's desire to try something more. Everything came back to Samantha, and as he looked at Jessie, he had to accept that she wasn't the one he wanted. She'd never been the one he wanted. And knowing who she was, really turning out to be, only made that realization more palpable. What? Do you think I'm going to move in with your family? No. I don't think so. I'm not living with your mom, Austin. I think it's time you moved out too. Even if it's not to live with me, at least you could grow up a little bit. She laughed as if to take the sting out of her words, but it was too late for that. Austin smiled, barely holding in his irritation. Well, I need to get something to eat. We're supposed to go my mom's for an early family dinner tonight. If you'd rather I dropped you off at the inn, I can do that before I go. In fact, he'd prefer that. Oh, I saw a little bakery just up that way from the truck. We could get something there if you want. Jessie returned to his arm and tugged him that direction. Once again, Austin had to refrain from yanking out of her grasp. He didn't want to make a scene. Plus, she was his guest. It wasn't her fault, he just wanted to send her packing. I thought you only ate veggies. Everything about her was confusing. He didn't think she knew exactly what it was she was doing. Somehow she'd lost weight and turned herself into a diva. He had no doubt about that, but he couldn't figure out why she'd want to go into a bakery after throwing a fit about eating the way she did and how much work it took to look that way. Well, you like the types of things made at a bakery, right? Let's go get you some. She lengthened her stride and pulled him up the road. The morning was brilliantly blue. Possible snow loomed, according to the reports, even though the sky looked like it had never seen a cloud. The white on the ground suggested the clouds had fallen directly from the sky to the land. As he fell into step beside her, Austin realized he could go for something sweet. The night before, at the buffet in the casino, Jessie had suggested he only eat the healthy things, which didn't make sense since mashed potatoes, sirloin steak, fish, and rolls had never seemed like unhealthy foods before. He hadn't eaten much since she'd watched him like a parole officer. She hadn't even left his side to gamble like she'd wanted to. She clung to his arm and glared at every woman who passed by. Austin had the opposite reaction when other men looked at her. He wanted to hand her off and walk away. She was clingy, rude, and irritating. He just wanted to get home. When he'd dropped her off at the inn by 9, an hour before curfew, she'd demanded he walk her to the door. When he had, she'd tried kissing him, and he'd kissed her cheek. That was all he could muster. The pull wasn't there that was there with Samantha. He felt guilty, even being with Jessie. How was that for ironic? Getting home close to 10, Austin had gone into the kitchen and eaten as many leftovers as he could find. He was starving. Leaving that morning, he'd planned on grabbing something on the way to the inn to pick up Jessie again. But when he passed the coffee shop, he'd seen Samantha's favorite orange poncho-style jacket hanging from her shoulders as she stood in line inside, and he'd opted out of going inside. He'd gotten to the inn early, and Jessie thought that meant he couldn't wait to see her. Nothing he did seemed to be right. "What are you thinking about? You've been lost in thought for most of the morning." As they approached the bakery, Jessie preened at Austin's side as they walked. She fluffed her hair, checked her jacket, and straightened her shirt underneath. She licked her lips, and then rubbed them together, glancing at Austin as she waited for his answer. "No, sorry. I'm just thinking about your visit." Even further confused, Austin continued with Jessie into the bakery and stopped just inside the door. Understanding flooded over Austin. A collection of ranch hands and ranch owners had gathered for what looked like a holiday breakfast party. A handmade sign posted by the menu said, "Bear Claws, half off for hands and owners on Tuesdays." Jessie sauntered up to the counter like she owned the place, more than aware what she looked like. She caught the eyes of some of the guys and ordered a few donuts and 2 cups of coffee. She rested her hand on her hip, pulling a lot of eyes toward her thin waist. "You're sure pretty." A younger hand, who couldn't be more than 19, approached Jessie from the side with his hat in his hand. All the older hands watched, some grinning at the young man's boldness. She half turned to him, pressing her hand to her chest. She gasped, fully aware of the picture she created of indignant outrage with her features set just so. "How dare you? I'm with him." Jessie pointed one carefully maintained finger at Austin. Austin blinked. Wait, what was happening? He half stepped forward as if to stop whatever chaos she was trying to set in motion. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I just wanted to tell you how pretty you are." The boy glanced at Austin, his eyes wide as his face turned bright red. "I'm sorry, sir. He cleared his throat, looking around at the older hands who shook their head at Jessie in disgust. Austin held up a hand and shook his head. "No need, son. That was right nice of you to say. Let me say thank you on her behalf." He moved forward, grabbing Jessie's elbow in his hand and throwing some cash on the counter. "Keep the change." With his free hand, he grabbed the bag and drink holder and jerked her outside with him. He was about at his limit. He nodded his apologies to the other men at the tables as they left. The time for polite was over. Once they got outside, she jerked away from him and rubbed the inside of her arm. "That was rude, Austin. Why didn't you step in and fight that guy? He was obviously coming on to me." She jutted her chin out, as if she were righteously dismayed. Austin shook his head and turned on the heel of his boot to stride toward his truck. He wasn't playing any more games. He didn't know what was going on, but he was done. Jessie waited, then called after him. "Austin? Hey, Austin, where are you going?" "Home." He called over his shoulder and reached the truck just as the clicks of her high-heeled shoes reached him. She picked up her pace and raced after him, something he'd never seen anyone do in heels. She flailed her arms as she reached him, and then fell against his chest, her eyes wide and worried. "Why would you just leave me there? Why wouldn't you defend me? I'm starting to think you don't care about me like I care about you. Who are you? You don't talk the way you spoke to me on the phone. You don't look the way you used to look. You certainly don't act the way I remember." Austin set her on her feet and waved his hand up and down as he scanned her from head to toe. "This isn't the girl I've been getting to know. No, I'm a woman. You just have me in your head as something I'm not. This is me. I like the way I am now. I'm prettier, skinnier, and I have a ton more confidence. I could never have walked into a bakery filled with cowboys before. And look, I did that today. And one even complimented me. Not that you noticed. Jessie pouted, her shiny lips glossy with the motion. Austin shook his head. He moved his hand between their chests. This won't work, if that's more important to you than the fact that you hurt that young man's feelings. Not to mention the fact that you tried starting a fight between me and some unknown. He's in there celebrating his Tuesday. He got a bear claw, and he saw a pretty woman. You trampled on that. Austin shook his head and motioned toward the passenger side of the truck. Get in. I'm taking you back to the inn. He wasn't even in the mood to talk about it anymore. The simple truth was, she didn't see what she'd done. How could you not see something like that? The miles churned beneath the rig's tires. Austin felt like every time he went on a road trip with a woman, he was cursed. Wasn't that what happened twice in less than 5 days? He'd been cursed with Samantha, and now cursed with Jessie. Ridiculous. He couldn't even subdue his frustration as he worked through his thoughts. Austin. Jessie's timid tone broke through his anger, and he glanced at her. Yeah? His voice was gruff, but he didn't care. He just wanted to drop her off and head home. He didn't even care if she stayed in town or not. He was done. I'm so sorry. You're right. I've never been considered pretty before. This change, it's been something I've been trying to adapt to. I'm not used to it, and I've been working on my confidence and self-esteem. I'm not sure how else I'm supposed to act. Other beautiful women act like that, so I thought that's the way I should be, you know? She didn't add any extra attitude or sass to her small monologue, and as Austin faced forward, he could hear the woman he'd been talking to on the phone the last 6 months in her voice. Please, give me another chance. I can do better. If you want to turn around, I'll even find that boy and apologize for making him feel bad. It was so nice of him to say. Tears in her voice drew Austin's gaze to her. She stared at him with large tears brimming on the edge of her lower eyelids. She was trying not to blink. He could see that. So, she wasn't using the tears to get him to forgive her. She was actually fighting them. He could respect that. He nodded shortly. Thank you for that. He wasn't sure what to do after that. He still wasn't sure what he wanted from her. An apology didn't fix the general way she'd acted. Austin just wasn't sure he trusted who she portrayed herself to be. Can we try again? I'll change at the inn and ditch some of this makeup. I'd like to meet your family. She cleared her throat. I promise. I'll be on my best behavior. Austin took a deep breath and rested his wrist on the lower curve of the steering wheel. Even with snow on the roads, they were devoid of ice, and he was able to drive without being as vigilant as he might need to be in a storm or on a less maintained road. That's fine. I'd like to introduce them to the woman I've been talking to. The one I met. You really liked me like that? Baffled, she slowly shook her head. I didn't like her at all. She seemed so mousy. No one noticed her. I did. Austin shrugged his shoulders. First time in a long time I noticed anyone. He couldn't mention Samantha. He could have come clean with Jessie about Samantha and this last weekend had he continued being upset with her, but as it was, he suddenly lost the perfect moment to come clean. Yeah, I think I'd like to start over. My family would like to meet you. He smiled at her, glad she made the suggestion. He didn't want to throw everything they'd worked on over the last 6 months away, but he also didn't like being duped. Being with the Jessie he'd been with since yesterday morning had felt like she'd lied to him. Maybe they could recover some of the excitement of her visit. Maybe he could get Samantha out of his head and heart. He'd take anything to stop that pain, even give Jessie another chance to be someone else. If only he could get a second chance with Samantha.
Chapter 18. Samantha Austin's truck wasn't at his house. Samantha breathed a sigh of relief and pulled into a spot on the end of the long strip of parking spots Austin's father had created when the boys first started driving. He'd put the places in along the long side of the barn, so in the summer it was partially protected from sun, and in the winter it was partially protected from drifting snow and hard wind. Flynn's rig and Elizabeth's SUV were the only cars in sight. Samantha didn't want to go inside and talk to anyone. She wanted to do what she'd been asked to do and get out of there before Austin and his girlfriend got back. She glanced at the clock on her dashboard. Exactly 2:00. She was never late, but that didn't mean other people weren't. Come on, Flynn. Don't make me come get you. As if on cue, the front door opened and Flynn strolled out in well-stacked jeans, dark leather boots, and a thick black duster. His nod was easy to see with the 5-gallon Stetson on his head. He motioned toward his truck as he got closer. Samantha climbed from hers and glanced again at the tickets for the gondola ride. She wasn't going to use them. She needed to get rid of them. What she didn't want to do was the one thing she should do: give them to Austin and his girlfriend. She left the tickets in the truck, unable to make up her mind. They were for the next day. She had time to change her mind again. She shut the door and rounded the front of the truck, waving at Flynn as she got closer to his rig. She climbed into the passenger side and grinned. "You're all dressed up to look at some property lines." She knew it wasn't for her. Flynn and her used to do spitting contests. She'd lied and said he was hanging out with her in Austin when he'd been out with a bunch of his friends at a rodeo in a neighboring town. There was nothing between them, no matter how good-looking he was or how much effort he put into his looks. Flynn rolled his eyes. "I always look good." But Samantha couldn't take his cockiness at face value when he couldn't even finish the phrase with a straight face. He started laughing and shook his head as he pulled the truck out of the parking spot and drove around the loop to get down the wide drive. "It's not for this. Mom said Austin's coming back to the house for an early dinner. Apparently he's bringing his girlfriend." Flynn rolled his eyes and glanced at Samantha. She smiled, hoping he didn't see the tension suddenly stiffening her muscles. "Oh, that will be interesting." "Isn't that what you're doing after this? Mom said everyone was coming. Taylor and Lily, too." Flynn drove them down and around the pasture to the road leading to Whistle Stop, the abandoned town north of Stanford Stables. No, I've got a lot to do." She smiled again, but stared out the window unseeing the winter scenery. Was she going to have to dodge Austin and his girlfriend the rest of her life? That idea left her feeling sick and worried. She didn't want to worry about running into him everywhere. Maybe Austin needed to move to Denver. He could do his matchmaking from there. Even his real estate matters could be handled from Colorado. Samantha could turn his portfolio over to another realtor in the area. Flynn pulled to a stop outside the gate leading onto the Whistle Stop land. He pointed toward the fencing and shook his head. "We need to look at the borders and identify if they're clear or not. Do you know when the fences went in?" He turned towards Samantha, all talk of Austin off the table. Grateful for the shift in topic, Samantha pulled out her phone and pulled up the paperwork she'd downloaded on the property from public records. The fences were put in 15 years ago. Whistle Stop was left behind about 10 years ago, before the Stanfords passed away. Samantha had been friends with Kaylee when her parents died. Her family had managed the stables all of her life, and when they'd died, she hadn't been able to continue. But thankfully, the job had been available when she'd been old enough to do it. That was after she'd lost the family home. It was only 15 years ago that the town was abandoned? Flynn climbed out of the cab and spoke across the seat to Samantha as she did the same. They closed the doors and strode as much as they could in the knee-high snow to the fence posts. "Well, remember, it wasn't completely abandoned until then. The Stanfords did those parties out here and rented the town for weddings and stuff. As a town, yes, it's been abandoned for a lot longer, but public records only shows it as abandoned after all activity died out. That was 15 years ago. Before their deaths by 5 years. What would make them stop doing what they obviously loved and made a good living at? Well, let's get this info and go check out the stables. I need you to distract Kaylee." He pulled out his cell phone and snapped pictures of the fence line as if he hadn't just asked Samantha to lie straight out to Kaylee. "Distract her? From what? Are you planning on stealing something?" Samantha didn't follow Flynn as she stared at him incredulously. "Are we really supposed to be out here, Flynn? Are we doing something illegal?" He snapped a couple more pictures and returned to stand beside her. It's not a big deal. I just don't want her asking why I'm taking pictures of the place. That's all. You can distract her for a few minutes and it won't be a big deal. Flynn nodded, the challenge in his eyes. Samantha narrowed hers. She wasn't sure she wanted to be there anymore. Maybe Kaylee could give her a ride back to get her car. I don't think this feels like what you told me it was going to be. Back in the cab of the truck, Samantha folded her arms. What does it feel like to you? We're seriously just checking out the property lines and the stables. Flynn started the truck again and backed out of the snow he'd parked in. Right, but all you said was I wasn't supposed to tell Kaylee what you were looking at the place for. You never said I'd have to flat out lie to her. She's one of my closest friends, Flynn. I can't just lie to her like that. Distract her so you can take pictures? Samantha felt icky just saying the plan out loud. As Flynn turned the big truck east toward the stables, he glanced at Samantha again. Well, how else would you like to lie to her? You're a realtor. Kaylee knows this. She also knows I'm a friend of Gibbons. Why are we hanging out and why would we be at the stables in the middle of the day? All points that should have been figured out before they'd left Kringle Ranch. Samantha nodded, biting her lip as they got closer to the stables. What was a viable reason to be out there with Flynn of all people? Samantha couldn't come up with anything. Probably because she didn't want to lie to her friend. She shouldn't have to. She should be able to tell her that Gibbons was thinking of selling and he needed information about the property in order to do so. She would understand. Or would she? Kaylee had loved being at the stables when she was growing up. Her parents worked there for so long most of the locals called it Stanford Stables. Samantha couldn't even recall the real name off the top of her head. I don't understand why we can't just tell Kaylee what's going on. Samantha placed her hand on the door handle, ready to get out when he parked the truck. She wanted to run in and warn Kaylee before Flynn could stop her. He reached out, resting his hand on her shoulder until she turned back to him. Look, if Gibbons sells this, he'll list with you. That's a huge chunk of money. It could really help out your customer base, too. Don't throw that opportunity away. Samantha watched him climb out of the truck and wait for her at the front of the hood. Did he seriously just try to appeal to her greed? She wasn't a greedy person. She was, however, loyal. Sliding from the truck, Samantha moved toward the door, tossing over her shoulder. You don't know me as well as you think you do, Flynn. I don't respond well to ultimatums or threats, both of which you just laid down. She stopped before going inside. Don't bother coming in. Don't bother even staying. Go on home. I'll have Kaylee give me a ride back to your place. She was livid he would even suggest that her friendship with Kaylee wasn't as important as her career. Samantha could do anything. She didn't have to be in real estate. She just loved it. There were other opportunities in Mistletoe or even outside of Mistletoe that she could take. There was only one Kaylee. Flynn held up a hand and cocked his head to the side. Wait, just wait, Sam. I didn't mean to be rude or disrespectful. That wasn't my intent. I'm sorry, if I came across that way. He shook his head and glanced down the length of the building. How about I just take pictures of the outside and you can go in and visit with Kaylee? Then she doesn't need to see me taking pictures and you can spend some time with your friend. I don't want to worry her, so I don't think it would be good for you to tell her. What if Will doesn't actually want to sell? We'd worry Kaylee for no reason, you know? He made a convincing argument. But what he didn't know was that Kaylee wanted Gibbons to sell. She just didn't want him to sell right then. Samantha nodded. She wasn't sure what else to do. She opened the door and went inside, calling out to Kaylee when she reached the counter. Kaylee? You in here? A soft nicker and a hoof stomping from a stall gave Kaylee's position away before her voice did. Hey, Sam, what you doing out here? I came out with Flynn Wilson. That's as far as Samantha got. What else was she supposed to say? Kaylee walked out of the stall and approached the counter, leaning on its side when she got close enough to be by Samantha without having to yell. Why would you be with Flynn? He's not exactly your type. I'm not dating him. Samantha laughed, glancing toward the door and then back at Kaylee. Hey, can I ask you a question? Sure. Kaylee's braid fell down her back, leaving her face natural and clear. She was a subtly pretty woman whose looks grew on you more and more, especially when she smiled and a light flashed in her eyes. If you made a promise to someone and then made another promise to someone else that would counter the first promise to the first person, which promise would hold more weight? Samantha really just wanted to come clean with Kaylee and tell her what she knew, but how did she do that when Flynn could walk in at any moment? Not to mention, Kaylee wasn't the type to keep her mouth shut. She'd run out and yell at Flynn, and then she'd probably call the property owner and give him a piece of her mind. Maybe Samantha was protecting her friend by not sharing the information with her. Or maybe Samantha was just looking for a reason not to say anything. Kaylee folded her arms and studied Samantha. Well, I think the first promise carries the most weight. I think it'd be like marriage, right? You marry the first person and it's legal. Unless the marriage is dissolved with a divorce or something else and the person gets married again, then the marriages that came after don't count. They aren't considered legal. I'd think it would be the same way. She grinned and shook her head. Does that make sense? Or am I just pulling analogies out of the air? No, that makes perfect sense. Samantha sighed. She owed Kaylee the truth. How was she going to tell her? How are you doing with the whole Austin thing? You okay? Kaylee narrowed her eyes and studied Samantha. Shifting on her feet, Samantha nodded. Yeah, I'll be fine. I love him. She offered a side smile and sighed. I know you do. Kaylee reached out and patted Samantha's arm. No, I really love him. I didn't realize I did until I decided to get out of his way after you and I spoke. You're right. He needs to be happy, and I should be trying to make sure he's happy. Samantha forced a calm smile, as if she wasn't in a constant turmoil just saying the words. Samantha leaned her head back and braced her hands on the counter. I'm just trying to figure out how I got here. He's with her. I can't talk to him. We're fighting. How did I get here? You took too long to wake up. Kaylee wasn't rude. Instead, her tone and body language were conducive with a friend aching for another friend. Yeah, I know. That seems to be my problem with everything. Samantha couldn't control the sadness overtaking her. Well, don't worry. You'll figure things out. This is just temporary, girl. Kaylee reached out and wrapped her arms around Samantha. You're going to be fine. I just know it. Kaylee's hug did wonders, and she patted Samantha's back before letting her go. Samantha smiled and nodded. A tap on the door and Flynn poked his head in. His gaze fell on Kaylee and Samantha. Hey, I'm ready to go. Did you need anything else? Apparently, Flynn had taken to ignoring orders. He certainly wasn't listening to the ones Samantha had given him about leaving her there. Rather than cause a scene that Kaylee would just ask questions about, Samantha rolled her eyes and hugged Kaylee again. I'll call you later. Thanks for the talk. I needed that. Anytime. You better call me. Kaylee arched an eyebrow at Flynn. Flynn. Hey, Kaylee. Flynn smiled, but his expression was slightly guarded. Okay. Later. Samantha followed Flynn out the door and waved back to Kaylee. In the truck, Flynn didn't say anything as he turned the engine over and then drove back to Kringle Ranch. The 30-minute drive was mostly passed in silence as they were both lost in their own thoughts. As they pulled up to the drive, Samantha glanced at Flynn. I need you to give something to Austin for me. Just wait a second and I'll grab it. Flynn nodded, looking at her questioningly. After he parked, Samantha jumped from the truck and walked quickly to her car before she could change her mind. She ignored Austin's truck parked in his normal spot and reached into her front seat. She grabbed out the envelope of the gondola tickets and then rushed back to Flynn. Here, make sure he gets them before tomorrow. The time is at 3, I think. She smiled. Let me know if you need anything else. She lifted her hand in a half-hearted wave and turned back to the car. Are you sure you don't want to come in? Mom made something good, I'm sure. Flynn jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Their fight was already forgotten. Family was like that. Thanks, but I still have a lot to do. She wiggled her fingers at him one more time and then disappeared into her car. She shut the door and let her shoulders slouch forward. Austin was in his house, probably laughing and having fun with his family and his girlfriend, and Samantha didn't have a place in that world. Not when she wanted Austin for herself. Not when she finally could see just what he meant to her, and she wanted to fight for him, but had to accept that she needed to get out of his way. She loved him enough to do that. At least that much. That didn't mean it was easy to drive away from the warmly lit house full of her pretty much adopted family. If she gave up Austin, she'd be giving them up as well. And that just made her feel that much more heartbroken. Life sucked sometimes.
Chapter 19. Austin waited at the inn for Jessie to come back down. When she did, he could see she had made good on her promise to return to looking like the Jessie he remembered. Her long, dark hair was pulled back in a low ponytail, her clothes were exchanged for a t-shirt and jeans, and her makeup was more natural than anything. He blinked when she came down the stairs. Wow, you look amazing. Pink flooded her cheeks. Really? You don't think I look plain? With those eyes? No way. Austin grinned and held out his arm. Let's go. My mom texted and said they're excited to meet you. Jessie grinned and pulled on her jacket before slipping her hand into the crook of his elbow. He walked her to the door of the truck and shut it behind her after she climbed in. But as they pulled into his mom's drive and saw Samantha's car there, his heart could have stopped. Everything in him got chilly. Goosebumps rose on his arms, even though a wave of heat flushed his skin. He parked his truck and climbed out, rounding the rear to let Jessie out. He opened the door, and she slid out of the seat with her eyes round as she stared at the house. This is your place? Well, it's my mom's. I have an ensuite downstairs. When my dad died, Mom was out here all by herself. We all moved back in except for Roman. Then Mom had a heart attack and it just made sense to stay on for a bit and continue helping her. Plus, our horses all love it out here. We all have the money and means to move out. We're just a fairly tight family, and we look out for each other. He smiled and nodded his head toward the porch. Come on, they're already here. Well, everyone but Flynn. His rig wasn't in any of the spots. He probably was running behind on a scheduled meeting or something. Austin was still a couple minutes early. The time to come clean about Samantha loomed. Was Jessie going to lose her sanity? Jessie fell into step beside him and climbed the steps, but at the top she grabbed Austin's arm and pulled him back. Wait. What's wrong? Austin paused, glancing at her with worry. What if they don't like me? Her confidence seemed to have taken a blow, and Austin hadn't wanted that. He turned toward her, rubbing her upper arms with his hands and ducking his head to see her eyes better. They're going to love you. You're great. I promise. She looked down at her clothes and then raised her eyes to his and nodded. Okay. Austin opened the door. He lived there. He didn't need to knock. When they got inside, they pulled their coats off, and Austin placed his hand on the small of Jessie's back and guided her into the kitchen area where the most noise came from. Brock and Roman turned first when Austin and Jessie walked through the door. Brock grinned and called out, Austin! Hi, Jessie. Mom just made her famous virgin daiquiris. If you don't grab yours, I'm going to snag your cherries. Too late. Roman jerked his chin their direction as he pulled the cherry off the whipped cream in Brock's glass. Brock growled and jerked his drink out of Roman's reach. Levi waved from his spot at the counter, where he was busy helping cut up black olives. As Austin did the necessary introductions, he couldn't help glancing around, trying to see down the halls or anywhere else. Where's Flynn? Your brother had to run to Whistle Stop with Sam. They'll be back any time. You can introduce them then. His mom wiped her hands on her apron and approached Jessie. She smiled broadly. I'm Elizabeth, Austin's mom. It's nice to finally meet you. You too, ma'am. Jessie had made a huge shift in her demeanor and attitude since that morning. Had it really just taken a conversation for her to change back to who she seemed to be? Because if she sincerely wasn't interested in any of that, then Austin didn't know why they would go any further. He wanted all of those things, and writing them off before he'd even gotten married seemed hasty at best, scary, and final at worst. No, you're right. Special things should be shared. I agree with that. Thanks for thinking of my parents, but they're nowhere near here. They live in New Mexico. Jessie handed the tickets over to Austin, and he tucked them in his pant pocket as they talked. Jessie's parents were down south. She'd never mentioned that. Samantha's parents snowbirded in Arizona. At least, they had that in common. Really? Why'd you move to Colorado when they lived there? Austin didn't want to leave his family. There were too many good memories wrapped up in his hometown of Mistletoe. Jessie laughed. No, I got away from there as fast as I could when I graduated high school. They wanted me to settle down and give them grandbabies. She shook her head. No thanks. You know? Austin didn't know. What if they wanted completely different things? And why hadn't they talked about this when they'd fallen into those ruts on the phone calls? He couldn't help thinking they'd missed out on a huge opportunity to save themselves some time and do some true discovery. Jessie said she loved him, but Austin had a sincere theory that she didn't really know him. Either that, or she wanted to change him into something different than he was, and maybe that's why she'd changed herself too. She wanted to be something other than she was. Austin hoped he was wrong. He didn't want to sit through the next few days feeling like he couldn't wait to get away from her. That wasn't appealing on any level. How could it be for her? Kaylee Samantha's questions about loyalty, promises coming first, and also showing up with Flynn raised the hackles on Kaylee's suspicions. After Samantha left, she paced the cement floor between the stall doors and ignored the horses sticking their noses out of the upper openings to watch her. Back and forth, she strode, walking as she thought through what could possibly be going on. Flynn was friends with Mr. Gibbons, and Samantha was a realtor. Was Mr. Gibbons getting ready to list the property? Kaylee's heart felt like it could skip a beat. She didn't want him to sell it yet. Sure, she wanted him to sell it, but not yet. She needed time. She needed that money for a down payment. Her parents had worked there. Her parents' parents had worked at Whistle Stop and at the ranch. Even the ranch itself had her surname on it, even though it wasn't official. If Mr. Gibbons sold that place out from under her, she'd have nowhere to go, no job, nothing except her daddy's truck and a locket of her mother's. Nothing to put a roof over her head. Glancing around at the 9 horses she boarded and took care of, Kaylee paused her strides. She couldn't imagine doing anything other than what she was doing. She wasn't making a lot of money, but she made enough for her needs. She got to spend every day taking care of those horses. True, they were someone else's babies, a lot of different people to be honest. But she got to make sure they were taken care of. She was as invested in the animals as the owners were, if not more. For them, those animals were investments. For Kaylee, they were friends. She couldn't imagine being away from them for longer than she chose to be. What if she was forced to leave because Gibbons sold the place out from under her? Not that she blamed the guy. He didn't do anything with the land. He owned all of Whistle Stop too, and that town was dead and gone. The stable didn't make more than it spent, and that included Kaylee's salary. She hadn't asked for a raise. She moved in a while back, and she hadn't explained to Gibbons that she was living there. No reason to rock the boat. Part of her comfort in moving in had been that in all of her life of going to Stanford Stables while her parents worked there, she'd never once met the owners. And Will Gibbons had lived in town, even went to school with Kaylee and the Deans and Wilsons. He'd never gone out to the property, never claimed it as his. Then he disappeared and called to check on the place every quarter, if that. As much as she didn't want to suspect Samantha was hiding something from her, Kaylee knew what money could do to people. If Samantha was offered a high enough number, would she go back on her promise to Kaylee, or would she uphold her end of their relationship that guaranteed Kaylee's trust in her? Maybe Samantha was there gathering information and wasn't able to say anything because Flynn was so close. Kaylee would understand that. Plus, it would give Samantha time to collect as much information as she could. Kaylee needed all the details she could get. Anything that would give her a leg up in the race to buy Stanford stables. That one dream was all she ever wished for. Hopefully, she could count on her friend to help with that. Yeah, Sam's parents weren't happy. Not that they ever seemed happy about anything the two of you did. Taylor arched an eyebrow at Roman as she moved further into the kitchen and handed Isaac over into Roman's idle hands. I also remember your dad not being too happy with the calf being on the property anyway. Yeah, Dad had a temper. Levi scraped the black olives into a bowl and handed them over to his mother. He glanced up at Jessie and nodded toward the spread slowly coming together on the buffet-style counter. Have you ever had Hawaiian haystacks? I've never been to Hawaii. Jessie smiled. They're not from Hawaii. They're just called that because of the coconut and pineapple. You'll see. They're actually addicting. You need to approach them with an open mind. Austin chuckled and sipped from his drink. Any minute Samantha would walk through the door. Any minute. What would Austin say? How would he act? How would he introduce Jessie? He hadn't explained the truth to Jessie yet. He wasn't quite sure how to do that either. He didn't feel like he had done anything wrong. Still, Samantha had kissed him, but it hadn't gone anywhere, even though he wanted it to. He'd stopped it because it wasn't right. Jessie would understand that. Wouldn't she? The door opened again, and then shut. Flynn's whistling heralded his arrival, and he held his arms in the air as he walked through the door. Well, hello, family. I have arrived. Flynn was definitely the showboater of the Wilson household. Austin looked past Flynn. Is Sam coming? Oh no. Just a second. Flynn reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. Sam asked me to give this to you. Said you could put them to better use. He handed over a crisp white envelope. Austin stared at the rectangle in his brother's hands. He couldn't take it. For some reason he couldn't raise his hand to take it. He just stared. So, was that what they had come to in the last few days? To the point where they couldn't even talk to each other? They couldn't be in the same room as each other? Was that it? How was that fair? He hadn't done anything wrong. He certainly hadn't done anything that Samantha hadn't done over the last few years. She dated, and now Austin was dating and they couldn't be friends? Jessie slowly took the envelope from Flynn, casting a weird glance at Austin as she did so. I got it. Thank you. I'm Jessie. She smiled politely. I'm Flynn. We met earlier. He turned toward the kitchen, already talking about something else, as Jessie opened the envelope while Austin stared on. Wow, I couldn't get tickets for these, and I tried for quite a while to book them. She pulled out heavy cream cardstock tickets, with dark blue and silver gondolas streaming across the top, and black lettering with the next day's date and time for when the tickets were good. Sam gave these to Austin? Flynn snagged an olive before his mom could stop him, and he nodded at Jessie. Wow, that was really nice of him, wasn't it, Austin? I wish I could have met him. He sounds like a great guy. Jessie stared at the tickets, unaware that every Wilson in that room turned to look at her with questions on their faces. After a minute, understanding dawned, and everyone lifted their eyes to Austin. The only one who didn't realize Austin hadn't been completely open with Jessie was Isaac, and of course, Jessie herself. Giving a tight shake of his head, Austin glanced back down at the tickets Jessie was engrossed in. Yeah, they're for tomorrow. We can go and then maybe everyone would want to meet us at the lodge for dinner? He glanced back up at his family for some indicator that they were interested in the adventure. Brock glanced at Lily. Sure, we can do that. Roman, you guys want to ride with us? Mom? As the rest of his family made plans, Jessie turned to face him. You don't want it to be just us? Well, I think special things should be shared. I'd invite your parents too if I could. Austin smiled, certain he was just misunderstanding Jessie's hesitancy. She would like children, if they were her own. She would like living in a house and doing the family thing, if it was her own family. Wouldn't she?
Chapter 20. Samantha. Back at the office, Samantha couldn't sit still. She was antsy and frustrated, and nothing fixed it. Not herbal tea, not cocoa, not the extra donuts she'd hidden in the office microwave, not the candy bars she'd shoved into the top drawer of her desk. Nothing. She might have an eating problem. As she stood at the back window of the office, which looked out over the trees and landscaping of the neighboring office building, she continued counting down until it was time to go home. Essentially, she worked for herself, so she could go home at any time, but if she left, then she missed opportunities to welcome more clients for her business. Plus, she kind of felt like she'd be giving up and losing something to Jesse and Austin. She just couldn't really put her finger on what. 34 minutes to go. Maybe what she needed that night was a pizza and movie. No chick flicks. The last thing she needed was to see someone's happy ever after when hers wasn't in the foreseeable future. What she needed was a Thelma and Louise-style movie. She could handle something rough and empowering like that one. The door opened and Samantha straightened her shoulders. A new client was exactly what she needed right then to help take her mind off Austin and his girlfriend. She brushed the front of her shirt off just in case donut crumbs had decided to cling to the fabric, and she stepped out into the front part of the office building. And froze. Stefan stood just inside the shut door, a bouquet of red roses and a box of chocolates in his arms. He'd carefully combed his hair and wore a shirt and tie. The entire display was exactly that. A display. He was like a peacock and wanted everyone to see his efforts, especially Samantha. If he could say he did things, then he could direct her anger off him and say he'd done so much for her and she just wanted to be mad at him. Samantha had fallen for his act too many times. She was done and not in the mood. "Stefan, what do you want?" She wasn't even going to pretend to be interested in what he had to offer. "Samantha, hello, I'm glad you're here." He moved further inside, his smile bright as he stared at her. "You're as gorgeous as ever. His gaze flicked to her mouth and he motioned toward her cheek with his knuckle of the hand holding the box of candy. "You have something." Samantha normally cared. Instead, she left it and folded her arms. "Yeah, I'm not worried about it. What do you want?" She repeated her question. What could he possibly want? To start all over again on the emotional disaster they kept coming back to. Stefan pulled back as if she'd attempted to throw something at him. He blinked and half lowered his gifts and then dropped his gaze to them. After a second, as if remembering what they were, he lifted them again but closer to Samantha. "I brought these for you. I wanted to start over. We need a new beginning. I know we missed our weekend that you planned, but maybe we could try again? Maybe this weekend." Stefan's hope widened his eyes, and he pressed his lips together. Samantha took the flowers and the box, noticing as she did so that the petals of the roses were rusty and old. He hadn't even bothered to get her fresh flowers. He'd probably picked the bouquet out of the day-old bin at the grocery store. Even if she was fine with the effort behind it, and she normally would be, she wasn't this time. It wasn't enough. Nothing was enough. She took the offerings and tossed them on the front desk surface, ignoring his mild gasp as he moved toward the things he'd just bought. "What's wrong with you? Why are you acting like this? I just apologized to you." Samantha moved to stand on the other side of the desk and folded her arms while she jutted her hip to the side. "You didn't apologize for anything. You came in here and told me we should start over. That doesn't make amends for the things you said to me or the way you tried to make me feel. This mess isn't my fault. You're not going to blame me for it." She held her chin steady. She didn't need Stefan. If he couldn't be man enough to marry Samantha, then he wasn't man enough to be with. Samantha was starting to see just what exactly it was she wanted, and Stefan wasn't making the list. Staring at Samantha and then lowering his gaze to the flowers and candy, he slowly nodded. "You're right. I never apologize. I never have to." "Well, that's not me. I'm done. I haven't done anything wrong and I'm sick of the moodiness. You're up and down, and I don't even get the luxury of being mad because everything is my fault. I'm done. I'm not interested in living like that anymore. We're together. We're not. Samantha lifted her hand and wrapped her fingers around the back of her neck and stretched her head to the side. What if I changed that? What if it wasn't easy to be off and on? What if we were just always on? Stefan reached out and picked up the candy box again. He slid the top off and then put the box on the desk and pushed it across to her. Amidst multiple squares of chocolate candy, smack in the middle, a ring setting had been snuggled in. In the slit was a small pear-shaped diamond in a brassy gold setting. Samantha lifted her gaze to Stefan's face. He was beaming at her like he'd just given her the world, and to another woman it might have been enough, but Samantha wanted more. She didn't need a bigger diamond or ring. She wanted more romance, more gentlemanly manners. She wanted to be treated like an equal, and she wanted sparks when she kissed the man she married. After kissing Austin, Samantha realized there was no one else she'd ever kissed who kissed her the way Austin had. He'd made her very toes feel like liquid. She wasn't willing to settle. If she married Stefan, she'd be settling in the worst way. Thank you, Stefan. But no, thank you. Samantha reached out and pushed the box back in his direction. She shook her head with a pleasant smile and then glanced at the large clock on the wall. It's almost time to lock up. I already took the garbage out. Would you mind grabbing those, please? Thanks. Samantha smiled and turned back to her inner office to grab her coat. She just wanted to get home. At the same time, she'd never felt so free as she did telling Stefan she wasn't interested. Can I ask why you're saying no? He seemed nervous, but also irritated, as if how dare she say no to him. We aren't a good match. Plus, you said you came by before we were supposed to leave to try to fix things, but you and I both know that's a lie. I went up a day late and I was home the entire time leading up to when I left. You never missed me because you never actually tried to see me. So for some reason, you're lying to me and I can't figure out why. She shrugged. But then, when I try to figure out why I care, I realize I actually don't. I do not care if you've been out with another woman. Probably one who won't make you wait for anything. Judging by the pink in his cheeks, Samantha was pretty close to right. All of that aside, I don't like the way you make me feel. You came just short of saying I'm fat. Which, you know what? Even if I was heavy, if you truly loved me, you wouldn't think that, nor would you say it. She sniffed. You'd be happier if I lost a couple pounds? Please. You might be able to play that game with other women, but that's not me. I want to be happy eating a calzone with the man I love, and instead of telling me to stick to a salad, I want him to race me to finish our dishes and then polish the meal off with a milkshake. You do not make me happy, and I'm not going to settle anymore. She shut off the lights to the inner office and moved toward the front door, holding onto the string to the curtains. She glanced over her shoulder as Stefan slowly picked up the bouquet and returned the lid to the top of the candy box. He hung his head as if she'd delivered a final blow, but she hadn't. She just wasn't falling into line like he wanted, and for the first time, Samantha couldn't help wondering how many times Stefan had done to other women what he'd attempted to do to her. Was he manipulating multiple women? Samantha didn't care. She wasn't going to play his games anymore, and she didn't have to. She glanced outside, darkness having descended, noting multiple brake lights driving by, but nothing specific catching her eye in the dark. She turned back to Stefan and motioned for the door. I'll let you out before I lock up. Stefan moved in front of her and left. Samantha locked the main lock and pocketed the key. She followed Stefan to the side parking lot and went to her car. Stefan stood at the trunk of her vehicle and stared at her with his forehead furrowed. Samantha opened her door and turned back to him. What's wrong? Did you honestly think I was going to just come back? He nodded slowly. Well, yeah. Why? Why did he expect her to keep coming back over and over and over to the mess they had been? Because you have before. You've never turned me down. This is what we do. Stefan lifted the bouquet and waved it at Samantha and gave up. He turned around and got into his car that was parked on the opposite side of the small, well-lit lot. Samantha sank into the front seat of her car, staring unseeingly at the dashboard. She'd never turned him down before. The way they were was partly her fault. She had to accept that. She'd let him treat her the way he had, so why should he change? Just like that was the way she'd treated Austin. He'd never demanded different, and she'd never changed. It had seemed to work for them. Then, once things got hard and he'd finally said no to her, she'd had to actually look at what they were and what their potential was. And she wanted the potential. She no longer wanted to settle for just friendship status. She had to be willing to make an adjustment in some way, asking him what he thought had been their catalyst. Now, Samantha had to deal with the repercussions of setting things in motion. But what exactly was that going to mean in the long run? Austin. The more Austin was getting to know Jessie, the more he was certain they weren't going to make it past the week. She was sweet when she wanted to be. Pretty without all the makeup and stuff on, but she wanted different things than he did. After leaving his mom's house, Austin had to drive through town to get Jessie back to the inn. He went a back route, taking them past Samantha's office. The night had already set in. He wasn't even sure what he was hoping to see. Maybe just a glimpse of her inside, or maybe even just see her car. He missed her that much. Traffic was more backed up than normal as each of the restaurants in town were opening things up for the evening. That was fun. Thank you for taking me to your place. Jessie slid across the custom bench seat, cuddling up against his side. He glanced at her, surprised she'd had such a different experience than he had. You really had fun? Well, yeah. Your family is really nice, and that dinner was delicious. She'd even eaten a plate of it without complaining about it not being all vegetables. Did you have fun? Had he had a good time? It wasn't terrible. As he thought about it, he actually had had some fun as they'd all laughed and been comfortable around each other. He nodded. Yeah, actually, it was fun. You're pretty quick-witted. Brock usually goads people to get a reaction, but you had him stumped on a few things. Sam is like that. He ground his teeth together as he mentioned her. He hadn't meant to. Couldn't he do anything without mentioning or thinking of her? Sam sounds like I would really like him, Austin. Will he be there tomorrow night after the gondola ride? Your family talks about him so much. Jessie ran her fingers on the inside of Austin's arm, absent-mindedly. He didn't hate that she liked touching him. What he did hate was that he wasn't sure how he was supposed to feel about her. She created conflicting emotions, and just when he was sure they weren't right for each other, she scooted across the truck and talked to him like she had on the phone. She wanted to meet his friend because Austin's friend sounded great. She wanted to meet someone he cared about. She'd liked his family, and they had seemed to like her. As long as he liked her, they would like her. That's how the Wilsons worked. Even if they thought she was evil incarnate, they would trust Austin's decision. That's what family did. Turning onto Main Street, Austin nodded. I'm sure you'll get a chance to meet Sam. I'm just not sure when. Austin never referred to Samantha as a female or as a male. He couldn't bring himself to perpetuate the lie. At that point, it was honest confusion. But as soon as Austin referred to Samantha as a he was outright lying. Yeah, he was going to continue to tell himself that. Behind an SUV pulling out onto the street, Austin had to slow down to a crawl. Driving by Samantha's office, Austin glanced at the building. Under the street lamp, Samantha followed Stefan outside of the building. His arms were full of flowers and a box which was most likely candy. She looked happy. Once again, she'd let Stefan back into her life. She was on some kind of self-destructive ride that she refused to get off. There was nothing Austin could do. He didn't have the right to stop the car and demand Stefan get away from her. He didn't have any rights. She wasn't even talking to him at the moment, if ever again. He'd lost all of his rights to help Samantha or be there for her. He gripped the steering wheel and looked forward, refusing to look at the parking lot where Samantha and Stefan had disappeared to. Once the light turned green, Austin thundered off down the road, grateful to have Jesse clinging to his arm as he realized he and Samantha were both making wrong choices for themselves. Maybe when they crashed, they'd be somewhere they could help each other back from a million pieces. Because Austin already felt like he was on his way to being shattered. And it had nothing to do with the woman hanging onto his arm and everything to do with the auburn-haired woman in his rearview mirror.
Chapter 21. Austin. The drive to the gondolas on the most western border of Clearwater County wasn't what Austin had expected. Where he'd thought he and Jesse might be uncomfortable, and the majority of the ride would be silent, they, in fact, had a lot to talk about. As Jesse asked questions about the areas they drove through and what it was like for Austin growing up, Austin made sure not to mention Samantha. He stuck to stories about him and his brothers, the rivalry with the Dean family, and even how their dad died, and why so many of the brothers were still uncertain how they felt about his death. Jessie didn't say much about herself. She stayed fairly quiet as she listened, unless Austin asked her something specific. When they parked in the small valley where the town hunkered between the massive peaks of the mountains, Austin felt like he'd done more talking than most of their calls. Usually she talked, and it was never about anything that personal or that specific. Jessie stared up at the mountain, her eyes growing large, with her neck bent back. In Denver, we have some things that celebrate it being the mile-high city and all of that, but there's something different about these mountains, isn't there? She stated it more than asked it. Austin nodded proudly. Montana was home for many reasons, but one of the most important ones was how the country made his soul feel complete. He couldn't imagine thriving anywhere else. Do you think you'd ever leave Montana? Jessie turned, folding her arms across her chest and studying him. No, there's nothing out there I want more than home. I mean, I might travel, that would be fun, but move? No, I'm stuck in my bones here. He glanced at the time on the dashboard. We better go. The ticket said 1. They climbed from the rig and walked toward the ski shop about 100 yards from the parking lot. The gondolas were set up to usually take only skiers up the face, but the holidays always brought about an opportunity to rent gondolas to travel up the mountain and then back down. The ski lodge rented out a gondola every half hour for that purpose during the month of December. The tickets weren't cheap, and the rides were usually hard to get into. Austin suddenly wished Samantha was with him. Jessie wasn't a bad one to experience the trip with, but his memories were all with Sam. He wanted to keep it that way. Have you ever done this? Jessie climbed the dark wood steps ahead of him, tossing her question over her shoulder. Distracted, Austin answered without thinking. Sam and I always talked about doing it, but we never got around to it. Well, I hope we get to meet him tonight at the restaurant. I'm excited. I did some research on it, and they have antelope and bison on the menu. Jessie reached the top of the long stairs first, waiting for Austin to join her. He tipped his cowboy hat to the group of men and women at the top as they walked around them and headed toward the sign that read in white block letters, Gondola. Austin glanced at Jessie as she pulled out their tickets and handed him one. I forgot to tell you, Mom offered to make dinner tonight again. Apparently Levi is only in town for another couple nights and then he's heading out. Since he won't be here for Christmas, she's trying to get as much family time as she can. He shuffled forward in the line behind Jessie. Do I have my 1 o'clock gondola ride ticket holders here? A man in a fluffy black parka and black beanie stepped forward from the head of the line. Austin raised his hand and nodded for Jessie to move toward the man. She stared at Austin as if in surprise, glancing back at him every few seconds as they worked their way to the front of the line. We're here. Austin waited for Jessie to hand the man her ticket. She did so as if in a daze, blinking repeatedly as Austin followed suit. Okay, you're up. The gondola coming round right now will be yours. The man nodded curtly at the two of them, ripping off the end of their tickets and giving them back. Their breath puffed out in front of them, and Jessie rubbed her gloved hands together. Don't worry, miss. The gondolas are heated. The man smiled at her, and Jessie giggled at him. Austin cocked an eyebrow. Was he supposed to be jealous at their exchange? He wasn't sure. He got jealous whenever Samantha talked about her current boyfriend, or Austin saw her with another guy. But he'd learned to suppress that emotion over the years. With Jessie, Austin felt none of that. He was amused to see her use her wiles on other men, wiles that never worked on him. The gondola stopped beside the landing point. Shiny black panels and tinted windows created a bubble-like exterior attached to a huge cable that was easily as thick as Austin's leg. Jessie stepped inside first, thanking the man profusely as she did so. Austin followed suit, nodding at the man with a humorous grin. He couldn't help it. There was something comical in the way the two fawned all over each other, and in front of him no less. The door latched behind Austin, and at least it was just the two of them again, and not a large group of people they didn't know. Even a big group of people they did know wasn't ideal. Jessie sat on the bench closest to the front of the gondola, which could comfortably hold 12 people. Austin sat beside her and looked outside the window with amazement as the gondola began its climb. "Were you going to tell me about dinner?" Jessie asked the question almost softly as she twisted on the seat to look out the window behind them, but also to face him. "Of course I was going to tell you. I meant to tell you when I picked you up this morning. I just forgot. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking." Austin glanced at Jessie, whose expression was tight. "Are you upset about it?" Jessie sighed, staring out at the view. After a minute, she turned to stare at him. "Yeah, actually I am. I thought this was going to be a romantic day, and we were going to finish it off at a romantic restaurant. I thought maybe you wanted everyone there because..." She glanced down at her hands and fell silent. "Because why? Tell me what you were thinking." Austin studied her, completely confused by the conversation. He honestly hadn't meant to forget to tell her. He wasn't trying to keep anything a secret from Jessie. Well, except for Samantha. That was a secret he wasn't willing to reveal just yet. "Honestly, it feels like you don't want to be alone with me. I tried getting you to stay with me at the inn, and you turned that down, quite emphatically, I might add." Jessie inhaled and crossed her knee over her other leg. "Then you wouldn't take my luggage up for me to my room. Then you've been adamant about getting me back to the inn well before curfew. You want to spend all our time at your mom's place. I don't understand it." Austin considered her a moment to give her another second to add anything else. Then he spoke when she stayed silent. "What exactly were you expecting when you came here, Jessie? I told you repeatedly over the last 6 months that I'm a traditionalist. Marriage is important to me." "I know." Jessie threw her hands in the air, her cheeks flushing as she glanced away from him. "I know that. You've said it so many times and then talked about me coming up that I thought for sure you were going to propose to me. I thought maybe that would happen tonight at the restaurant since you invited your family and you wanted to invite mine. I mean, why else would you want those things? Why else would you constantly tell me how important marriage is to you, unless that's what you had in mind for us?" Confusion drew her eyebrows closer together, and she looked at him in exasperation. Austin sat back, truly shocked at what she said. Had he given the wrong impression? Apparently he had, and that didn't sit well with him. He rubbed his palms on his knees and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Jessie. I had no desire to lead you on that way, or make you expect anything that significant." He furrowed his brow. "We don't know each other well enough to get married. At least, I don't think we do. We've talked on the phone all this time, but then you're revealing things like you don't want children and you'd rather travel and not settle down. That's hard for me to take in, because I do want children. I do want to settle down. I want to live in Mistletoe or somewhere around there, and I want to chase my children around outside, and one day my grandchildren. I want simple and easy." Jessie glanced down at her outfit and then back at Austin. "So, I changed all of this for nothing? What do you mean you changed for nothing? You don't have to change yourself for anything. Certainly not me." Austin leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he rubbed his hands down his face. The gondola ride was turning into a more revealing experience than he'd wanted. "Then why did you make such a big deal about who I really am yesterday in Taylor Falls and in the truck? You made me feel bad for wanting to look good, for liking the fact that I look good." Jessie tilted her head to the side, her long hair falling down her past her shoulder to screen her right side as she watched him. I thought this was the real you and the makeup and designer clothing was you trying to be something you're not. Austin waved his hand to encompass the way Jessie looked. This is how I met you. Wearing clothes like this, makeup like this. Isn't this the real you? She scoffed, shaking her head. After a second, she stood and moved to stand by the window opposite their seating. She spun around, her eyes blazing. No, this is the me that dressed with little attention to how I looked because I felt fat and frumpy. I always wanted to be the size where I felt comfortable putting on more makeup, wearing the clothes I love, and just being the type of girl I've always wanted to be. I thought you would love that girl more too. A quiver in her lower lip proved just how vulnerable about the entire situation Jessie really was. Austin felt sick. Had he made her think there was only one way he would care about her? You thought I would prefer that to this? I honestly didn't think you were heavy before. I only saw you one time before we started talking on the phone. I'm sorry. If I gave you the impression that I only care about culturally suggested beauty, I don't. Makeup doesn't do anything on a Saturday night watching a movie on the couch. At your mom's? Where everyone else is? Jessie folded her arms and dropped her shoulder back, giving her a fiercely combative appearance. Wow, you really have a problem with me living at home, even after I told you why. Austin blinked at her, unsure what to do or what to say. What was left? I just think you should be moving on from relying on your family so much. If they need you, they need to get over it. Rely on someone else. You need to move on. She shrugged, keeping her arms tight to her stomach. Yeah, that's just it. I need them, probably more than they need me. He sighed, looking out over the sharply jagged peaks reaching into the sky all around them. Even in the clear afternoon lighting, crevices in the mountains added a purple hue to the deep layers of the scenery. Snow accentuated the presence of trees and the barren mountainsides reaching toward the heavens. Instead of enjoying the ride, they were arguing. Austin didn't miss the irony of the fact that Samantha had given them the generous gift that they were using to fight. Maybe she'd attached her contention with Austin to the tickets, and the activity was doomed from the start. He readjusted his hat and then looked back at Jessie. Look, I don't want to fight. I think you and I came into this with different expectations. I really wanted to get to know the girl I've been talking to, and you want to get married. I can tell you right now, that isn't going to happen. If we had more time to get to know each other, maybe. But right now, I'm trying to make sense of everything. Since nothing is coming together, I can't honestly say that I can even see us together after you head home. Jessie blinked her eyes rapidly, turning her gaze to stare out a window. She took a deep breath. So, even like this, you don't like me? No, that's not it at all, actually. I do like you. But I like you, not whatever you're trying to be. Is the real you wearing a lot of makeup? Then fine, that's you. Have you been dressing like that and looking like that all this time we've been talking on the phone? Fine. You're gorgeous either way, so whatever. I just want to get to know who you are. Because the girl I met on the first date was awesome. The woman I've been talking with since then has been terrific too. I'm not sure what to do with someone I don't know. He sighed, sitting back on the bench and folding his arms. What a mess. Jessie sank onto the bench behind her, bracing her hands on either side of her legs. She leaned forward, shaking her head. I don't know what I'm doing here. I had all these ideas and hopes and expectations and... She glanced at Austin, biting her lip. You're as amazing as I remember, and you are the same person you were on the phone and in emails and all of that. But I was thinking we were both on the same page. She leaned back, staring past Austin as she stared out the window. I'm not sure what to do or what to think. I feel so humiliated that I came all this way. Why? Austin stood and moved across the gondola car to sit beside her. He was partially to blame as well for her confusion and the misunderstandings. He reached out and took her hand in his. Look, I don't know where we went wrong, but what if we try this? You're here for another few days. What if we just start over? You be you, and I'll get to know whoever you really are. If that means you're the Jessie that you've been the last few days, then so be it. I'll get to know her. But I think we need a reset. Maybe that's exactly what this could be. Maybe that's what everyone needed. He needed a reset with Samantha. He needed a reset with Jessie. Maybe what Austin really needed was to let go of his expectations of other people. He had to accept his part in all relationships, not just the ones that were going the way he wanted them to. Jessie studied him and gripped his fingers with hers. I would like that, actually. Yes, that's a good idea. She smiled at him and snuggled up against his side. Does this mean you'll actually get jealous if I talk to other guys or anything? Austin chuckled. I don't do jealousy, to be honest. I also don't play games. You can flirt with whoever you want, but if you cheat on me, I think it's fair to say you don't want to be with me. Wait. Was that how he really felt? Yeah, actually it was. With a new start with Jessie, hopefully he really did want to try with her. Because he'd taken the opportunity to spend time with Samantha when he was supposed to be with Jessie before. Was that technically cheating on Jessie? Yeah, that's true. I just want to know if you care about me as much as I care about you. Jealousy is usually a good indicator. She twisted her lips to the side and wrinkled her nose. I won't do that anymore. Deal. And instead of spending tomorrow at my place, we can do the concert and go out to eat anywhere you want. Just us. Does that work for you? I did tell my family we'd be there tonight, though. I hope that's okay. Austin really did want to try with Jessie. He just had to get to know her. He had to stop making decisions based on the off chance that Samantha was going to come around and see him the way he saw her. She hadn't yet. Why would that start now? Thank you. I like your family. I just want the chance to date you. Just you. She shyly peeked at him from behind her thick eyelashes. Austin bumped Jessie with his shoulder. Okay, we're starting over now. Just don't try to take advantage of me. I'm not that kind of guy. He winked at her, and Jessie giggled. Maybe they could turn things around. He couldn't be a disappointment to everyone. He refused to let that be the end of it. Chapter 22. Roman jostling his leg, Roman spun side to side on the stool at his mom's kitchen counter. He really wanted to tell someone, anyone, about the baby Taylor was expecting. Elizabeth grinned as she shut the oven and sniffed the air that had escaped. These briskets are my favorite. That beef you got off Samson last fall turned out to be the best one yet. Can you get some more off him? Maybe one for you guys and one for Lily and Brock? If Austin is serious about this girl he's with, maybe he'll end up needing one too. Do you think they're serious about each other? Honestly interested in marrying each other? Momentarily distracted from his news, Roman leaned forward on the table, staring intently at his mother. Elizabeth shrugged, half shaking her head. I don't know. He doesn't tell me much of anything. I think he's been talking to Brock, but again, I can't be sure. Austin has always been a quiet one. Some of you are more forthcoming than others. Look at you. You disappeared to Europe for years. I never expected that would happen. Elizabeth washed her hands and eyed Roman. What's going on with you? You seem jittery or something. Are you drinking too much coffee again? Roman straightened up, waving his hand in the air as he laughed. No, Taylor made me give up caffeine. She's pretty demanding with our health lately. Was that enough of a hint to tip off his mom that there was another grandbaby coming? He didn't have to tell everyone, but maybe he could just tell his mom. Well, being healthy is important. I gave up coffee a while back too. I do feel better, but it took a while to get there. She wagged her finger at him and shoved her hands on her hips. That doesn't tell me what's going on with you. Roman glanced toward the doorways into the kitchen. He didn't want anyone to overhear, especially Taylor. He'd promised to keep it a secret, but he wasn't making an official announcement. He just wanted someone to be as excited as he was. Mom would definitely do that for him. She loved Isaac and wouldn't be able to contain her excitement over another one. Excited to have a conspirator, Roman leaned forward and beckoned for his mom to come closer. He waited until she leaned across the counter a little ways to hear him better. Taylor doesn't want me to tell anyone because she doesn't want Lily to feel bad. Roman swallowed, suddenly overcome with emotion. We're going to have another baby. Elizabeth's eyes widened, and she straightened from her leaning position. She stared at Roman, with her mouth shaped in a small O. Are you sure? Yeah, she's still in her first trimester, but she's definitely pregnant. I thought you'd be more excited. Roman furrowed his brow. Why wasn't she as excited as he'd expected? Elizabeth blinked, shaking her head. Oh, I'm over the moon. I couldn't be more excited. But I'm also in shock. It's hard to go from compassion, empathy, and feeling badly for one child, and jumping into being so happy you could scream for another. Plus, the fact that I can't tell Taylor congratulations or let her know how happy I am just puts pressure on me too. I'm glad you told me, but Taylor won't be happy you did. Roman took a deep breath, irritated that her disappointment still affected him like he was a small child. I know, but I just wanted to tell someone. It's hard to keep things a secret when you're so excited. It's not my fault Brock and Lily aren't able to right now, you know. I feel bad for them. But does that mean I can't be excited for us? He was using the word excited a lot more than he was comfortable with. Elizabeth reached across the counter and grasped his hand in hers. Son, I'm so happy to have another grandbaby on the way. Thank you for telling me. Now go find your wife and let her know that I know, so I can hug her appropriately. Bring her back because it'll be time to eat soon. Elizabeth waved him off and released his hand, turning to lift the lid on the pot on the stove. You're right. Okay, we'll be back. Thanks, Mom. Roman climbed off the chair and walked briskly from the room. He could make things all better by coming clean with Taylor. Roman strode from the house and out onto the deck. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs at the arrival of Austin's big truck, rolling into his parking spot. Austin climbed out and waved at Roman. See, with his truck by Austin, Roman closed the distance between them and nodded at his younger brother. Where's your lady friend, Austin? Austin glanced up the drive and then moved close to Roman. She's following me in her car. I think she wanted to stop at a shop in town. I thought I'd head here. She said she could find her way. Austin swallowed and cleared his throat. Hey, can I ask you something? Roman paused in the act of pulling out his keys from his pocket. Yeah, sure. He ignored the bite of the chilly breeze, making its way around the barn to whistle between the cars. I think I made a mistake. Jesse and I agreed to start over, but I don't think... Austin sighed, shaking his head. I don't think that's really what I want. Roman pulled his head back and nodded. I understand that. What do I do? I agreed to start over because I feel like she came all this way. She deserves another chance. Maybe I need to give us another chance. Austin leaned on the rear side panel of his rig and shook his head. I don't know what to do. Hey, I don't know anything about the two of you, but what I do know is I was married before Taylor because I thought I was supposed to marry her. I thought my first wife would help me forget Taylor and the things I wanted. Marriage should be between two people who love each other and want to be together. They need to have a similar foundation of wants and dreams. Roman reached out and patted Austin's back. I don't envy you. This is hard. Just make sure whatever you decide to do, you do it before you make any decisions that will just be painful later on. Austin nodded, offering a side smile to Roman. Thanks. I'll see how to fix all of this. I just need to get through this evening. If I can do that, then I can do anything. What's so big about tonight? Roman cocked his head at Austin, who had turned toward the house. You'll see. And when you do, don't say a word about it. Austin pointed at Roman's chest and then headed toward the house. Is Mom in? Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. I need to go find Taylor and Isaac. I'll see you soon. Roman waved at Austin, who climbed the steps and ducked inside. Roman waited a minute, reveling in the fact that his closed-mouthed brother had asked him for advice. He hoped he'd said the right things. Marrying Taylor had been the best thing he could have done. No, that wasn't true. Staying when he was a kid and actually marrying her instead of leaving her at the altar would have been the best thing he could have done. Since he couldn't change the past, All he could do was hope someone else would learn from his mistakes. At least, he'd been able to come back and marry the woman he'd always known was his perfect match. Roman hoped that would be the case for Austin. There was nothing worse than doing something because you thought you should, versus doing what you knew in your gut was the way you should go. Roman offered up a little prayer that his brother had help figuring things out, and he climbed into his truck to go grab his wife. He had some confessing to do of his own, Elizabeth. The front door opened again, soon after Roman walked out. Elizabeth called out from her position by the sink, "You forgot something?" "Yeah, I guess I might have, especially if you've been baking." Austin grinned as Elizabeth whipped around at the sink. "Oh, you. I didn't know you were going to be back so soon. I don't think we'll be ready to eat for about an hour." Elizabeth looked past Austin, trying to keep her expression polite. "Is Jessie with you?" She wasn't going to presume to think she knew what was best for her son, but she knew what was best for her son. That girl wasn't it. Austin shook his head, pulling his hat down and setting it on the seat of a stool near the counter. He sighed and sank onto the next stool, right next to his hat. "Okay, be honest." "You know I will." Elizabeth pretended to be affronted that he would even suggest she wouldn't be. Slightly chuckling, Austin tapped his finger on the granite counter and looked around the room before finally settling his gaze on his mom. "I don't know what to do." "What do you mean? What's going on?" The way Jessie had been talking the other night, it sounded like she expected to be proposed to, or something more permanent than just simply dating. That terrified Elizabeth. Just watching the two together, she could tell they weren't the right match. She could see it clearly as they kept distance between them, and there was an uncomfortable stiffness in their body language as they were by each other. The only time Austin had seemed to relax even a little bit had been when he'd been in the kitchen dishing up seconds, and Jessie had been in the dining room. He'd been most comfortable when he wasn't in the same room with her. That was more than telling. Elizabeth had been matchmaking her entire life. She could tell by looking at a couple on a date within 15 minutes how long they would last if they got married. "Mom, you know what I'm asking. I agreed to start fresh, but I don't know that I want to. I just feel like I have to. I don't want to hurt her feelings, but..." He shook his head and folded his arms, bracing them on the counter in front of him, as his shoulders slouched forward. She did know what he was asking, but she didn't want to tell him at the same time. "Mom, just tell me. You've seen Jessie and me together. I know it's early in the relationship, and you only saw us for a little bit, but I've seen your predictions after just a few minutes. I need to know I'm not ruining my life or anyone else's." Austin's pleas didn't fall on deaf ears. Elizabeth didn't want him to mess up either, but she also knew her boys. If she said one thing, they'd most likely do the other. That came from the stubborn streak running through them from their daddy. Thinking for a minute, Elizabeth stared at the seam in the counter before raising her eyes to look at Austin. "Okay, you remember your favorite snack growing up?" Austin quirked an eyebrow and nodded slowly. "Okay, sure. Peanut butter and honey in a bowl. I liked it mixed up and to eat it with a spoon. Not just any peanut butter. It had to be crunchy." Elizabeth nodded, glad she had his attention so far. "Right. You loved it so much. That used to irritate your father. Remember that time when he said you should try the peanut butter with something else and on bread as it was intended?" Austin nodded, still confused with where his mom was going. His favorite, Austin, was peanut butter and grape jelly on wheat bread. Not just any bread, but my homemade loaves. He liked it warmed up with a glass of milk. Do you remember that? Elizabeth waited for Austin to nod before continuing. He thought for sure you would love the same thing simply because he loved it. You were only 6, and I remember coming in to see the table made with 2 plates that looked exactly the same. But while he sat there and ate with gusto, you sat there in misery. It wasn't what you wanted, but it was what he wanted. Elizabeth rubbed her lips together to let that sink in. Right. He got so mad at me. He couldn't figure out why I didn't like it as much. I liked it, just not like I liked the honey mix. He never understood that about me. Austin exhaled on a whoosh. That's one thing your dad didn't understand about a lot of people. Peanut butter and jelly are good. For you it tasted just fine, but it wasn't your favorite. Just like this woman is beautiful and funny and seems very nice. She would probably be just fine to marry and have a family with. Just like the peanut butter and jelly. You could eat it. You liked it just fine. But when you were given a choice, you wanted the peanut butter and honey. That made you the happiest. You were never bored with the choice. In fact, I remember that being your snack every day at 2 o'clock for almost 5 years. We got bees on the back side of the property simply because you loved honey so much. We wanted to make sure we always had some on hand. You never got sick of it. It continued making you happy. In fact, I would venture to guess it still does. She tipped her head toward him, as if the challenge was in the question and not in the allegory. Chapter 23. Shunt. There was no way out. Jessie had shown up looking overdressed, but Austin wasn't going to say anything. She liked the way she looked, and that was good enough for him. He just had to somehow warn his family to be nice. Most of them, even with money, kept it logical and practical. On the outside, even the women might wear a button-up shirt, but they wore jeans and loosely applied makeup. Jessie tugged Austin away from the kitchen, asking him to get her a hot cocoa and sit with her on the couch. Austin agreed and left her in the living room while he went back to the kitchen. He got some mugs out and then noticed his mom was in there all by herself. "Mom, do you need help with anything? You're doing brisket. Did you already put the potatoes in? Or can I help there?" Brisket was one of the family favorites, but it was a lot of work, and with his mom's heart problems, it never hurt anything to try to lighten her load once in a while. "Oh, that would be lovely. Thank you, Austin. Do you think Jessie would be fine joining you in here, so she's not all by herself in the living room?" Elizabeth pulled out a bag of potatoes from the small pantry closest to the kitchen and plopped them on the counter near the sink. "Good idea." Austin went back to the living room and motioned to Jessie. "Hey, want to come back to the kitchen while I help my mom?" Jessie sighed, but stood with a tight smile. She held up her nails and scrunched her nose. "I don't have to do anything, do I? These weren't cheap, and I'm not convinced they're completely dry." "Nope, you're fine. Just come on in here, so you're not all by yourself. I need to help." Austin didn't say anything else. He turned back to the kitchen, leaving Jessie to find her own way. He felt rude. He felt like she kept putting him in the situation to be rude. It wasn't that he wanted to be rude by any means, but when she was downright out of line, he couldn't help making a point to pull away from her. And not because he was punishing her or making a statement, but simply because he didn't want to be around someone who would put their nails before helping an older woman around the kitchen. Obviously, it had nothing to do with gender, since Austin was helping, but he wasn't even asking Jessie to help. He was asking her to sit at the counter and drink the cocoa she'd asked for. Back in the kitchen, Austin put the mug with water into the microwave. Then he turned to the potatoes and dumped the 5-pound bag into one side of the double basin sink. Filling the sink with warm water, not hot, Austin reached out for the stainless steel Brillo pad sitting in a ceramic dish in the corner of the sink. Jessie sat up to the counter, smiling at Elizabeth, who moved from the stove to the fridge and back again. The microwave beeped, and Austin pulled the water out and scooped some hot cocoa mix from a container into the water and stirred. After a minute, he handed it over to Jessie, who stared at it as if it were made from hot lava. Austin was getting tired of the demands. He wasn't sure what it was exactly that entitled her to act the way that she did, but he couldn't wait for the week to be over. He sighed, motioning toward the drink. "What's wrong with it?" He was pushing subtlety aside. "I usually prefer almond milk with sugar-free syrup, not powder." She glanced at his face and smiled quickly. "But this looks perfect. Thank you." She lifted the mug and sipped, shifting her gaze around the kitchen, everywhere but at him. Austin didn't care. How did he tell her things weren't going to work between them? He just needed to move her on out of there. He'd already made up his mind that they weren't going to work. How did he tell her? Turning back to the sink, Austin scrubbed some potatoes and laid them on a baking sheet. He stabbed each one 3 times with a 4-pronged fork his mom set beside him. Once the potatoes were ready to be baked, he put them in the bottom oven on 350. They'd cook in there until the brisket was done, and they'd all have hot, piping baked potatoes. "There you go, Mom. Need me to shred some cheese or anything?" Flynn walked in, swaggering a bit side to side. He reached out, wrapping an arm around Austin's shoulders and wrangling him into a chokehold. Austin laughed, wrestling back until he was able to get out. He punched his brother on the shoulder. "What are you doing?" "I came to have some of Mom's brisket and tell Levi not to come back from his travels unless he's married." Flynn laughed, sneaking a piece of a roll his mom had just set out on a pan. "Oh, speaking of getting married." Flynn spoke around a mouthful of bread, ignoring the swats from Elizabeth as she glowered at him playfully for taking one of the many sitting on the stove. "Did you hear Sam's engaged? I guess it happened last night." Austin's mouth dried up and he couldn't work his tongue to speak or swallow. Was he even breathing? After a minute, he asked, "Sam's engaged? What?" "Yeah, Stefan proposed last night after closing time. A few of the people at the cafe were talking about it. I guess it's quite the scandal." Flynn ate another bite of roll, delight in being the bearer of any kind of news evident in the brightness of his eyes. "Wait, is Sam gay?" Jessie sat up straight, disappointment in her eyes. "I didn't realize you had a gay best friend, Austin." "Wait, what?" Elizabeth turned from the rolls and jerked her chin back. "Honey, what are you talking about? Sam? Is this the same Sam that is Austin's best friend? Because Flynn just said Sam got engaged last night and Stefan proposed. Stefan and Sam are both men, am I right? Because that'd be weird to name a girl Stefan." She licked her lips from the cocoa, as if the rest of them were another layer of stupid, and she couldn't explain everything to them. Stefan would be a stupid name for a girl, but Sam wouldn't. Flynn folded his arms and leaned back against the counter. He glanced mischievously between Jessie, his mom, and Austin. Jessie blinked. "I'm sorry. I'm so confused right now. Sam is engaged. Got it. Is he gay or not? That's all I'm wondering." She leaned one elbow forward on the counter and continued staring at them with one encompassing glance. Elizabeth harumphed and left the kitchen, bustling back in after only about 15 seconds. She held a framed picture in her hands about the size of a magazine. "Here, Jessie. This is Austin and his best friend Samantha at the beach. That picture was taken about 5 months ago during the 4th of July party Mistletoe threw. Do you see why we're confused?" Jessie slowly took the framed photo from Elizabeth, her confidence fading before their eyes until she resembled nothing more than a vulnerable schoolgirl. Her shoulders hunched forward. She set the photo on the counter. Austin didn't need to see the picture to know what Jessie was looking at. She was looking at a natural version of what she herself was trying to achieve. Samantha's long auburn hair had been blown about by the wind that day. She'd laughed, tucking it back when the picture had been taken. She'd worn a white swimsuit cover-up that fell to about her knees, but hugged her curves and showed off her collarbones and the graceful slope of her neck. Simple black sunglasses had been propped on the top of her head, holding her long, side-swept bangs out of her face for the most part, and her bright green eyes had been focused on Austin. His gaze had been on her as well. He'd been in his swim trunks with no shirt and a tan. They'd been relaxed and easy. Nothing was getting in their way. He'd met Jessie a month before that and never mentioned going out for the weekend with Samantha, just like he hadn't mentioned Samantha without any real intent since. The frame made a snapping sound when Jessie set it on the counter, lifting her chin as she raised her gaze from the picture to Austin's face. "This is your buddy, Sam?" She pointed her finger on Sam's face in the frame, pushing on the glass. Elizabeth and Flynn had gone silent. All humor on Flynn's face had long since disappeared. Austin stepped forward. He hadn't meant to hurt Jessie, and not publicly, either. He just wanted things to fade into the background and disappear. No words, no nothing. Just have it end. Just have. But that would make him a coward. And Austin was sick of trying to do what was right, while also not trying to make waves. That wasn't how things should be done. If nothing else, he'd learned that from dating Jessie. He lifted his chin and then nodded. "That's Samantha." I call her Sam, as does everyone else. She's been my best friend for as long as I can remember. She's who you went to the cabin with this last weekend? This woman? Hot tubbing and sleeping with this woman, and you had the audacity to tell me not to worry? Jesse's face twisted into a mask of pure outrage. Put that way, she was absolutely right. He nodded. You're right. I lied about it. No time like the present to come clean. He swallowed and ignored Flynn and Elizabeth standing there awkwardly. Samantha broke up with her long-time on-again, off-again boyfriend last week. She'd planned a huge romantic weekend for them and then decided she didn't want to go alone. So, she asked me to. I didn't go up with the intent of it being anything but platonic. I really was considering your feelings in my choices and actions. Jessie huffed and shook her head. Yeah, okay. Sarcasm riddled her words and the way she held her head. I don't expect you to understand, because I don't understand. But we kissed on Friday night, and while I pulled back, I didn't stop her until after I'd already kissed her back. Austin gritted his teeth as he spoke the truth. Owning what he did might be hard, but at least the weight was off his back. Austin's mom gasped and clutched the base of her throat with one hand. She stared at Austin with hope in her eyes. You kissed Sam. Finally. That's taken long enough. Flynn shook his head and shifted feet. He fell silent at the angry look from Austin. Jessie slid from the stool. Your whole family is rooting for you to be with this Sam or Samantha or whatever. You went off with her and kissed her, and all the time you knew I was coming here to see you. I've been faithful to you. Look at me. I could have replaced you 10 times over and never looked back, but I didn't. She shook her head, her arms akimbo. I can't believe this. And you made such a big deal about me being pretty. Have you noticed your friend could be a model? Have you noticed that you wanted to date someone who was frumpy and mousy? Was it because you didn't want to make her feel threatened? Jessie didn't wait for him to answer, as her self-esteem picked up before Austin's very eyes. Here's the thing, Austin. You could have used this to your advantage if you'd been smart. You could have used me to make her jealous. But now it's too late. She's engaged, and you're alone. She turned toward the door and then whirled back. For the record, I could have made you happy. I expected to get engaged this week and eventually move up here to be by you. I was willing to move my entire life to be with you because I love you. What is she doing? She doesn't love you. She's marrying someone else. Jessie click-clacked across the tiled floor, her hips swaying with an extra layer of sass as she stormed out. She didn't mess around as she slammed the front door. Austin breathed shallowly after she left, staring after her rather than looking at Mom and Flynn, whose gazes he could feel on him as they stared. Their eyes could have been hot lasers as they continued watching Austin. He finally gave in, folding his arms as he turned to face them. Okay, what? I know. I didn't handle that the best way, You just don't want to get stuck with jelly when you want honey. Elizabeth reached out and patted his arm. I had no idea you kissed Samantha. I don't think anyone did, Mom. Flynn snaked his arm behind Elizabeth and grabbed up another roll. Austin, do you want to know what I think? Not really. Austin sighed. But let's hear it anyway, Flynn laughed, dodging his mother's attempts to swat him. He stopped on the other side of the counter and motioned toward Austin with the roll in his hand. Well, since I can't refuse that kind of encouragement, here it goes. Jessie wasn't the one for you. You know this. She doesn't want kids, man. She probably only wanted to marry you for the money. I've dated more than my fair share of girls, and she's the rodeo groupie. She wants to date a cowboy because of the stigma associated with dating one, but she doesn't want to put forth the effort it takes to live in a cowboy's life. Now Samantha is a legitimate cowgirl. She's there through the good rides, the falls, and she'll help out with the cleanup. She's the one you want to help muck out the stalls and then shower with later. Flynn Michael Wilson. That is enough. Elizabeth's cheeks pinkened, and she twisted the kitchen towel in her hands. But it's true. Mom, you have 6 boys. How do you think those grandbabies are made? All I'm saying is Austin wants to live life. He wants a family, He wants the things we value here in Montana. Jessie wasn't that girl for him. Now, if you really want to know what I think, Flynn shoved the rest of the roll in his mouth and spoke around the fluffy bread as he chewed. I think you need to go. Grab up that friend of yours and get her down to the mayor's office before they close and get married. Roman and Brock did nothing in the right order, and everything worked out great. We can do a fancy wedding at the family dinner if you need something more formal. But if it was me, I wouldn't wait. As soon as I suspect who my right match is, I'm going to chase her down and drag her to the altar, kicking and screaming if I have to. He grinned and leaned his rear against the counter, crossing his ankles as he nodded. And that's Flynn's suggestion. Austin blinked at his brother. He wasn't sure what to say. Thank you seemed inadequate after the display Flynn put on to get his thoughts out there, but at the same time, Flynn had justified the ways Austin felt. He wanted to go and snatch Samantha up and elope with her, but she deserved better than that. All of them did. As much as he hated getting up in front of a group, Samantha deserved to be walked down the aisle with vows and a preacher in a white dress. She deserved a spectacle, and he was willing to do that for her. I like where you're going with this, but if she's already engaged, there's not a lot I can do. Austin swallowed as he admitted what was really holding him back. No matter what he did, he was laying it all on the line. She would very likely say no to Austin since she'd already said yes to Stefan. At the same time, Austin was done waiting for Samantha to treat him the way he wanted to be treated. He wanted her to choose him, so he had to make her look at him differently. He had to make her choose to see him as he really was. Her perfect match. Austin glanced at the dinner dishes his mom was busy putting together. He reached out, taking his mom's upper arms in his hands. Mom, I hate to do this, but I need to go. I think Kaylee might have some answers I need. Can you make sure everyone is here for the Christmas Eve dinner? I'll get you more details. Needless to say, I'd plan on a reception that night. Get Carrie Dean to make some cakes. Tell her I'll pay her whatever she wants, but ask her to keep it quiet. Austin ducked his head and planted a fast kiss on his mom's cheek. I'm going to get a plan in place and see if I can't catch me a wife. Flynn whooped and hollered as Austin strode with a determined pace out of the house. Jessie was already gone, but Austin had already pushed her from his mind. He had to somehow get a wedding set up that Samantha would love, as well as convince her she wanted to be with him and not with Stefan. He had to get up in front of people and tell her how much she meant to him. For Samantha, he could do anything. He would do anything, including embarrass himself, if that's what it took. But he'd spent how long convinced she was going to discover him at some point while he acted like her friend. Nothing was going to change, unless he did something to change it. He tore out of the driveway, determined to get to Stanford Stables before Kaylee closed for the night. He needed to recruit Samantha's other best friend to help him make his dreams come true.
Chapter 24. Kylie oiling the leather tack was one of Kylie's favorite tasks. She rubbed the oil in, watching it darken the leather as it soaked in. The general peaceful feel in the barn and stables never seemed to leave. Callie lived in the loft above, but she kept the door open even when she was upstairs so she could hear the horses and absorb the peace of the barn. Plus, the smell of fresh hay was better than baking cookies. The winter sun would set soon, and Kaylee had a few more jobs to finish up before she could return to her apartment and make something to eat. She lived alone, and she preferred it. Putting the last of the leather maintenance tools away, she locked the door to the tool closet at the end of the stables opposite the doors and strode toward the counter. Closing time was the best time of the day. She didn't have to let anyone else into her life after that. She could lock the doors and be alone. She grabbed the keys from the basket under the counter and rounded the edge of the island. The door opened, letting in Austin and a blast of winter wind. Kaylee sighed and stopped between the counter and the door, hands on her hips as she half glared at Austin. She shook her head. It's closing time, Austin. I've got a bowl of ramen with my name on it. A manic look in Austin's eyes gave her pause, and she stepped closer to him, setting her hand on his forearm. Wait, what's going on? Are you okay? Is Sam all right? Nothing else on earth would affect Austin that way, except Samantha. He shook his head, rubbing his hands down his face and striding to the counter. He tossed his hat on the surface and leaned forward, resting his elbows beside the hat. After a second, Austin turned, his eyes tormented. Did you know Samantha got engaged? Stefan finally proposed. Kaylee furrowed her brow and squinted at Austin. When? Maybe Samantha hadn't said anything to her because it just happened. Austin stood, shrugging. Flynn said something about last night. Stefan went into the grocery store and bought flowers and candies, and he was bragging about how he was finally going to put a ring on Samantha's finger. Kaylee held out her hands as she turned more fully toward Austin. Okay, but that doesn't mean she said yes. Samantha and I spoke after you guys got back from your trip together. There's no way she would go back to Stefan. Not after... Kaylee lifted an eyebrow at Austin and shrugged. Well, you know. Austin's cheeks turned pink. He folded his arms over his chest and dropped his gaze. After a minute, he lifted his eyes. I don't want to put you in a position where you might break your confidence with Samantha. I understand she's a hard one to read sometimes. I want to marry her, Kaylee, but I'm not sure that's what she wants. Kaylee grinned, shaking her head as she closed the distance between her and Austin. She slapped his back and her smile grew broader. Well, finally. This entire town has wondered how much longer you guys were going to pretend to be only friends. She shook her head and moved around the counter to sit on her stool. She gently kicked her foot as she studied Austin, who had turned to face her. Kaylee narrowed her eyes. I see why you're bugged, though. If she's engaged to Stefan, it's one more thing she's keeping from me. I know she loves you. I've seen her around you, and I saw how upset the fighting between the two of you has made her. I honestly don't think she's engaged to Stefan. Austin cocked his head. What else is she hiding from you? Kaylee sighed and glanced down the hall, habitually checking the horses by listening rather than actually visually checking them. She and Flynn came over earlier this week. Sam was in here talking to me, asking me about promises made and which ones were more important while Flynn was busy doing I don't know what. Kaylee turned toward Austin and thrust her finger on top of the counter. The thing is, Flynn knows Gibbons. Samantha is a realtor. I don't want to speculate, but I also don't want to be blindsided. I think she knows something that she's not telling me. Austin studied Kaylee, mulling over what she said. After a minute, he nodded, the brim of his hat accentuating the motion more. Okay, so let's say that she does know something. What if she's trying to come up with a way to tell you? What if she's not quite sure what it is that she knows? I mean, Flynn isn't exactly Gibbons. He's friends with him, but that doesn't mean that's the only reason Flynn would be with Samantha. Although, it does look suspicious. He folded his arms again and shook his head. You could be right. At the same time, though, Samantha is very loyal. She's just also caught up in a lot right now. Plus, I'm about to dump a bunch more on you and her. I really think you should just ask her. Boldly. I love Samantha, but even I'll admit that sometimes she's more wrapped up in herself than anyone else. Again, it's not purposeful. I just think she does it without really thinking about it. Considering Samantha had never done anything to hurt Kaylee and definitely never anything intentionally, Kaylee took a deep breath and nodded. You're right. She's not mean-hearted. Okay, what do you need my help with? First, did you approve of her and Stefan? I don't want to ask you to do anything that would go against what you think is best for her. Austin's lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't want to hear that Kaylee liked Stefan. That was evident on his face. But he was man enough to ask. Kaylee appreciated that about him. He could handle the truth. Actually, no. I wasn't joking when I said he's not for her. The entire town really does not want her with him. That was an understatement. Kaylee gave a sharp bark of laughter. Just like Mistletoe doesn't want you with that lady friend you brought here. Jerking his head back, Austin blinked. What? What are you talking about? Sally at the cafe told anyone who would listen about how that girl disrespected everyone within view, and then some in just a matter of minutes. She actually said it in an admiring way that was underlined by the bitterness of what she'd said. It was really quite a spectacle to watch Sally run through it. Kaylee had stayed in the cafe for a few hours just to watch as each retelling became more dramatic and more enriched. Austin sighed, shaking his head. Yeah, Jessie was something else. We just had different expectations. And that right there was why Austin was perfect for Samantha. He wouldn't badmouth anyone. He had integrity, and Samantha needed that in her life. She needed consistency, steadfastness, and permanence. Okay, what do you need me to do? Kaylee would worry about the Flynn and land thing later. It was almost Christmas. The season to focus on family, friends, and happiness. She'd worry about the rest of it after the holidays. Austin reached across the counter and took Kaylee's hand in his. Thank you. I really appreciate it. What I need help with is planning a wedding. Laughter burst from Kaylee's mouth and she shook her head. You don't expect much, do you? She sighed and nodded. All right, let's get started. Relief lightened the shadows on Austin's expression. He nodded. I was hoping you'd say exactly that. Kaylee would help with Samantha and Austin's dreams. Maybe they would be able to help her with hers. Lily. A handful of days after the drama at Kringle Ranch, Lily parked in front of Roman and Taylor's place. She was still irritated that she always missed out on the good stuff. The fact that Flynn had to tell Roman, Brock, Taylor, and Lily about the encounter between Austin and Jessie rankled Lily's feathers. Flynn always added things. She wasn't sure just how much was true and how much was exaggeration. Like, for instance, did Austin and Samantha really kiss last weekend? Lily climbed out of her car and strode up the walk to the large wraparound deck. She climbed the steps to the front door and knocked on the white panel. Taylor and Roman had decorated their home with red and green poinsettias in every window, their golden centers fun spots of color. The door opened, revealing Roman standing in the doorway. Hey, Lily, come on in. Are you and Taylor going shopping for the wedding? He pulled Isaac's chubby hand off his chin and pretend nipped at the boy's fingers. Both adults laughed as Isaac giggled and arched his back. Yeah, is Taylor ready? Lily and Taylor had been put in charge of decorations for Christmas Eve at Kringle Ranch. Nothing too stressful, but something they should be able to do in one morning. Not to mention a wedding, but no pressure. She's in the bedroom. Go on back. Roman shut the door behind Lily and jostled Isaac in his arms and made noises like they were riding a wild horse. Lily's heart twinged, both from happiness and sadness. She was happy for her sister and brother-in-law, but she also wanted some of that for herself. She strode through the massive great room, down the hall past other rooms and closed doors until she reached the master bedroom. She softly knocked on the ajar door and went inside. Taylor? You in here? Retching sounds coming from the bathroom pulled Lily that direction. She stepped into the doorway and covered her mouth. Taylor, are you okay? Rushing forward, Lily grabbed a washcloth from the artfully rolled and stacked cloths in a chrome basket to the side of the sink. She ran some water and dampened the cloth before turning the faucet off and wringing out the washcloth. She knelt beside Taylor, who was already on her knees in front of the toilet, resting her cheek on her arm lying along the seat. Taylor's pale features blanched, and she squeezed her eyes shut. She moaned. Oh, Lily, sorry. Lily patted the cool cloth over Taylor's forehead, and then down the back of her neck. What are you sorry for? Are you okay? Should I call Roman? Lily pressed the back of her hand against Taylor's cool forehead. You don't seem to have a fever. Are you sick? Why didn't you call me to cancel? Taylor was the type to push through any illness just to do what she'd scheduled in her planner. I told you to start using a pencil for your planner. These things can be erased and rescheduled. Lily didn't wait for Taylor to respond as she continued wiping her face and making comments. Should Lily call out to Roman? She wasn't sure what to do. She hadn't seen Taylor that sick since. Lily blinked and sat back on her heels. Her hand fell to her side. She stared at Taylor, her lips falling apart. Taylor? Why are you throwing up? Taylor slowly lifted her head from her arm and sighed. She moved to a sitting position that didn't involve her laying on the toilet. Taylor lifted her eyes and trained her gaze on Lily. I'm pregnant. Her lower lip trembled as she stared at Lily, waiting for a response. Lily's eyes widened and she gripped the washcloth in both hands. You're pregnant? Oh, my word, Taylor. That is amazing. Lily reached forward, wrapping her arms around her sister's shoulders and grinning. She couldn't stop smiling. Taylor pulled back, confused. You're happy? Why wouldn't I be? You're getting another baby, and Isaac will have a brother or sister. This is going to be so great. I'm not sure who will fight over being the better grandparent, Elizabeth or Dad, but they'll be excited to try. Lily's happiness seemed to fill the room. She stared at her sister from an arm's length away. This is going to be so great. I'm going to be an aunt again. She widened her eyes, whispering, What if you have a girl? Taylor reached out, resting her fingers on Lily's forearm, her eyes confused. Lily, aren't you mad at me? Lily blinked, becoming still as she stared at Taylor. Why would I be mad? What was Taylor getting at? Did she lie about something or steal something? Why in the world would Lily be upset about her sister being pregnant? Because I'm pregnant and you're not. Taylor frowned, removing her hand and letting it fall to her own lap. She'd adjusted her legs until she was sitting crisscross in front of Lily and the toilet. You do realize that we can both be pregnant at the same time, don't you? Lily teased. Taylor's eyes widened and she gasped. Are you pregnant? This is great. We can be pregnant together. Her excitement overrode her previous worry, but started to fade as Lily shook her head. No, I wish I was pregnant. But no. Lily grinned, ignoring the tingle of pain her words brought. Taylor's eyebrows knit. I don't understand. You said we could both be pregnant at the same time. I thought... What I meant was you being pregnant doesn't take away from me being able to be pregnant. We both will have hard things in our lives just like we'll both have fun things in our lives. For you, having babies is easy. That's fine. My easy thing will be something that is hard for you. And that's okay. The point is, Lily blinked back tears that threatened to spill over her lower eyelids. How long have you been keeping this secret? You sound like Roman. I've known a couple weeks. I didn't want to upset you. Brock told Roman you guys were trying still. Plus, the things you and I were talking about at the inn. Taylor shrugged. I just didn't want to rub it in. Lily laughed, shaking her head. Well, rub it in. I'm so glad we get to celebrate someone having a baby. My favorite part is those little white cupcakes Carrie makes. I'm demanding those at every baby shower when I get pregnant. Maybe even every month until I give birth. Lily snapped her fingers, her eyes growing even wider. No, Taylor, I know. We should tell Carrie I want those cupcakes every weekend until I get pregnant. Lily tilted her head to the side and smirked. Go ahead, tell me I'm brilliant. You're definitely something. If you eat those cupcakes, everyone will think you're pregnant. Taylor laughed and then cut it short as she moaned. Oh, too much. I might still get sick again. These mornings haven't been very good. She shook her head slowly. You know what I heard works? Gingerbread cookies. Do you want me to see if I can get you some? Lily just wanted to help. As much as she wanted to be pregnant, the morning sickness wasn't something she was looking forward to. And yet she'd still be grateful for it. Because the end product would be a baby. That's all she could think about. I have some in the fridge, if you want to grab us some. Sorry, we're probably late for our day as it is. Taylor groaned again and leaned over the toilet, waving Lily toward the kitchen. Lily left the bathroom and headed toward the kitchen, wincing at the first sounds of misery she left behind. Hey, Roman, I'm going to grab a couple of those cookies in the fridge. Tay isn't feeling too well. Lily smiled at Roman sprawled on the massive couch with Isaac climbing all over him with a plastic horse. Wooden trees and little soldiers were placed all over Roman. He cracked an eye open and jerked his chin ever so carefully. Go ahead and help yourself. Yeah, she hasn't been doing too good with this one. I assume she told you? A little glimmer of worry narrowed his eyes. Oh yeah, you don't need to worry about it. Lily chuckled, waving her hand as she shook her head. At the fridge, she pulled out the plate of cookies and retrieved 2 before putting it back inside. The sweet scent of molasses mixed with cinnamon gave away Carrie as the baker. One of those days, Lily would convince Carrie to open her own bakery. That's what Mistletoe needed. Christmassy sweets that didn't look like donuts or loaves of bread. When Lily joined Taylor in the bathroom again, she passed a cookie over and took a bite of the one she'd brought for herself. I'm glad you're pregnant, Taylor. Don't keep that kind of stuff from me anymore, okay? I want the chance to be happy for you and sad for you. So, you need to share that kind of news with me. Taylor nodded sheepishly. Agreed. Hey, I think we should start looking for something for Carrie. A place to put her own bakery. Can you imagine what we could do with the wedding market in Mistletoe if we had the inn, the florists, and the bakery? As it was, Mrs. Hoffman ran the cakes for the weddings that took place in town, and she'd bemoaned the last dozen, claiming she wanted to move to Arizona to escape the winters and all the good-looking cowboys she couldn't have since none of them would look at a 75-year-old woman. Taylor slowly bit into the cookie and then raised her eyes to Lily's. I agree. Do you think she'd fight us? Not if we make the proposal too strong to resist. Lily grinned as she bit off the head of the gingerbread man. She'd worry about having a baby in the alone time of the night when Brock slept peacefully by her side. During the day, she'd worry about things she could control. Helping her sister was something she could control. Eating was something else. One way or the other, Lily would be happy, even if she had to borrow someone else's happiness for a while. Chapter 25. Samantha Christmas Eve. Usually the Christmas holiday was her favorite. Even when she'd been with Stefan, she'd still been included in the Wilson family traditions, as well as being invited to the weddings and other family activities. But now, all week she'd heard whispers around Mistletoe about a big wedding taking place out at the Wilson ranch. That, combined with the excitement of the matchmaking contest, had the town in a solid state of frenzied excitement. Apparently, everyone had been invited. Everyone except Samantha. And judging by the call she'd gotten from Kaylee a couple days ago, neither had her friend. So instead of sticking to a years-long tradition of doing Christmas at the Wilsons, Samantha and Kaylee were doing something different. Samantha wasn't allowed to help plan it or do anything for it, which was probably for the best anyway since Samantha wasn't in the mood to cook. Kaylee knocked on her door before opening it and walking through. Sam, you in here? She stopped at the sight of Samantha standing at the counter in the kitchen in her sweats and a spoonful of peanut butter in her hand. What are you doing? Sighing, Samantha glanced despondently at the spoon. I don't know. I was eating this because I thought it would make me feel better, but all I feel is sadness because I want a lemon cookie. One of Carrie's. The lemon balls were requirements every Eve party, and Samantha looked forward to them every year. Kaylee's eyes widened in alarm. Have you just been in your sweats since you got off work on Friday? Sam, when was the last time you showered? I don't know. Friday? Samantha rolled her eyes. Like it matters. She laughed humorlessly and sighed again. Kaylee stared at her, frozen in time. Samantha held up a second spoon and wiggled her eyebrows. Want to join me? Actually, I do, more than you know. However, you and I have plans, and they don't include you sitting in your sweats. Let's go. Kaylee glanced at the watch on her wrist and groaned, shedding her coat and striding toward Samantha. Come on. You need to take a shower and get your hair dried, and you only have 20 minutes. Samantha moved as she was told, glancing at Kaylee's heather gray and pink plaid skirt topped with a matching pink button-up silky top, and she wrinkled her nose. You look gorgeous, Kaylee, but I'm not going out around people. There's a wedding out at the Wilsons today, and I don't feel like hearing about how romantic the wedding is. I just want to wallow. Let me wallow, okay? Samantha sobbed, slightly turning to go back to the kitchen, but she wasn't a match for Kaylee, who worked with horses. Kaylee manhandled Samantha to the bathroom off her bedroom and shoved Samantha toward the shower. Get stripped and in there and out in 7 minutes or I'll do it. And trust me, you don't want that. She turned to give Samantha some privacy and left the bathroom. She called out, "I'll pick out your clothes." Samantha rolled her eyes and inhaled deeply as she shed her dirty clothes and tossed them into her hamper. She had no doubt Kaylee would do exactly what she was threatening. As she scrubbed her hair and skin, Samantha called out over the spray of the water, "I don't know why you planned something. I really don't want to go anywhere. I thought you said we would keep it simple and fun." She grumbled under her breath. "This isn't simple or fun. No matter what we're doing, I'm not going to sit across from you in your sweats. If nothing else, have respect for the holiday. My word." Kaylee moved around the bathroom. "Is this your makeup case?" "Yeah, don't even think about making me put on makeup. Where are we going anyway?" Samantha turned off the water and pulled her towel into the shower stall, drying the warm water off her skin. She already felt better. At least she felt more human instead of depressed and slovenly. "Here." Kaylee shoved her hand through the side of the shower curtain, holding out a set of underwear that was entirely too lacy for a day of hanging out with Kaylee. Okay. Why the lacy stuff?" Samantha took the underwear and pulled it on along with the matching bra. She bent over, wrapping a towel around her still wet hair, and then stood up straight. She stepped from the shower and stared at Kaylee, who was holding out jeans and a flannel. Samantha laughed. "You're seriously letting me wear that while you're dressed like this? Okay, sold." Samantha didn't even question it. Kaylee hadn't said what they were doing, but she offered her some of Samantha's favorite clothes to wear. She could do anything, if she was dressed right. Slipping into the jeans and the shirt, Samantha caught a glimpse of her makeup bag sitting to the side of the bathroom door. She was actually fine with whatever Kaylee was up to. Samantha didn't have to think about it. She was fine with it. Kaylee pulled out the blow dryer and yanked the towel out of Samantha's hair. She attacked Samantha's tresses with a brush and the dryer, having her hair dry in no time. Samantha whistled in amazement when Kaylee finished, tossing the blow dryer on the counter. She bent and grabbed the makeup container and motioned to Samantha. "We gotta go. I'm behind by 5 minutes and I'm not in the mood to get yelled at." Samantha glanced at her silky smooth hair in the mirror as she followed Kaylee out. "I need to have you do that every day. No wonder the horses always look so well kept." Kaylee snorted. "They hate it. Let's go." Samantha followed behind Kaylee, out of her front door and into the waiting red Chevy truck. Kaylee didn't even wait for Samantha to get buckled before she peeled out of the drive and toward the north side of Mistletoe. Samantha leaned on the doorway. "You never said where we're going? I can't imagine a lot of places are open since there's a wedding going on. Did you hear about that? You never said anything when we talked the other day." Maybe Kaylee wasn't telling Samantha because she didn't want to upset her. Wasn't that the exact place Samantha was in with the whole Flynn and Gibbons thing? Well, while we're on the topic knowing things and not talking about them. I know. Kaylee glanced at Samantha and then back at the road. "You know? What do you mean you know?" How did Kaylee know? Why in the world wasn't she yelling and mad at Samantha? Sam was mad at herself because she hadn't said anything to Kaylee yet. Why wasn't Kaylee mad at her in return? "Yeah, you know, I don't care if you marry Stefan. I'll support you no matter what you do. I just think it's important to make sure we tell each other things. Especially life-changing things. You know?" Kaylee shrugged, the mild hurt belying her words stating she was fine. "What are you talking about? I'm not engaged to Stefan. He came to propose and I kicked him out. I said we were through and I deserved better. Plus, I think it's important that I not settle anymore. I can't have Austin, but that doesn't mean I need to marry the first loser who looks at me." Samantha gazed at her friend. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you about something. I haven't really known how to broach the subject because I'm not sure what exactly I know. I mean, I know what Flynn was saying, but I don't know just how it's supposed to play out. Kaylee held up her hand. Hold up. First of all, you're not engaged to Stefan? She glanced at Samantha and continued after Samantha shook her head. Okay, that's going to make today a whole lot easier. Second, I know you're not telling me something about the land. I also know that you wouldn't do anything to hurt me. If you can't tell me something, I'll understand. But I do want to know, so I'm prepared. Samantha blew out the air she'd been holding on a whoosh. She nodded emphatically. Which is why I think you should know I was at your place with Flynn because Gibbons sent him. Flynn was checking out the property lines and the stable. He took some pictures to send to Gibbons for some reason. Flynn did say something about Gibbons wanting to list next fall at some point, and then he told me to keep my mouth shut, and I could be the realtor. Which I don't care about. I just wasn't sure what to do because if I'm out of the loop, then I have no information for you. At the same time, if I'm the realtor, then I can get as much as we need. Samantha sighed, folding her arms. Honestly, I'd rather not be a part of it. If you're not ready to buy the property, I don't want to be the person that sells it out from under you. You know what? I want you to be the realtor. Don't mention anything to Flynn about telling me. I'll do everything I can to stall the sale. I need more money, but I'm sure I can find a way to raise it. Kaylee set her jaw as she stared out at the afternoon sunlit street. The sun would be down in probably half an hour, but until then, dark purple and salmon orange streaks split across the sky. Well, if they list it as commercial, you'll need millions. If he goes residential, you won't need nearly as much. Samantha finally realized where they were headed. Wait, why are we going to Kringle Ranch? Because we're going to that wedding. Kaylee shifted into fourth, barreling down the road that led straight to the Wilsons. In the distance, their large barn twinkled with lights already turned on with the early setting sun soon to descend. Samantha's throat constricted. I can't, Kaylee. I can't do this. He's going to marry someone else. I can't watch that. Samantha reached up, wrapping her fingers around her neck as if she couldn't breathe. Kaylee took a deep breath and glanced pointedly at her friend. Samantha, I'm telling you this because I love you. You're like a sister to me, and I don't want you to do something stupid, like missing Austin's wedding. No matter what he decides, you have to support him. He's your best friend. You have to be there for him. And if you're not there today, if I let you go without being there for him, you'll regret it the rest of your life. Samantha took a deep breath and shifted her gaze to take in the approaching barn that was decorated all out with reds and greens and white tulle hanging from the eaves. It looks like a cake. Her whisper was even softer as she took in the splendor. She blinked back tears, frustrated that Kaylee was right, and even more irritated that she had to crash her best friend's wedding. It just wasn't fair. But Kaylee was right. If Samantha didn't go, both Austin and she would regret it. Who knows? Maybe they'll get divorced in a year or two and I can say I told you so. Samantha laughed, dabbing her fingertips along the bottom of her eyelids. Crap, I should have dressed like you. This is going to make me look bitter. She glanced down at her outfit, suddenly regretting the fact that she'd welcomed the comfortable clothes like she had. Don't worry, I have your outfit at the house. Kaylee grinned wickedly as they pulled into a spot close to the house and furthest from the barn. Come on, Austin isn't inside, I promise. How did Kaylee know where Austin was? Why did she have clothes for Samantha at the ranch, and what was everyone going to think when Samantha showed up uninvited? Maybe no one else knew about how Austin and Samantha were fighting? If that were the case, then it would make things a little bit easier on everyone when she was there. Maybe not Austin, but that was okay. He was part of the fight. Samantha followed Kaylee into the house, noting the elegant decorations continued in the home. Kaylee beckoned for Samantha to follow her into the farthest bathroom at the end of the hall, The stuff is in here. Samantha followed. I don't see Elizabeth. Do you know where she's at? Samantha rounded the doorway and stopped, lifting her hand to her mouth. She shook her head. Kaylee, we're in the wrong room. Hanging from a hanger hooked onto the wall across from the doorway, a simple white dress with an empire waist and small capped sleeves hung. The skirt didn't puff out but would simply shift and move around the bride's legs. It wasn't a sheath, but it wasn't a bell line either. Samantha would probably say the skirt was an A-line if she had to put a label on it. The dress was perfect with a red ribbon at the waist. Samantha was really starting to hate Jessie, and she had never even met the girl. No, dear, you're in the right room. Elizabeth came up behind Samantha and gently pushed her further inside the bathroom. Now, come on, let's get your hair done. The rest of the guests will be here in about 30 minutes. I'm not sure how long Levi will let us continue heating the barn. He's irritated he had to stay for this. Elizabeth laughed, shaking her head at the shocked expression on Samantha's face. Ah, honey, you had to know this was for you. Wait, what? Samantha was still trying to figure out how to get dressed before Jessie walked in to put on her dress. What do you mean it's for me? Austin marrying Jessie is not for me. She laughed and glanced between Kaylee and Elizabeth. You're right. You're not here for that. You're here for a wedding. Your wedding. Austin set everything up with Kaylee. Elizabeth glanced at her watch and clucked her tongue. Okay, well, I'm not willing to face Taylor when we're late, so if I were you, I'd get a beat on. Let's go. Elizabeth clapped her hands and moved toward the dress. Kaylee moved toward Samantha, reaching up to unbutton the shirt Samantha wore. Kaylee narrowed her eyes as she inspected Samantha. Are you okay? You're not allowed to vomit. We have too much to do to include cleaning that up as well. Do you hear me? Samantha nodded, swallowing. Austin. Wait. Austin wants to marry me? This is all for him and me? The tears she'd fought in the truck came on fast. She wasn't able to blink them back as she sobbed, covering her mouth again with her hand. He wants to marry me? No. We can't do that. We're fighting. I don't know how to... She gasped for air. Nothing was making sense. Elizabeth stepped around Kaylee, taking Samantha's face in her hands as she waited for Samantha to calm down. Then Elizabeth stated firmly, You don't need to know. Right now is one of those moments where you need to have faith. Have faith in two very successful and talented matchmaking families who absolutely believe you and Austin belong together. Even if you're mad at him, you'll be happier with him than with anyone else in the world. She arched an eyebrow as if to challenge Samantha to argue with her. Samantha swallowed, staring into the eyes of a woman she'd always thought of as a substitute mother. Her own parents were only around for half the year, if that half was warm and sunny. Samantha nodded. Okay. Now, before I start getting all weepy, we need to get your hair and makeup done and get that dress on you. Kaylee, you're covering makeup. My hands aren't as steady as they used to be. I've got her hair. Elizabeth steered Samantha to sit on a chair in front of the vanity. She twisted and curled Samantha's auburn tresses while Kaylee dug through the makeup case and applied what she found. In no time, they moved to the side and let Samantha see the work they'd done. Samantha gasped. She looked so happy. No tears, Kaylee fanned Samantha's dampening eyes. No tears. I'm serious. I won't. I promise. How is it possible I was in my sweats and eating peanut butter just an hour ago? Samantha murmured. It was Elizabeth's turn to gasp. She glanced worriedly at Kaylee, who nodded. It was awful. I don't think we ever want to talk about it again. They pulled the dress up over her legs and helped her slide her arms into the sleeves, zipping the back with a soft whir. Samantha laughed in approval. Thank you so much. I hope Austin likes it. Nah, he won't like it. He'll love it. Kaylee patted Samantha's shoulder, grinning. I agree. You could walk down that aisle in a burlap bag and he'd think you were the most beautiful bride on earth. Elizabeth laughed, touching her fingers to the sides of her eyes. I don't have anyone to give me away. Samantha's independence hadn't been so apparent. My parents have no idea I'm getting married. My poor mom. Don't worry. We have another surprise for you. Kaylee looked at Elizabeth as if for approval to continue. Elizabeth nodded, wiping more tears from her eyes. I'm going to need more makeup. Kaylee glanced at Samantha one more time. She opened the door and motioned to someone Samantha couldn't see. Her father walked in, his smile broad as he reached out his arms. Sam, I'm so happy for you. Surprised, Samantha blinked at her father. You're here? What about Mom? They lived in Arizona and only came up to Montana in the summer months. I'm here too, Sam. Oh, don't you look gorgeous? Samantha's mother walked through the door and kissed her daughter's cheek. She reached for Elizabeth's hand and squeezed it. Thank you for always watching out for our daughter. And by our daughter, I mean yours too. Everyone worked to blink back tears as Elizabeth and Samantha's mother hugged. Okay, enough. We have a wedding to get to and makeup I do not have time to fix. No crying. Kaylee's sharp orders had a softer edge than she probably meant to, most likely because she too was trying to dry her eyes. All Samantha had to do was get through the wedding. She couldn't wait to see Austin. How did you marry a man you were technically still fighting with?
Chapter 26. Austin. The barn could have been a cozy cottage for how warm Levi had it inside. Austin jostled his hands in the pockets of his black suit pants. He'd opted for a bolo-style tie with a deer antler for the cinch. He wore shined-up cowboy boots and a matching black suit jacket. He turned a full circle, checking for 100th time or more to make sure everything was just right. His family had worked overtime the last few days, getting everything ready, and things looked exactly like Kaylee had said Samantha would want. As Austin looked over the raw wood planks on hay bales for seating, and the red roses, white lilies, and green ferns set in various places, he couldn't believe how much they brightened up the interior of the massive barn. The horses had been moved to Kaylee's stables. She had extra stalls, and the horses had been kept there before. They all knew Stanford Stables was the best, and Austin appreciated the chance to pay Callie back, even if it was just a little bit. The ground was strewn with hay and rose petals. As the guests came in, they collected a pamphlet with the lyrics to a Western song inside. Austin planned on everyone singing the love song as he and Samantha walked down the aisle after being married instead of throwing rice. What if she said no? What if she wasn't interested? What if she really was engaged to Stefan, and this was just going to be a huge embarrassment for Austin? Something deep inside warned him he was on a path that he couldn't come back from, and he didn't want to. Austin understood what he was doing. He was changing his actions in the hopes of getting a different outcome. He could do that. He would do whatever it took to have Samantha in his life. Even be horribly embarrassed in front of everyone in Mistletoe. He would do that. He didn't want to. He could face all of it. But what if she didn't show up? What if she didn't even come and give him a chance? Members of the Mistletoe community filed through the doors, each exclaiming as they saw one another and chose to sit in different groups, but still talking to each other as they took their seats. Austin stood alone at the front. He couldn't figure out where to put his hands. He pulled them from his pants pockets and clasped them behind his back, rocking forward on the balls of his feet and then back to his heels. The seats filled up quickly, and soon it was standing room only. Austin's brothers lined up behind him, each one having added their own flair to their suit. Flynn wore an exuberant tie with poinsettias, painted as a design and a matching flower in his lapel. Levi wore jeans with a suit jacket. He'd opted out of the tie. Brock and Roman matched in their black suits, but Brock wore a red tie, and Roman wore a green one. Then Colt appeared at the end of the line. He'd worn shorts with a suit jacket, and winked as Austin quirked an eyebrow at him. Leave it to Colt to bring some attitude into the event. All the Wilson boys wore a black Stetson designed to fit their face and style. Even Austin had his own. In fact, The hat and the boots were the only things keeping him from feeling completely out of his element. The pianist took his seat at the piano Colt had arranged to get out there, and the music began. But would Samantha show? Would she be there? Austin held his breath, standing at the front of the barn. Where was Kaylee? Where was his mom or Samantha? The crowd stood, blocking Austin's view of the back of the barn. Every note that passed from the piano left his heart feeling like it wasn't pounding hard enough or fast enough, so it had to try for more. He panted, breathing in and out as the reality of it was, he couldn't see that she'd stood him up. It hadn't been enough. None of it had been. He'd failed. Austin swallowed, unsure which exit to run through. Murmuring in the crowd drew his attention. They all knew she wasn't coming. Heat flooded his cheeks, and he glanced shamefacedly at his brothers, who weren't even looking at him. Austin was set at such an angle that he couldn't see through the crowd. He stepped more into the center of where the aisle was and stopped. Was he really seeing what he thought he was? Samantha had to be there. He couldn't see her yet, but Kaylee walked ahead of her, wearing a simple gray and pink outfit. She held a small bouquet of white lilies, and she smiled demurely at the crowd. She even winked at Austin when she passed him and took her spot on Samantha's side. Taylor and Lily followed Kaylee, dressed in their own choices of outfits, but Austin couldn't even focus on their clothes as they passed him, and his gaze was captured by Samantha. He held his breath at the vision walking toward him. He'd caught a glimpse past Kaylee, but she'd blocked his view. And now, as Samantha walked down the aisle on the arm of not just her father, but her mother, and Austin's mom too, Austin's throat constricted. She was spectacular, in a simple dress that accentuated the loose braid, with curls around her face of her auburn hair. She carried a bouquet of roses, lilies, and poinsettias in both hands, and her eyes had found Austin. He couldn't stop the grin from spreading across his lips. She'd chosen him. She was coming to him. Austin ignored the preacher who stepped into his spot. Austin couldn't wait any longer. He stepped out of place and approached Samantha before she'd reached the end of the aisle. Her father chuckled, taking her hand and placing it in Austin's. "We'll talk later, son." The crowd around them laughed, subdued by the romance of the moment. Even their mothers stepped away without another sound. Austin couldn't focus on anything but Samantha. Nothing mattered. Yet there, as he looked at her, everything mattered. He pulled his hat off with his free hand, holding her gaze with his. Austin swallowed, suddenly unsure what to say. They froze, and Austin lowered his forehead to touch hers. He murmured, "Everything I practiced in my head doesn't seem to fit." Samantha giggled, squeezing his fingers in hers. "I'm here." Austin lifted his head and stared into her deep green eyes. He said the only thing he could think of. "Don't marry Stefan. Marry me." The crowd really laughed then. Austin glanced around, confused at their reaction. Samantha's replying grin, as she lifted her palm to place it on his jawline, soothed his confusion. "I'm here, aren't I?" There was a taunting in her eyes Austin had missed. He sighed and nodded, pulling back from her and offering her his arm. "Well, just so you know, I'm not giving you my heart, Samantha." She pulled up short, jerking him to a stop as she studied him. "Then what?" "You've always had my heart, Sam. I'm giving you my soul. Everything I am is yours. I just want the same in return. I'm done with the friend zone. I want everything with you. I want forever." He spoke loud enough for everyone to hear, loud enough to guarantee if she rejected him, he'd be ashamed for as long as he lived. A collective sigh seemed to escape the crowd as they sank to their seats. Samantha's lips parted, and she fell into place beside him in front of the preacher, reaching out to hug Austin's arm. She glanced up at him, and he looked down at her. She nodded. "Everything. I can do that." "Yeah, I know you can. You can do anything. I love you." He'd always wanted to tell her that without the platonic implications. Just that he loved her and wanted her. She glanced at the ground and then back up at Austin. "I've never loved anyone more. Ahem. Is it okay if we do the vows before you two do that? I'm only paid if you actually get married." The preacher glanced between the two of them. Austin gave a side smile. Yes, I do. I do too. Samantha held her breath as she looked at the preacher, then back at Austin. I haven't asked you guys anything yet. The preacher glanced at Brock and Roman. Is this how all you Wilson boys get married? The crowd laughed again, and then the preacher raised his hands to quiet the group. Okay, let's get started. As Austin tried to listen to the things the preacher said, he couldn't believe Samantha was on his arm, dressed as his bride, and they were getting married. Why had he been so worried about changing things? Nothing was the same. Nothing was ever going back to the way it was. And as Austin stared down at his bride-to-be, his very best friend, Austin hoped he never ran away from going after what he wanted again. Because she was everything. She made him happy. And that's all he ever wanted in life. One more glance. With Christmas riding in on Santa's sleigh and Kaylee's home up for sale, there's a chance Mistletoe will lose one of its darlings. Unless one of its princes can ride to the rescue. Kaylee Stanford's has a family legacy wrapped up in taking care of the horses of Mistletoe, Montana. She loves the animals, the simplicity of the life, and the land. In essence, she's home. Unfortunately, there's a very real possibility she's in danger of losing all three when Flynn Wilson decides to put his hat in for the land up for sale. No matter what happens, Kaylee can't lose the land to him, anyone but him. Kaylee has to raise money for a down payment, and she already has a tight budget. Add to that, the fact that Flynn is rolling in billions, and nothing looks good for her plans of keeping her home. Except Kaylee seems to have a secret Santa, who keeps sponsoring the fundraising activities she's doing. As the deadline gets nearer, Kaylee starts to fall for the benevolent stranger, and she's willing to walk away from everything to be with him. Flynn and Kaylee have been at odds since they were little. Something about each one irritates the other like a fierce flame. As if they're on an addicting bronco ride. They can't walk away from the conflict, though, and that isn't healthy. He's determined to do the right thing, but Flynn knows Kaylee will never let him help her. Kaylee can never know he's the money behind her success. If she does, she's just prideful enough to leave everything behind. Flynn wouldn't care. Except the one thing he wants just happens to be the one woman who wants nothing to do with him. What if Kaylee's secret Santa is the one guy she can't stand to be around? What if Flynn ends up being the one man she can't be without?